and broadcasted live by PMC Hindi and is also being played in all other vernacular languages as well as global PMC channels. Friends, masters and gods, I am overwhelmed by the progress in which all the pyramid masters are working to meet our Grand Master Brahmarshi Patriji's vision of Ahimsa Jagat, Shakahar Jagat, Jar Jagat. It is truly a great wave of change that we are witnessing on earth right now. And our efforts and effects thereof are a proof of that. During COVID lockdown, we all evolved to the digital age, wherein again the pyramid masters are working to spread the message of meditation and vegetarianism, swadhyay, sajjana sangatya, and pyramid energy across every neighborhood through the available media, through Zoom, online, telephone services, etc. To hasten the process of evolution, Patriji encouraged various PSSM chapters to conduct one-day digital jhana yajnas across major states in India and digital meditation summit for the rest of the world. So far, we have completed 11 digital jhana yajnas and 2 digital meditation summit, having an outreach of over 1.5 lakh meditators doing collective meditation and wisdom sharing sessions with spiritual scientists and masters from across the globe. Today we are here to celebrate the auspicious day of Guru Poornima. Patriji taught us that our breath is our Guru. We express our gracious gratitude and utmost affection to our dear friend, guide, and informer, Patriji, and Earth Administrator Mahavatar Babaji today, who enable us in bringing more light in our lives. Patriji said, today everyone should pay respects to Babaji and all other gurus in our life. Through the efforts of Mad Buddha's team, we will have an opportunity to listen to the most uncommon Babaji's experiences from various global speakers so that we too can be uplifted by gathering their wisdom from Babaji. One can only truly experience the magic of this master by being around him. His simplicity, his wisdom, humor, and humble nature leaves anyone truly mesmerized. A co-traveler with Babaji, he is enabling the earth ascension in the physical plane by empowering all with our soul knowledge. After 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. global celebrations, we will meet once again Patriji along with live music from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. A celestial time from all of us to join and pay respects to the Grand Master and Guru of our Guru, Sadananda Yogiji. With this, I hand over to our Senior Pyramid Master from United States of America, Mr. Jaira Manda, to take this event forward. I once again give happy Guru Poornima to you all. Thank you. Over to Jaira.
Thank you, Shastriji. Namaste, Patri sir.
Namaskar, Naina.
With all your blessings and permission, if I can move on to introduce yourself. Ajnanatimirandhasya jnananjanashalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Om Gurubhyo Namaha. Guru, the letter Gu means darkness of ignorance, and the letter Ru denotes the one who removes it with spiritual knowledge. The Guru provides the light of knowledge that enables a disciple to see the Supreme Self. And we are so fortunate that our Mahaguru, Brahmarshi Patriji, not only removed our ignorance and guided us to a path of enlightenment by simplifying the most complex concepts with scientific approach, but he also declared all pyramid meditators as spiritual scientists, masters, and gurus to light up every human being that we come across. He shattered our conditioned mental models of thousands of years, firmly rejecting the idea of idolizing or symbolizing him or his teachings and the Guru Shishya hierarchical separation or distances. He became one among ourselves and reminded us to be the light unto our own. An epitome example of compassion, samsara is nirvana. Patriji demonstrated that spirituality is living with reality, not running away from it. Whatever it is, whether it is talking, eating, serving, singing, or playing, every aspect of his interaction leads us from ordinary to extraordinary. Abundance is to be shared so that you receive abundance, whether it is material happiness or the blissful experiences of our soul. His address of my dear friends, my dear gods, my dear co-creators, he reminds us that we are no mere mortals, but we are the divine beings enjoying the human experience here. As Shastriji introduced me, my name is Jaira Manda. I was born into an orthodox, spiritual, well-knit extended family of Vedic scholars. I currently live in Bay Area, California. Like many of you, I also work for a big multinational company that's playing a big part in shaping the digital world. Growing up with ritualistic practices and academic knowledge, I always felt that there was something that I was missing in my quest to answer the purpose of my life. Working in Silicon Valley became my refuge. Following one of the deepest family crises, I was miraculously introduced to Patriji, and ever since, I experienced a life transformation, not only just for myself, but all my family members. It is our great fortune that we are blessed to be his contemporaries and taking part in the Earth's ascension. Forever, our gratitude will be to PSSM's Adiguru, Sri Sadananda Yogi Maharaj, who patiently waited at Kurnool, Andhra Pradesh in India for years to meet young enlightened Subhash Patri. And during their association between 1981 to 83, Sri Sadananda Yogi invoked the grand vision in Patriji and gifted him to the universe, who in turn created millions of gurus, masters, and co-creators. Since then, he has dedicated his life to spreading meditation, vegetarianism, and pyramid energy in every town and village in India. For those of you who are new, the PSSM or Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, founded by Brahmarshi Patriji in 1990, has successfully completed 30 years of its establishment. PSSM is a non-profit, autonomous, non-religious voluntary movement working across India and now promoting the message of benefits in meditation, vegetarianism, pyramid energy, and spiritual science across the globe. Under the guidance of PSSM, more than 20,000 pyramids have been established in India, benefiting millions of people and several hundreds in 30 plus countries across all continents. A great spiritual revolution is exploding throughout the earth. Pyramid spiritual sciences movement is a significant part of the gigantic change. PSSM's goal is to help evolve humanity from violence to non-violence, from blind faith in belief system to scientific, spiritual scientific experimentation and logic, from materialism to magnificent middle path, evolving the mankind from animal eating to vegetarianism. The core message that Patriji gives us is we are not just physical entities experiencing random existence. Instead, we are that eternal energy, consciousness, and wisdom entity, constantly choosing and creating our own respective existential realities. So today, PSSM comprises more than a couple of thousands of independent autonomous spiritual societies all over the globe. So in this year 2020, where Earth Ascension is underway, this Guru Poornima makes it a uniquely special divine day for all of us. With the blessings of Mahavatar Babaji, Lahiri Mahashay, and the lineage of Gurus, and in the presence of all the astral masters gracing the occasion, on behalf of every genuine seeker of this world, it is my eternal fortune to invite our spiritual giant and Grand Master Brahmarshi Pitamaha Subhash Patriji to share his message with us all. Patri sir.
Thank you, Jairam ji. Wonderful to hear and see you again and again.
Thank you, sir.
All the way from the other corner of the world. Today is Guru Poornima Day. Every year, we celebrate this day in a very unique way. We remember all the good that people have done to us, all the guidance that people have given to us at various occasions in our growth of our own being in this body. It's an annual day of remembrance and paying respects and showing our gratitude. Every year we do this. It's a recurring program for us on Guru Poornima. Previous Guru Poornima, I was always in Nandapuram with the Samadhi of my Guru, Sadhna Yogi. But this time, we are locked down in our own respective homes and we are celebrating this Guru Poornima right from our own home. But we are linking ourselves to the whole world. Jairam is an example of now he is in California, I am in Hyderabad. So this is a link. It's a very symbolic link. Staying at home and linking to the whole world. It's a very special Guru Poornima that way. Although I would like to be always in my Nandavaram, in my Guru's Samadhi's place, Well, this is one more way of doing things. So today, Guru Poornima, we are celebrating, all of us staying at our respective homes and connecting ourselves to all the Gurus of the whole world. And to the greatest Guru, Mahavatar Babaji. Nobody is greater than others. Everybody is great. Everybody is equally great. But still, we are very, very happy to celebrate, to remember Mahavatar Babaji's presence today, especially. It was well designed by our Spirit Master Krishna ji from New Delhi, and I thank him for this. What is a guru? It's not who is a guru. The question is, what is a guru? Who is personality oriented? What is truth oriented? When you put a question, who is a guru, we think of personalities. But when you think about what is guru, you don't think of personalities. I'll tell you about Ramana Maharshi's definition of guru. Somebody asked Ramana Maharshi, "Sir, tell us about guru." Then he said immediately, "Your attention is your guide. Guriye guru." In Telugu we say, Guriye guru. Guru is your attention. Your capacity to tune your mind. And that is the guru, he said, Ramana Maharshi. Your attention is your guru. Wherever you focus your attention, that's where truth is revealed. Wherever you put your attention, there you see beauty. So your attention is your guru. This is the definition given by Ramana Maharshi. In Telugu we say, Guriye guru. So, normally, any person and every person who gives you a great turning point in your life is your guru. For me, I have to tell about my own lifetime. As a child, you don't know anything. But when you become a little older, you begin to grasp the influences of others on you. And throughout my life, the greatest influence on my life was by my own mother. So, I remember her today. She was such a great ideal. So I first bow down to my own mother. And then I remember my own elder brother who had given me so many things. He was Ram and I was Lakshman to him. Then I bow down to my flute master. Sri T.S. Chandrasekharan, who gave me my flute, my identity. I am known by my flute. And that identity has been given to me by my flute guru, Sri T.S. Chandrasekharan. So I bow down to him. Later on, I bow down to another great master, music giant, Dr. Sripada Pinakapani, Padma Bhushan, where I learned the higher techniques of Carnatic music. When I joined Kurnool town, because of my job, the first thing I did in Kurnool was to go to Dr. Sripada Pinakapani Garu and introduce myself to him. He graciously allowed me in his grace and showered a lot of things on me. So I remember him fondly. He left his body at the ripe age of 100 years. And he was always supportive of our meditation. First Dhyana Yajna in Kurnool, he came and inaugurated. I remember my friend, yes, Ramachandra Reddy, through whom I got to know about Anapanasati and meditation in the year 1976. I fondly remember him on this occasion. I got a real spiritual friend, first time in my life, with whom I can resonate and with who resonates with me. First time I heard meditation experience from a person, personally, and that gave me a sea change in my life. I remember Sri Inji Shauri of Kurnool, a great master, who had a big library with him. I never saw a person with a greater spiritual library in those days. He became my best friend, Sri Inji Shauri. He was my greatest spiritual friend for many years, exchanging every book, every wisdom. Then, 1981, January 1st, I met Sadhana Yogi. For the first time, I met a person who is beyond my wildest imagination. Personally, in my own town, he was waiting for me. All the way from the Himalayas, he came down and was in Kurnool town waiting for me. My goodness. He came to Kurnool town in the same year when I went from Hyderabad to Kurnool. That is 1975. Obviously, he was planning whole of my life. Obviously, he was designing my life. In the year 1979, the earlier fellow in this body left the body and a new soul came into this body. So this walk-out, walk-in operation has been planned and done under the guidance of Sadhna Yogi. That's why he was there in Karnool, physically. In the year 1979, when the walkout went in a full grace and the walk-in came determined to work for the whole of the world. So I thank the walkout soul, Subhash. In the year 1979, he gave this body to me and he walked out. It is not so very easy to give one's own body to another person. But that is the way things happen when you get enlightened. Your body is no more your body. Your body is for everybody else. So I thank that enlightened soul who left this body to me in the year 1979. Immediately afterwards, books became my great masters. Lobsang Rampa's book, You Forever, in the year 1979, December 29th, that again changed my perception, put new data in my mind. You Forever, that book is the real Bible for PSSM. Then I came to know about Osho. The first book I read, Dimensions Beyond the Known by Osho. I came to know such a great giant was living in India at that time. That was a revelation to me. Subsequently, in the years 1985 and 86, I did go to Pune and wanted to have the darshan of Osho. But he was not available. He was not well. So we just made a tour of Koregaon Park, Osho Ashram, and then came back without seeing him. But that doesn't matter. We have all the wisdom through his great CDs and videos and books. PSSM is eternally grateful to Osho Rajneesh and Lobsang Rampa. Lobsang Rampa gave us knowledge about the higher worlds, other worlds. And Osho gave us the great wisdom to live with celebrative mood, this physical body, this physical life. Then I became a member of Theosophical Society. I was in Adyar, Chennai, for about 1 week. All those masters inspired me so much. Blavatsky, Olcott, Anibiscent, Ledbetter, Jin Rajadasa, so many masters. It is from Theosophical Society moment that I got the idea of spiritual societies. About the third end astral travel from Lobsang Rampa, about celebrating every moment in this lifetime, now, here and now, from Osho, and to form a society's movement in the model of Theosophical Society. That idea came from Theosophical Society. That's why we formed Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. Then, in the year 1980, I got a wonderful book, Autobiography of a Yogi, by Yogananda Paramahansa. At that time, the cost of the book was 8 rupees. My goodness, 8 rupees. I purchased the book at 8 rupees. And when I read the whole book, a new world came of Yukteswar Giri, of Lahiri Mahasaya, of Mahavatar Babaji. Otherwise, nobody knew about all these great masters. So that book, Autobiography of a Yogi, way back in the year 1980. Once I read that book, immediately I purchased 500 books and distributed it to 500 people. I was always fond of buying books and giving books to people. That was my passion. Half of my salary would go to books. And only half of the salary will be given at home. Sadananda Yogi, I met January 1st, 1981. Then I knew that he was my boss. Everybody has a boss. A boss is a different person than Guru. And boss, I find a very right word. And my boss was telling me, hey Subhash, do or die. Every boss always says, do or die. I don't care for you. If you cannot do, quit this world. And if you don't want to quit this world, do it. That is bossism. So I got my boss in Sadananda Yogi. He gave me do or die. He did not specify what to do, what not to do. But that was up to me. He was telling me, whatever you want to do, you do it. Otherwise, die. I got that message from my boss. And one fine day, April 16th, 1983, I went to him as usual. And he said, Subhash, my time is over. You go and prepare a samadhi for me. Yes, Swamiji, yes, boss. So we went in search of a place to prepare a samadhi for him. Ultimately, we couldn't find a place about 70 kilometers away from Kannur town in the village Nandavaram. One of Swamiji's own bhaktas, he had plot there, land there. So we went and selected a plate, did the whole thing, and came back to Swamiji. Said, Swamiji is ready. You can go. He was quite happy. He fixed the date, May 22nd, for his departure. Then he told me, Subhash, you bring a doctor on that occasion because he has to certify that this person is no more in the body. Otherwise, you will have problems. I said, definitely, Swamiji. So, May 22nd, 1983, I took my own guru, Sangeeta Guru, Dr. Sripada Pinnakumari Garu, to my Adhyatmic Guru, Sadananda Yogi's place, to witness the occasion of leaving the body consciously. We were about 4 people, all room. He looked at all of us and just stopped his own breath by his own intention. Then he was no more in the body. On this occasion today, I remember that moment when my Guru decided that I don't require him anymore. As long as I required him, he was there. But once he saw that I didn't require him anymore, he left his body. And we took the body in my own company vehicle. I thank my own company, Coromandel Fertilizers, to have provided me so many things. I learned many things from my company, all the marketing techniques, which I implemented in marketing spirituality. On this occasion, I thank all my bosses, all my friends in the company, Coromandel Fertilizers Limited, who have given me all this technology, marketing technology, made me a marketing scientist, made me a marketing master. So we took the body and kept it in the samadhi and covered it by a stone. All pyramid masters should visit Nandavaram village to do meditation at the samadhi site. At least once in a lifetime. They should do that. So, in the year 1992, in the year 1990, I met another great friend, Mr. B.V. Reddy, who gave me the first pyramid in Kurnool. I thank him from my bottom of my heart on this occasion. Brahmarshi B.V. Reddy Garu, I bow to your golden friendship. It is not a small thing to have built the first pyramid in India, the Buddha pyramid in Kurnool. He gave his land and he gave his friendship to me. He was a great support to me. Once I got to see B.V. Reddy Garu, I thought it was time for me to resign from my job. And I resigned my job in the year 1992. Then I started traveling, which was my passion, which was my life's purpose. I was waiting for my life's purpose so many years, patiently. Staying at home, working in the office, but waiting for my turn to go out of the home, to go into every other home and spread Anapanasati meditation, vegetarianism, spiritual science, the beauty and bounty of pyramid energy. So my mission started in the year 1992. My full-time mission once I resigned my job. And now, since that time to this time, everybody knows everything. The whole pyramid spiritual society movement, such a dynamic movement. "24/7, every pyramid master is no less than a Buddha, is no less than a Jesus, is no less than a Shankaracharya. Is no less than a Milarepa. Every pyramid master. Becoming an active agent, dynamic agent in their own circumstances. There is no showing off here. There is only utter friendship and utter dedication to enlightening the whole world. My dear friends, my dear masters, and my dear gods, today is another occasion for every person to remember and to pray gratitude to all those persons who have influenced you in the right direction. Whoever influences you to travel in the right direction is your Guru, personal Guru. There are impersonal gurus. There are personal gurus. Personal gurus you meet. Impersonal gurus you don't meet, but you meet them in the books. I had plenty of personal gurus and also plenty of impersonal gurus. Every period master is my guru. Manda Jairam is my guru. Sri D.N. Shastri is my guru. Because I get inspiration from everybody. And wherever I get inspiration from, that source is my guru. In whatever way, in the right direction. I am sure this whole day we will continue to remember our guides, inspirations, and our spiritual friendships. And we dedicate this day towards that. Thank you, Jairamji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It makes it even more special to see you and talk to you today on this great day where millions of people, they change the course of their lives towards the path of enlightenment, and only because of you. So many PSSM masters want to say thanks to you and greet you on this Guru Poornima day. So with your permission, if I can ask some of them to turn their video on, I think we all want to wish you. So while they're doing it, sir, today is my mom's 81st birthday. So as you were going through the bird's eye view of your life and thanking all the people, yeah, I was going through very similar feelings, that remembering my mom, my parents, my teachers, everyone my friends who all helped me along the way. So thank you again. So PSSM masters, please turn on your videos. And also, if you can unmute yourself, and let's all wish Patri sir and get his blessings on Guru Poornima time.
It's okay, Jairam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, we have a very packed agenda for today. So with your permission, if you would like us to move to the next agenda item, I would like to get the ball rolling.
Continue.
Okay, fantastic. So we have we have a music session now for the next 30 minutes. And there are actually 3 kids who wanted to perform. They happen to be, I think I happen to be their father in this world. I'm very excited to introduce them to you, sir. You have seen them before, but to the whole world. They're going to start. They were to start the event with prayer slokas. So we are going to start with a few prayer slokas, and they are 3 young siblings. Can you put them on video? Yeah. Maitreya Manda, he is 6 years old. Manasa Manda, she is 5 years old. And Manvita, she is 5 years old also. They're twins. They live in Bay Area. Music, meditation, and of course, meeting people are the 3 things that they enjoy the most. From their early childhood, they gravitated naturally towards meditation. Whenever we, as the parents, we sit for meditation, these kids sit along with us and also enjoy their blissful state. And if any neighbors, friends come into our house, they're eager to teach them and conduct meditation on their own. So they're learning currently Gita chanting and slokas at Chinmaya Mission. So while learning Carnatic classical music from their aunts, 3 of them, and also Miss Kasturi Savkumar. They're very excited to be here today to sing a few prayer slokas and participate as much as they can throughout the day. So with that, Maitreya, Manasa, Manuta, can you please start your slokas, please?
हरिः ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। अखण्डमण्डलाकारम् व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुचन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। नमोऽस्तु ते व्यासविशालबुद्धे पुल्लारविन्दायतपत्रनेत्र येन त्वया भारततैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयप्रदीपः प्रपन्नपारिजाताय स्तोत्रवेत्रैकपाणये ज्ञानमुद्राय कृष्णाय गीतामृतदुहे नमः। सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दोग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतमहत्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनम् देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। भीष्मद्रोणतटा जयद्रथजला गान्धारनीलोत्पला शल्यग्राहवती कृपेण वहनि कर्णेन वेलाकुला अश्वत्थामा विकर्णघोरमकरा दुर्योधनावर्तिनी स्तोतीर्णा खलु पाण्डवैरणनदी कैवर्तकः केशवः पौराशय्यवचस्तरोजममलं गीतार्थगन्धोत्कटम् ज्ञानाख्यानककेशरं हरिकदा सम्बोधनाबोधितं लोके सज्जन षट्पदैरहरः पेपीयमानं मुदा भूयात् भारत पंकजं कलिमल प्रध्वंसिनस्ते यसे मूकं करोति वाचालं पंगुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम्। यं ब्रह्म वरुणेन्द्र रुद्रमरुतः स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यैस्तवैः वेदैः साङ्गपदक्रमोपनिषदैः गायन्ति यं सामगाः ज्ञानावस्थिततद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनो यस्यान्तं न विदुस्तुरासुरगणाः देवाय तस्मै नमः देवाय तस्मै नमः देवाय तस्मै नमः। नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयंबकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकालाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते हरिः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ
Thank you, Maitreya. Thank you, Manasa. Thank you, Manvita. Thank you. That was a good setting. So the next two girls, the Dynamites from Delhi, they're also known as Dwarka sisters. So it's my pleasure to introduce Upadrashta Sai Samhita and Upadrashta Sai Shruti, two sisters. They're Carnatic vocalists from Delhi. They have been learning from their guru and mother, Srimati U.V. Nagalakshmi, a renowned Carnatic classical vocalist. They have performed at various places across the country and been participating in various events, winning several accolades at various levels. They have been doing meditation since they were 8 years old and 5 years, respectively. For the last few years, they have also been spreading meditation through music. As young members of PSSM, they have been actively involved in teaching meditation to youth. Samhita is also a very accomplished musician. She is a government national scholarship holder and has been a young performing artist at All India Radio, Delhi. And Shruti, a very different personality. She is a poet, a published writer to her age, and an avid art fanatic. She believes in actively addressing social narratives and reaching out to people through art. And of course, she wanted me to tell everyone that she is trying her hand at becoming a good cook. So with that introduction, sisters, please take it away. And we'll probably all be sitting and in meditation while listening to your music.
Namaste, Patri sir. Namaste. गुरुले कयटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु गुरुले कयटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु गुरुले कयटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु गुरुले कयटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु गुरुलेख एटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु करुकैन रे द्रोग करुकैन रे द्रोग गहन मुनो बाट 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 सद्गुरु लेख गेटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु गुरु लेख गेटुवंटि गुणिकी तेलियगबोदु तनुवु सुत धन दायति बांधवुलो 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 जनियाचि चदनु निने करुण तोनु तनुवु सुत धन दायति बांधवुलो जनियाचि चदनु निने करुण तोनु मन सुन तगमंचि मंदनुच्युत द्वाबोधन जैसी कापाडो त्यागराजा पुड़कुत बोधन जैसी कापाडो त्यागराजा पुड़कुत बोधन जैसी कापाडो त्यागराजा पुड़कुत बोधन जैसी कापाडो त्यागराजा तुड़गु गुरु लेक गेडुबंटी गुनी तेलियगबोधु गुरु लेक गेटुबंटी गुनी तेलियगबोधु मोगो कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मोगो कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में मोगो कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में मोको कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में ना तीरथ में ना मूरत में ना एकांत निवास में ना तीरथ में ना मूरत में ना एकांत निवास में ना मंदिर में ना मस्जिद में ना मंदिर में ना मस्जिद में ना काशी कैलाश में ना मंदिर में ना मस्जिद में ना काशी कैलाश में मोको कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में ना मैं जप में ना मैं तप में ना मैं व्रत उपवास में ना मैं जप में ना मैं तप में ना मैं व्रत उपवास में ना मैं क्रिया कर्म में रहता ना मैं क्रिया कर्म में रहता ना योग संन्यास में ना मैं क्रिया कर्म में रहता ना योग संन्यास में मोको कहा ढूंढे रे बंदे मैं तो तेरे पास में, मुँह को कहाँ ढूंढे बंदे। मैं तो तेरे पास में, नहीं प्राण में नहीं पिंड में, ना ब्रह्मांड आकाश में, नहीं प्राण में नहीं पिंड में, ना ब्रह्मांड आकाश में, ना मैं भ्रुकुटी भंवर गुफा में, ना मैं भ्रुकुटी भंवर गुफा में, सब श्वासन के श्वास में, ना मैं भ्रुकुटी भंवर गुफा में, सब श्वासन के श्वास में, मुँह को कहाँ ढूंढे रे बंदे। मैं तो तेरे पास में, मुँह को कहाँ ढूंढे बंदे। मैं तो तेरे पास में, खोजी हो या तुरंत मिल जाऊं, एक पल की ही तलाश में, खोजी हो या तुरंत मिल जाऊं, एक पल की ही तलाश में। काहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधो, काहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधो, मैं तो हूँ विश्वास में। काहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधो, मैं तो हूँ विश्वास में। मुँह को कहाँ ढूंढे रे बंदे। मैं तो तेरे पास में, मुँह को कहाँ ढूंढे बंदे। मैं तो तेरे पास में।
Five more minutes.
आबिर गुलाल उधड़ी तरंग, आबिर गुलाल उधड़ी तरंग रंग रंग, आबिर गुलाल उधड़ी तरंग। नाथ घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथ घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग। नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग। हे अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग रंग रंग, अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल। उंबठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन, उंबठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन। रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू, रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू त्यात आम्ही दीन। उंबठ्यासी कैसे शिवू आम्ही जातीहीन, रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू, रूप तुझे कैसे पाहू त्यात आम्ही दीन। पाय ऋषी हो दंग गावोनी अभंग, पाय ऋषी हो दंग गावोनी अभंग। नाचा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथ घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथ घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग. हे अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग रंग रंग, अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल. वालवंटी गाव आम्ही वालवंटी नाचू, वालवंटी गाव आम्ही वालवंटी नाचू. चंद्रभागेच्या पानाने अंग अंग न्याहू, चंद्रभागेच्या पानाने अंग अंग न्याहू. विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेता, विठ्ठलाचे नाम घेता होनी संग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग. हे अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग रंग रंग, अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल. आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्त जन येते, आषाढी कार्तिकी भक्त जन येते, पंढरीचे वालवंटी संत गोडा होते, पंढरीचे वालवंटी संत गोडा होते. चोखा माने नाम घेता, चोखा माने नाम घेता भक्त होते दंग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग, नाथा घरी नाच माझा सखा पांडुरंग. हे अबीर गुलाल उधळीत रंग रंग रंग, अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल अबीर गुलाल.
Wow. Wow. What a divine voice. Thank you, sisters. Thank you, Samhita. Thank you, Shruti. All right. Mahavatar Babaji's blessings are, I think we can feel the presence. The program is going very well. I think we are gaining a lot of momentum and the peace that is necessary to continue the rest of the day. So that said, now we have the next topic. We have our spiritual friend, one of the greatest friends for Patri sir, Dr. Kaarthikeyan sir is here with us today, and he is our next speaker. I have the immense pleasure and an incredible honor that I would feel even just like looking at him and sharing the same screen. Sir, with your permission, I would like to introduce you for a couple of minutes, and we can get started with the event. So good to see you, sir. So good to see you.
Thank you.
So good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're almost replacing Patri sir for us now, because
No, I can never do that. We can never do that.
No, with your bright smile and your presence is immensely helpful. So, just a quick introduction about the man who generally doesn't need any introduction in many circles around the world, but it's my duty as part of the program format. So we'll do a quick introduction. Dr. Kaarthikeyan sir, his real name, or full name is Devarayapuram Ramasamy Kaarthikeyan. He is a IPS, Indian Police Service Officer of 1964 batch of Karnataka cadre, and he is from Tamil Nadu. He is a former director of the CBI, Central Bureau of Investigation, and the Director General of National Human Rights Commission, NHRC. He has held various prestigious offices in India and was awarded the Padma Shri in 2010 for his contribution to the field of Indian civil service. He is an ardent meditator and promotes vegetarianism, meditation, and being with like-minded people. So we have a great company, sir, of you with PSSM. Kaarthikeyan sir was born to an agricultural family in a small village called Devarayapuram in Coimbatore district of Tamil Nadu state in southern part of India. He obtained a BSc, Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry and agriculture from University. He worked in the field of agriculture in an ancestral farm of his native village for a year, and then he also obtained a Bachelor of Law degree from the Madras Law College and was enrolled as an advocate in the Bar Council of Madras. Many of you may not know what Madras is now. It's now renamed as Chennai. After passing the combined competitive examinations for senior civil services, he joined the Indian Police Service, IPS, in 1964. Kaarthikeyan sir went through extensive training in that field, which included being trained at the National Police Academy in Mount Abu. Kaarthikeyan sir headed the Special Investigation Team, what we call SIT, that probed the Rajiv Gandhi assassination, the ex-Prime Minister who died of unfortunate circumstances. And at the invitation of Interpol, he made an audiovisual presentation of the investigation before an assembly of top police officers who commended Kaarthikeyan sir for the model of investigation. Few posts that he has held, out of many, numerous things, the body of work that he had all through his life. He has been the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Law and Order for Bangalore. Then he was also Deputy Inspector General of Police for Karnataka State Intelligence Department. And he headed the Karnataka State Police Academy. Then he became the IGP, the Inspector General of Police for Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF, for the Southern Sector in Hyderabad. Then he was the first secretary in the Embassy of India, Moscow, Russia, during 74 to 77. Then he headed to Embassy of India in Sydney, Australia, from 85 to 89, promoting the Indian exports to Australia, New Zealand, Fiji. He was a Special Director General for the CRPF. Then he obviously a very extremely great body of work as the Director of CBI in 1998 onwards. He became the Director General for NHRC, the Human Rights Commission, which does a great amount of work in India. And he is currently the President of Age Care India in New Delhi, and he is the President for Foundation for Peace, Harmony, and Good Governance. Now, with all this work that he is doing across India and also connected to the whole world, he devotes a majority of time. I think we all have 24 hours, but Kaarthikeyan sir's 24 hours is about probably 50 hours, just like Patri sir. And he spends majority of his time spreading the science of meditation and vegetarianism through lectures and appearances at events like this. Without any further ado, Kaarthikeyan sir, the stage is yours. You have been a great friend, a great co-traveler, and a honorary member for PSSM, and a great friend of Patri sir. So it's an immense pleasure again to ask you to share a few words about the next topic.
Namaskaram. Namaste. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, good evening, because all over the world. So it's a great pleasure to be with all of you on this very auspicious day. But let me first convey my heartiest congratulations to Pallavi and Jayaram of the Mad Buddha organization for organizing this beautiful digital movement conference. My namaskaram, my pranam affectionate respects to Puja Patriji. And we also would like to congratulate Mr. Jairam for putting these wonder kids, Maitreya, Manasa, and Manvita, such a beautiful chanting, amazing. Such young children somewhere in America learning. I must compliments to his parents, both the mother and father, and also other delightful music, Sangeeta and Shruti. What a wonderful beginning to start with. And I know all of this is under the inspiration of Puja Patriji. Mahavatar Babaji is claimed to be a deathless guru who has maintained a youthful form like millennial, as the autobiography of the yogi says, and is still in the Himalayas with his saintly presence and power of the yoga, which we all know as Kriya Yoga today. It is said that Babaji, born in the 2nd century, was basically from Kadalur in Tamil Nadu, who during later years moved to Rishikesh in the Himalayas. It is believed that Babaji lived in a cave in Kumaon, Almora district, a place where my good friend Superstar Rajinikanth has been going there for over a decade. Kadalur has a house that is claimed to be of Babaji, and I had the privilege of going there. After reading the book of autobiography Yogi, Rajinikanth became an ardent follower of Mahavatar Babaji, and he turned to Kriya Yoga and credits that the practice of Kriya Yoga is responsible for many changes in his life. He told me he has done a lot of courses. He got inspiration and ideas for his most successful films whenever he meditated in Baba's cave. He has shown me the meditation room, a large portrait of Mahavatar Babaji, of course, along with our common Guru Swami Satchidananda of Coimbatore, who established the world-renowned Integral Yoga Institutes in America, and also the all-religious temple Lotus in Yogaville, Virginia, in America. As part of the Mahavatar Babaji's global celebrations, I've been given the task to share some of aspects of the services of Babaji's most celebrated spiritual descendant, disciple, Paramahansa Yoganandaji, to the world as a whole. Guru Poornima is not a day, an occasion, a ritual, but a state of consciousness. When the students try to tune in their minds to the inner state of the teacher, that is, the disciples to their Guru. We are also celebrating 100 years of since Paramahansa Yogananda's arrival in the United States of America. Yogananda 100 actually is a century of spiritual awakening. Swami Kriyananda, Donald Walters, a 21-year-old young American, became a devoted and favorite disciple of Yogananda after just reading once the autobiography of Yogi. The Spiritual Renewal Week is being celebrated all over, and more particularly at Ananda Village at Nevada, USA, the global headquarters of the Ananda spiritual movement. Ananda was visualized by the great master Yogananda ji and actually was created by his devoted and celebrated disciple Swami Kriyananda. Ananda, Nevada is one of the most beautiful and serene places on the planet. I had the privilege of being there a number of times on being invited by Swami Kriyananda himself. I had the privilege of becoming very close to Swami Kriyananda. I would say it was my good fortune, as they say, good karma. Swami showered enormous care and love on me from the very first meeting, like it happened with Puja Patriji, whom I met 20 years back. For many years, Spiritual Renewal Week has been a transforming event for truth seekers from around the world to be inspired by the life and teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda ji. This is the annual opportunity to connect with long-time devotees of Yogananda, meditate with lifetime meditators, and enjoy classes from some of Ananda's most magnetic teachers who perform a great service to humanity even today all over the world. It will be an exceptional week for anyone seeking to be inspired by the many facets of becoming self-realized. The spiritual teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, the author of the all-time spiritual classic autobiography of Yogi. Yoganandaji's arrival in Boston in 1920 marked the beginning of a new wave of spiritual consciousness in America and throughout the world. His mission was one of world peace and brotherhood, as well as individual self-realization, both of which he said could be achieved through the practice of transformative meditation techniques such as Kriya Yoga. He referred to Kriya Yoga as the airplane route to God. When he published his famous autobiography Yogi in 1946, it was soon after the close of the Second World War, a conflict which he prayed would never be repeated again. The book had tremendous influence and inspired spiritual leaders all over the world for decades together, even today. Through his books, teachings, and practices of meditation and yoga, Yogananda helped usher in sweeping increase in interest in peace, consciousness, and self-transformation. For this work, he is often known as the father of yoga in the West. Swami Kriyananda says, I quote him, "It is not that you need to go out looking for the Guru. The Lord will send him to you, or else draw you to him when you are spiritually ready." Master not only imparted this liberating knowledge to those who sought it, but also motivated those who knew nothing about it to love and study it in great depth. These days we know what Puja Patriji is doing in the same. He also says, when the student is ready, Master will go to him, and he goes all over the planet, even to the people in the ordinary remote places, and to teach Anapanasati meditation and inspire them towards spirituality. So this spiritual nourishment was made available to all age groups to suit their respective mental maturity, as is being done Patriji even today. The eternal law provides each one of us with circumstances in life and an occasion to enjoy or suffer strictly according to and in continuation of our past karma. Some people think that the prerogative of choosing a guru is ours. Think again. It is reality. It is the guru who chooses us. In Mahabharata, Yudhishthira says, contentment is the supreme virtue. It is not a simple state of mind that comes to us when things are going well. It is an attitude to be deliberately practiced and accepting the situation as it is. Yogananda says, I quote, health does not mean mere existence or clinging to the body. Keeping out of the hospital for a number of years is not health. To be able to resist disease, to bear strain and stimulate mental vitality, to feel the body as a luxury, as a bird feels when shooting through the air, and as a child does always, that is health. Now, as we honor the 100th anniversary of Yogananda's arrival in Boston and the birth of his world mission, we celebrate the change of consciousness that began in the 20th century and continues even today. In it lies one of our greatest hopes for the future, even during this global pandemic threatening the existence of all of humanity. In order to achieve success, Yogananda mission, you have to master the techniques of yoga that originated from Mahavatar Babaji. The techniques which were handed over down from the great Mahavatar Babaji to Lahiri Mahasaya were said to be the most effective form of meditation available in this present age. Working with the nadis, subtle energy channels, the pranayama technique would quicken the enlightenment. Paramahansa Yogananda was sent to the West by Babaji, being trained through Lahiri Mahasaya and Swami Sri Yukteswar, his gurus, with the liberating message of Kriya Yoga. So while you pray to Babaji, seek out those in Yogananda's name who act as his emissaries in the world in which he lived. Mahavatar Babaji. It was Babaji, whose name means revered father, who reintroduced the ancient science of Kriya Yoga, long forgotten after several thousands of years of ancient practices. Like the Anapanasati meditation is being introduced, popularized by Patriji today, though it was practiced 2000 years back, 500 years back by Lord Buddha. It so happens, in between for thousands of years, people forget such wonderful practices. Mahavatar Babaji is the first in our line of Kriya masters. Through a vision, he told Paramahansa Yogananda to share the teachings of Kriya Yoga in the West also. Babaji's mission in India has been to assist prophets in carrying out their special dispensations. He thus qualifies for the scriptural classification of Mahavatar, great avatar. He has stated that he gave yoga initiation to Adi Shankara, the ancient founder of the Swami order, and also to Kabir, famous medieval saint. Kriya Yoga, the scientific technique of God realization, Babaji told Yogananda ji, will ultimately spread in all lands and aid in harmonizing the nations through man's personal, transcendental perception of the infinite Father. His chief 19th century disciple was, as we know, Lahiri Mahasaya, revivalist of the last Kriya art. Babaji simply means revived father, as I told you earlier. Though the great spiritual master's birth, name, and date are still not definitely known, his subtle spiritual influence is felt throughout the world in many forms. It was he who reintroduced the ancient science of Kriya Yoga, which has been lost through the dark ages due to priestly secrecy and man's indifference, as Yogananda puts it. Mahavatar is the title given to Babaji as Supreme Avatar, as I told you earlier. Yogananda has written in Autobiography Yogi that the deathless avatar has resided for untold years in the remote Himalayan regions of India, revealing himself only rarely to a blessed few. It is Babaji who revived in this age the last scientific meditation technique. Yogananda was personally blessed by Mahavatar Babaji and also his descendants like Mahasaya and Swami Yukteswar. All the three are the Param Gurus in his spiritual lineage to carry out the mission of disseminating Kriya Yoga worldwide. In Paramahansa Yogananda's autobiography Yogi, many references are made to Mahavatar Babaji, the second coming of Christ. In his book, The Second Coming of Christ, Yogananda states that Jesus Christ went to India and conferred with Babaji. This should make Babaji at least 2000 years old. Some words about the magnum opus, Autobiography Yogi. In 1946, the great Indian master Yogananda published his famous autobiography Yogi. His book has sold over 1 million copies, has been named one of the top 100 spiritual books of the last century, has become the most widely read spiritual autobiography of all time. Just now we heard about from Patriji also how much he was inspired by reading Autobiography Yogi. Yogananda's story has inspired many millions of readers to seek God and divine joy within themselves. The challenges and accomplishments of great spiritual masters are detailed in this landmark book. It continues to be the go-to book for seekers, philosophers, and yoga enthusiasts, even today all over the world. The best-selling spiritual biography of all time, and is still, after more than 60 years, among the best-selling spiritual books in the world. I think after 74 years, actually. The book, available in dozens of languages, influenced celebrities and thought leaders, ranging from Steve Jobs to George Harrison. It's also believed to be the only book Steve Jobs carried in his pad and known to all the world. His last gift to friends and employees on his deathbed after his death was a copy of the book, which we consider as the most valuable gift. Yogananda was also a vocal supporter of Mahatma Gandhi. He lectured about him at Harvard, visited Gandhi's ashram in Wardha in 1935. He gave Gandhi, at his request, a lesson in Kriya Yoga, ancient meditation method he learned from his guru. Yogananda taught his students Hatha Yoga as a way to prepare the body and mind for meditation. He developed a system called energization exercises, which is to charge the body with the life current of the universe and keep the diseases from settling down. He encouraged his students to use their body as a living laboratory in which they could conduct experiments and observe results firsthand. Don't take my word for anything he says. Apply these techniques and find out for yourself. That is what Lord Buddha also told the disciples. What is the purpose of life? According to Yogananda ji, finding God is the purpose of life. I quote some of his thoughts. Many people say they may doubt that finding God is a purpose of life, but everyone can accept the idea that the purpose of life is to find happiness. He says, I say that God is happiness, He is bliss, He is love, He is joy that will never go away from your soul. So why should you not try to acquire that happiness? No one else can give it to you. You must cultivate it, cultivate it yourself. Even if life gave you at one time everything you wanted, wealth, power, friends, after a while you would again become dissatisfied and need something more. But there is one thing that can never become stale to you: joy itself. Happiness that is delightfully varied, though its essence is changelessness, is the inner experience everyone is seeking. Lasting, ever new joy is God. Finding this joy within, you will find it in everything without. In God, you will tap the reservoir of perennial unending bliss, he says. Yogananda says, the joy of God is boundless, unceasing, all the time new. Body, mind, nothing can disturb you when you are in that consciousness. Such is the grace and glory of the Lord. And He will explain to you whatever you have not been able to understand, everything you want to know. When you sit in the silence of deep meditation, joy bubbles up from within, roused by no outer stimulus. The joy of meditation is overwhelming. Those who have not gone into the silence of true meditation do not know what real joy is. That is what Patriji also has experienced and telling millions of followers around the world through his Ara Parasati meditation, a different version of the same again. As the mind and the feeling are directed towards, you begin to feel God's joy. The pleasures of the senses do not last, but the joy of God is everlasting. It is incomparable. Very few of us know, Yogananda says, how much we can put into life if we use it properly, wisely and economically. That is, economize our time. Lifetimes ebb away before we wake up. And that is why we do not realize the value of the immortal time God given us. He says, do not while away your time in idleness. A great many people occupy themselves with inconsequential activities. Ask them what they have been doing, and they will usually say, oh, I have been busy every minute. But they can scarcely remember what they were so busy about. Yogananda says the love of God, the love of the Spirit, is an all-consuming love. Once you have experienced it, it shall lead you on and on the eternal realms. That love will never be taken away from your heart. It shall burn there, and its fire you shall find the great magnetism of spirit that draws others unto you and attracts whatever you truly need or desire. Yogananda ji says, I have to conclude, I am telling, man has come on earth solely to learn the true God. He is here for no other reason. This is the true message of the Lord to all those who seek and love Him. He tells of that great life where there is no pain, no old age, no war, no death, only eternal assurance. In that life, nothing is destroyed. There is only ineffable happiness that will never grow stale, a happiness always new. Some words about the great institution Ananda. Ananda was founded in 1969 by Yogananda's direct disciple, Swami Kriyananda, who passed away in 2013. Swami Kriyananda's spiritual successor is Naya Swami Jyotish, who along with Naya Swami Devi serve as Ananda's spiritual director, spreading the message all over the world tirelessly. Ananda is a global spiritual movement based on the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, who showed how everyone can realize God in their daily lives as a tangible, loving reality. These are spiritual communities called as World Brotherhood Colonies to support people on the spiritual path from all walks of life. Here you can feel harmony and God's active presence in your life through ancient and effective techniques including meditation, Kriya Yoga, spirituality-oriented Hatha Yoga, community, and divine friendship. Kriya Yoga is a highly effective meditation technique that can be integrated into any meditation and prayer practice. Ananda helps people to achieve self-realization, a state of consciousness that comes through shedding all outward self-definitions. Ananda's communities and centers welcome all sincere seekers, regardless of race, religion, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, or disability. We are committed to providing an inclusive, welcoming environment for everyone to pursue their search for God. By personalizing his own quest for enlightenment, sharing his struggles along the path, Yogananda ji made yoga accessible to modern audience, attracting many followers and inspiring millions who practice the ancient tradition today. His Kriya Yoga teachings are widely practiced. Widely regarded as the father of yoga in the West, Yogananda devoted his life to the spread of knowledge about the techniques of yoga meditation, a foundation that has today catapulted into International Yoga Day. Yogananda Foundation has been doing enormous service in spirituality as well as social service all over the world. In Delhi alone, the Yogananda Foundation, headed by a charitable-minded lady, Pia Singh of DLF, taking care of thousands of neglected old widows in the sacred city Vrindavan. They have also provided food and essentials to hundreds of thousands of the migrant poor during the lockdown during the corona crisis. They also provide medical equipment and many other services now. Now, a few words about the Awake, award-winning documentary on the life of Yogananda. This documentary features interviews with the likes of George Harrison, lead guitarist of the Beatles, who says he wouldn't be alive if he had not read that book, Sitar Master Ravi Shankar, and the New Age spiritual guru Deepak Chopra. The film explains that yoga at its core is a meditative practice designed to expand one's consciousness. And thanks to the foundation Yogananda laid here, a century ago, modern American yogis have a rich tradition of spirituality available to them. Dee Floria, director of the now famous spiritual biographic film Awake, says, I quote, in Yogananda's teachings, he talks about reversing the searchlights of our senses, which are always pointed outwards toward the world around us. He teaches us to turn the searchlight back on ourselves to go within. When we do so, we gain access to a new realm of information, an intuitive realm that is the key to any creative process. She says, with this film, we hope to broaden the definition of what yoga means in the West beyond asana practice. It is about awakening to our true nature, to who we really are. Through Yogananda's story, the film invites us to remember and recognize the divinity or oneness, not only within ourselves, but within everyone and everything around us. The practice of yoga is an eightfold path, and meditation leads us to this experience of oneness. She continues, Yogananda broke down his teachings for us in volumes of step-by-step lessons of to live. They lead us to a fundamental truth. We are not the body. We are the ocean of consciousness, as he would say. Meditation is about remembering that and experiencing it over and over again. I think of a better way to live, the famous director of the film says. So the Swami Kriyananda is the most devoted disciple of Yogananda. I have seen many disciples who are devoted to the masters, but I have not seen devoted devotion of a disciple to a guru like Swami Kriyananda. He has shared with me many hours how much he is so much inspired by. He wrote 150 books and he wrote 400 poems. He's a great singer himself. But he says, whatever I have read, whatever I have spoken, is all inspired by my guru. Only his thoughts I am reflecting. He says, my life with Professor Yogananda, he says, in reality, the only account ever written by someone who lived with a master. That is a beautiful thing. The reader of Autobiography Yogi, I will conclude with this. He says, I am quoting him, the reader of Autobiography Yogi is likely, after finishing that inspiring book, wonder what it was like to live with his author. For Yogananda wrote much less about himself than about the great saints he had met. Though through his book is an autobiography, he manages to give the impression that he was only a humble devotee, seeking wisdom at the feet of those great saints. The truth is, however, that he was born already fully enlightened and was wiser than most of the saints about whom he wrote. In his last years, he told his disciple, Kriyananda, I quote Kriyananda, I went to those saints for guidance, but they kept looking for answers to me. Such evidently was his life role. It was similar in this respect to that of Arjuna. The already enlightened soul, he played the role of humble seeker of truth from Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. In this book, New Path, Yoga, directly in the Master's own words, it serves as a handbook for every truth seeker by addressing the common problems everyone faces on the spiritual path. Full of fascinating stories, humor, and insight, the New Path conveys high teachings and deep but simply stated truths with illustration of truth. As one reader explained, after reading this book, I felt as if I too had lived with Yogananda. Ladies and gentlemen, the great devotees, disciples of Patriji, the meditators of Anapanasati meditation, the enlightened masters, I can carry on and on now. I know that my time is up. So I quote him here, to spread a spirit of brotherhood among all people and to aid in establishing in many countries self-sustaining world brotherhood colonies for plain living and high thinking. That is what the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement also is doing with its 20,000 pyramids all over the world and thousands of devoted meditators. Patriji has created gurus, many gurus. I have seen, I have experienced the teachings of young masters like Shreyans Daga and Chandrasekhar and Dr. Newton. So ultimately, you will find when you go through all this, what is happening today when the PSSM movement is also carrying on the great spiritual teachings of Mahavatar Babaji, Brahmarshi Yoganandaji, Swami Kriyananda, and the worldwide Ananda movement today. Namaskar. Thank you very much.
Swamiji, thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji. I'm happy you are there.
I am here, Swamiji.
Oh, wonderful. You are always there with me.
I am here.
Yes.
In morning also I saw you. Briefly.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You are always such a great friend. Such a great master.
You have made me your friend long before I knew you. Thank you very much. Blessings. I know I've taken a little longer time, but it's a fascinating subject. When you speak about Mahavatar Babaji or Yoganandaji or Kriyanandaji, on your own movement, I don't know how the time passes.
Please continue to shower your blessings always like this, Swamiji.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are the only person whom I can report to.
Kaarthikeyan, sir.
Sorry, Swami? Swami was telling something.
You are the only person I can report to.
Thank you. Great service being rendered by PSSM and its great masters all over. I compliment Jairam and Pallavi for this initiative. And your wonderful children, amazing.
Swamiji, night 10 to 12, there's a 2 hours meditation, Swamiji. I want you to be there.
Yes, I'm there.
That will give me a lot of inspiration and strength, your presence.
No, I'm always inspired by listening to you, your meditation, your music, your humility more than anything else.
Rumba Nandi Swamiji.
Namaskaram, Andi.
Pranams to your
Dhanyavadalu.
Pranams to your lotus feet.
Oh.
Yes, Manda.
Sir, we are enjoying the conversation that you both are having. So, if you can privilege us with a few more minutes of your conversation.
Swamiji, okay. How is it?
That would be good.
No, I wonder how is it humanly possible? Of course, you have made it possible to read thousands and thousands of books, assimilate them. Amazing it is. And remember them. And the day, you remember the dates of what all happened in your beautiful life? This is
Swamiji, my books are my lifeline to truth. Every book. Autobiography of Yogi, when I purchased it at 8 rupees.
8 rupees. My
Yeah.
God, priceless.
Then I purchased about 500 books and distributed to people. Autobiography.
That shows your generosity and faith in spirituality.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure than giving a book to a person.
And spending off the salary.
Of course so. Of course so.
That's also tribute to your wonderful lady. She allowed you to do all that without objecting to it. No?
There's no other way.
That's how your spirituality is the whole family. All our masters.
Always 50-50. 50% of salary to at home, 50% for spirituality.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I would go every Sunday in the market with full bag and return with full bag of books to read for the next 1 week.
Nobody has done this. No other master has done this. So much of commitment, not only to yourself, you want to spread this message to the world. That's why I call you barefoot spiritual master, going everywhere, nook and corners, even to the villages, ordinary folk, inspiring them. That's how you are converted Ananta Pradesh. When I met you first time, 20 years back, you said Ananta Pradesh. I used to wonder, what is this gentleman talking? Then you said Jan Bharat. Now you are coming to Jan Jagat. I think it's happening. It was not only wishful thinking, it was your vision.
It is all Mahavatar Babaji's grace, Swamiji.
Yes.
Hold on to Mahatma. He is behind me.
I can understand that, yes.
He is the strength of me.
Amazing.
I am a part of him.
That's why I am very close to Swami Kriyananda. He treated me as a brother, like you are treating me as a brother. Very, very close. I find, the Ananda village is a wonderful place. I think the best, most beautiful place on the planet, I used to always say. From what they are doing, it's a different technique. So you are doing, ultimately, the purpose is the same. Spiritualizing the world. Amazing coincidence, similarity. That's why you equally get attracted.
Truth is the same for every person, Swamiji.
Yes. Ultimately, it is the same.
You go from the north side or south side or east side or west side, you enter the central point.
East or west, truth is the same.
Yes, Swamiji.
Thank you.
And you are the link to the east and the west.
One of your many links, thousands of links. Happy to be there. My own humble contribution.
You designed your life perfectly, Swamiji. And you did it. You executed your life perfectly.
Thank you, sir.
You are always at the right time, in the right moment, in the right place. ತುಂಬಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ. ತುಂಬಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
They are my meditation. What wonderful children.
Thank you, sir.
Blessings.
Thank you. In our lifetime, if we can achieve even a fraction of what you have done,
Where are you now speaking from? Where are you? Which city?
I'm in Fremont, sir. I live in Fremont, California.
California. Okay.
Yeah, Bay Area.
Great.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes.
As I was saying, I'm always amazed at the physical level. Spiritual level, there is no comparison at all. I think everyone has our own journeys to take. At the physical level, of course, while I was growing up in India during my college time, I have heard your name and I have seen your picture in newspapers, but I think this is the first time ever I have this opportunity to talk to you even on a screen. And I'm always amazed the amount of accomplishments that you had under the. I think we have a different system there. I think every country is different. Our system has a lot of complexities, and we have a lot of complexities in our own society also. What would you suggest to, I think, the kids, the generation that is growing in India now, and also, even though I'm half of, I think, my life probably, I'm in the mid 40s now, so but I still have a long life to lead and a long life to learn. So what would be your, reflecting your years of experience in public life and your personal life and your spiritual journey, what would be your message or best practices that you would probably, can you depart some wisdom to us?
See, first, by seeing the performance of your 3 beautiful young children, 5 and 6-year-old, both of you must be leading a wonderful spiritual life, ideal life. There's no way you can bring up children like this unless both of you are full of right values and attitudes. The culture, unfortunately, is missing in most of our homes. Not only Indians living abroad, even people here. See, they're all models, Another family in Washington, the other day, the children wanted to talk to me. So they came on the website, and 6-year-old and 8-year-old, they chanted slokas from Bhagavad Gita with perfect pronunciation. I really admire them. They said every day they're learning a sloka. They are followers of Ganapati Sachana Swami, another great singing Swami in Mysore. And he said within 11 months they have to by heart all the slokas, and there is a test. And they live in Washington. The children go to the Washington school. What values and culture you people are carrying? I tell you, many families in India, I'm telling you, you become ideal. I've been telling, you're all becoming idols because maybe you are following the PSSM movement. Fortunately, came into the influence of Patriji and others. This is the only thing. I'm only worried about the laws of values, what is happening here. And compassion, kindness, caring for each other. People are becoming more and more selfish here. Because all over it's happening. But people like Washington family, that is called Vishnu and Vaishnavi family, I call them. He's a journalist, used to be. And then you too, your wife's name?
Purna, sir. Purna.
Wonderful. You're all models, I'm telling because I want others to hear this. I'm going out of the way to praise you because wealth, power, all this will come and go. But the basic values, India is wealth, power, all this will come and go. But the basic values, India is even respected today all over the world. If you go to the Ananda village, I've been very closely with Swami Kriyananda. He had taken me to their ashram in America, in Italy, Assisi, and all that. They all carry what's called, Sanatana Dharma, values. They respect values, vegetarianism. How much of learning? You go to Berlin, it's Europe also. Swami, what name? Yoga. They have been celebrating International Day of Yoga from 2002. Yes, yoga masters. No, and they all call their yoga, saying Yoga Shoma. They know so much about yoga and all that. Once I won't tell you this much because we can't take away, but this is time. I feel I tell you, I didn't have the good fortune of learning all these things. Once, one of the greatest masters, Sri Ravi Shankarji, they got a yoga school. They got a yoga pathshala. Their first convocation of the yoga pathshala in ashram. They invited me to be a guest of honor. I said, no, how can I be there? What do I know about either Vedas or Sanskrit or something? No, I was told, no, Guruji is insisting. I go there, the greatest of Vedanta teachers, Dayananda Saraswati ji was the guest of honor, she blessed. And I had no choice because I was ordered to be there. I made a long thing. I quoted from Jawaharlal Nehru and others telling the day we forget our Vedas, our ancient languages, India will cease to be India. I said, I never had the good fortune. I said, you must. Wherever I go, I wrote a newsletter on value of Sanskrit. I'm telling you. I said, why? It's not only scientific. I wrote, if you send me an email, I'll send you one whole newsletter on. They were surprised to find a newsletter like this from me. If them, like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in the Constituent Assembly debate, he said, he's supposed to be an atheist, non-believer. He said, the day India goes away from Sanskrit, Vedas, it will cease to be Bharat. I quoted it in my speech before Swami Dayananda Saraswati and Ravi Shankar ji. I said, why are you on the defensive and promoting these cultures? I said, this is our core value, we are respected, India is respected. All over the world, you see so many Westerners coming here in various ashrams and all that to learn these things. People are respected not because of our population, or are not. It's because of our culture, our ancient culture, Vedas, Now, of course, it has gone all over the world as in the form of yoga. International Day of Yoga, as every country is practicing it now and all that. But yoga is just not yoga, Hatha yoga alone. But, Anapanasati meditation, along with breathing and meditation, that together forms yogas. See, all that is being now brought up, and then people are getting benefited now and all that. So I will only say that you are all fortunate people. Spread this message to others. Why should tell me? And Patriji got the benefit. He could have been happy with himself.
Right.
They don't need for him to give up his job and going from home, village to village, home to home. Because he said it's not enough. Mahavatar Babaji brought it back after thousands of years. Why? He said they should spread. Why should Paramahansa Yogananda have been, he had a lot of trouble also, not easy. Anyone who goes on to this, they face a lot of challenges, troubles. He got over all of that. I know Swami Kriyananda's own travails he has shared with me. But because they said it's not enough for me, what I learned must spread it to the world, because then that is the job of Guru. That is the job of spiritual master. There is a difference between ordinary people like me and telling I'm happy, and masters who want to spread it to the world, That is the difference. Because they want to spread it not only to them, to the family, as many as possible. In the poorest of the poor also, not only the well-to-do people, not only the educated people, even the ordinary people are folks on the streets. What transformation is brought about in Andhra Pradesh and many other places. I always claim one main reason why Naxalism went out of Andhra Pradesh is the spiritual teachings of the PSSM movement and all that. I have no hesitation in telling it before any gathering. So this is the only way of changing people. You will have more of meditation, more of transformation within. You will need for less laws, less police, less prisons and other things. We have seen now, only by spreading these messages, transforming the individuals,
Right.
You can create harmony between the body, mind, and soul of individuals. Such individuals form harmonious families. Such families only form harmonious, peaceful societies. Such societies can create a peaceful nation. And when all the nations become peaceful, caring for each other, harmonious, they know everybody can live peacefully. There is enough from this planet. Everybody, not enough even for one person's greed. Then this madness about weapons of mass destruction, creating all these viruses, all this will stop only when the dream of Patriji, I would call it a vision of creating, Dhyan Jagat is possible. To the extent possible, we'll all make little contribution. Okay? Thank you. I don't think we should take more time.
Absolutely. Phenomenal message. Thank you, Kaarthikeyan sir. It's really, we are very fortunate to have you today, and it's always a bliss watching you and Patri sir talking to each other. So
We love talking to each other.
Oh, absolutely, and we love watching it. Thank you again. Sir, Patri sir, with your permission, I will move on to the next topic. And let me introduce my co-host who will take this program forward from here. I welcome Charu, my co-anchor into this. She is the co-founder of Mad Buddhas and chief editor of Mad Buddha Publishing.
Oh, she's also there.
She is pursuing her PhD. Yeah, she is pursuing a PhD now in Indian philosophy, and she is a certified philosophical counselor. Charu, I'm booking my time with you. She has been meditating and is involved with PSSM activities for the last 4+ years, and she is in Delhi. So it's my pleasure to hand the baton over to you. Charu, take it away, please.
Thank you so much for those kind words, sir. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Welcome if you're joining in. Welcome back if you've been here since morning. Such power-packed sessions, and it's only been almost 2 hours. So we have a lot going on for us. We'll quickly move on to the next speaker. I'm really excited to introduce the next speaker to you. His name is Michael Trembath, and today he'll be talking about the simplicity of Babaji. So I'll tell a little bit about him. He's a uniquely qualified therapist with 27 years of clinical experience. He has trained in Europe, the USA, and India with some of the world's greatest healers, including Mahatma Gandhi's doctor, a Zen master, and the Ayurvedic physician for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. He practices in Sydney and regularly teaches in Austria, France, Switzerland, Belgium, India, and the USA. With 10 years of business experience before studying healing, Michael understands the demand and challenge of creating balance in the modern world. His sessions and classes are practical, powerful, and often life-changing. An exceptionally sensitive and compassionate therapist, Michael's touch is gentle yet penetrating, whether using subtle or extremely deep contact. His warm, welcoming style is supported by a BA in psychology, a BS in business, a diploma in therapeutic massage, a 2-year apprenticeship in osteopathy, and certificates in Samvahan, Zen therapy, trigger point anatomy, EFT, and Ayurveda. The specific techniques that Michael uses fall under the umbrella treatment of Samvahan, an ancient Indian modality. Samvahan, which means the vehicle which brings balance, is a vibrational technique and a perspective for living. Michael is the living master and steward of this tradition as passed on from his teacher, Dr. Ram K. Bhosle. Tens of thousands of clients and students have given Michael's work a depth of experience that can help you to find more of what you want in life. So I'm really excited to listen to what Michael sir has to say to us. Over to you, sir. Please, welcome. Welcome to this platform.
Namaste. Hari Om, Shri Mahavatar Babaji, Jai Gurudev. Happy Guru Poornima to all of you. I'm so delighted to be here. I welcome you wherever you are in the world, across India, across the United States. I'm seeing people joining in from all around Europe, and of course, across my home country here in Australia. I'm thrilled that you're here, and I welcome you with all my heart. I welcome you. And on this auspicious day, I want to offer my deepest gratitude to all of your teachers, to all of those who have brought you to the place that you are in right now. I thank them. I also want to offer deep gratitude and honoring to the teachers in my tradition, and I'll be talking a little bit about them as we go ahead today. And I also want to just say thank you for inviting me. The program today has been beautiful. Every aspect is running flawlessly, so it's a real credit to your organization. Thank you very much, Charu, for the lovely introduction. In 1942, Mahatma Gandhiji gave a speech in Mumbai, in Bombay at that time, that was the Quit India speech, the do or die speech. And one of his young devotees was a Marathi osteopath whose name was Dr. Ram Bosley. And he was still in his early 20s, but he'd trained in Europe. And when he came back, he was very fortunately introduced to Mahatma Gandhi, and he followed him everywhere and treated him whenever he could. And he heard the do or die speech and he thought, that's it. I'm a warrior caste. And even though I'm a doctor, I'm going to be a part of the freedom fighters and I'm going to fight for India. And like many of the young men of that generation, he misunderstood Gandhiji's words. And when he heard do or die, he thought that meant to incite violence. And of course, that wasn't at all what Gandhiji had in mind. But Dr. Bose did become a guerrilla, became involved in some of the violent activities, and in fact, was responsible for the death of a police officer in Maharashtra. And this, of course, infuriated the British and the police, and they came after him. They put a warrant on his head, and Dr. Bose had to flee Bombay and run. And after many, many, many adventures in crossing north through India and finding his way into the Himalayas, he climbed up high and found a cave. And it was cold. And so he went into the cave to get out of the cold and was startled because sitting in the cave was a young man about his age. He had long hair, but they looked a little similar. And Dr. Bose didn't know what to do. He started to run, but the man said, stop. And he touched a piece of wood, and the wood caught on fire. And he built a fire for the young man to warm himself. And Dr. Bose looked at the fire and looked at the young man, and he wasn't sure what to think. And the young man introduced himself, and it was indeed Mahavatar Babaji. And Dr. Bose was able to spend the next 6 years of his life in the Himalayas with Mahavatar Babaji, and they had many, many adventures. And as Dr. Bose was my teacher, it's my duty to share some of those stories with you. When Dr. Bose described the meeting with Babaji, I'd like to read that to you. He said, I kept climbing to get away from all the people. After many weeks, I came to a cave and it was freezing, so I went inside. It was dry and warm, and I sat on the floor to rest. And when my eyes could see, I got a shock. A man was sitting there not far from me. I jumped up to run, but he held his hand. He touched a piece of wood and it caught fire. I could see no threat, so I sat down. I kept looking at the burning wood and then at the man. He was young, similar to me, but his hair was long. He wore nothing but a lungi. His face was soft, and his eyes, Michael, were like black sky with stars. I've never seen anyone like him. He spoke in a soft voice and just said, Kana, food. We were in a cave in the Himalayas, you see, and nothing was growing there for miles, but he offered me food. I was hungry. I'd been climbing. I hadn't eaten. So I said yes. And on the floor in front of me, he manifested bowls of food from nothing. I sat on the stone floor and there was hot food. He was like that, Michael. He could make fire or food whenever I needed it. I stayed with him and he taught me. And although Dr. Bose was a devotee of Mahatma Gandhi, he was not a spiritual man. Dr. Ram Bose was orphaned as a child. His father was a general in the British Army, but he passed away when Dr. Bose was 5. And earlier, he'd lost his mother, a brother, and a sister. So he was all alone. He was taken in by an uncle who treated him cruelly, and he decided to run away. So Dr. Ram Bose, as a little boy, was an orphan with absolute no one to help him. So he ran all the way from Nasik to a little village outside of Bombay called Bhiwandi. And he lived in Bhiwandi for a few years, and he lived in Kalyan. And he wanted to study to become a doctor. And through the blessings of the Saint Nityananda of Ganesh Puri, Dr. Bose was able to get a job in a hospital in Mumbai and to save money so that he could make passage to Europe, where he then studied chiropractic and physiotherapy and osteopathy, and he returned to India. But shortly after returning from India, Dr. Bose had the terrible experience that the woman he loved, the great love of his young life, committed suicide. And in his depression, Dr. Bose became an alcoholic, and an opium addict. And so when he arrived in the Himalayas to meet the great Saint Babaji, Dr. Bosie was not interested in spirituality. And in fact, what he said was, in talking about Babaji, he said, Michael, he was so patient with me. I was arrogant and stupid. He asked me one day if I wanted food, and I said I'd rather have whiskey and cigarettes. I was so foolish. He made them for me. I asked for opium and pan, and he held out his hands full of drugs. Why do you want this, Ram? He asked me. Meditation can give you more. Go to hell, I would say to him. God took my family from me. He took my love. God is an idiot. I don't want to meditate. I don't want to meet God. I want opium. He let me smoke and drink for days and weeks. That's how foolish I was, said Dr. Bosley. I was blind. I was very fortunate myself to meet Dr. Bosley in 1995. I traveled to India for the first time in 1994 because I was trying to meditate. I'd studied with a Zen master. I wasn't happy with my progress. I was deeply depressed, and I thought meditation could be my medicine. And indeed, that's what it's become. In traveling around India, I came to a temple in the village of Alandi outside of Pune, where there's a great temple to the Saint Nyaneshwar Maharaj. And in that temple, I befriended a family who were patients of Dr. Bosley. And when they heard that I'd been studying psychology and massage in the United States, they invited me to come to meet Dr. Bosley. So of course I went. When I arrived, I sat on the floor and I felt a bit startled to be in front of such a luminous Indian patriot and a great doctor. And I put my hands up and said, how can I serve you, Dr. Bosley? I want to get you a cup of tea, or can I massage your feet, or can I clean the clinic? And he grabbed my hands and he looked at them and he said, no, you're my student. You're here to study. And that was it for me. For the next 2 years, I spent time with Dr. Bosley in his home on Malabar Hill in Mumbai, and did my best to learn what he had to say about his healing tradition and his spiritual tradition. And that's what we're going to be sharing about today. One of the most important things that Dr. Bosley shared with me about his experiences with Babaji and also his experiences in life is that everything that they did, both he and Babaji, they saw as science. We call it yoga, or we call it mysticism, but they were scientists. Dr. Bosley was a doctor. Babaji was wise beyond all count, and they considered themselves to be scientists. And the science that they studied was the science of vibration. This is how Dr. Bosley put it. Yoga is the science of the body, mind, and spirit. It's not magic, it's science. The great yogis can fly or move wherever they want. Babaji would take me places in an instant. We would be standing on one mountain, and the next moment we'd be on another mountain. Finally, I gave in to him. I fell at his feet, Dr. Bosley said. I told him, I cannot continue to see miracle after miracle and not surrender to God. He gave up his vices, no more alcohol, cigarettes, or opium. He stopped and gave his life to the service of God. And Babaji was pleased with this. Babaji said to Dr. Bosley, what do you want, Ram? I can give you anything. And Dr. Bosley's reply was nothing. My hands are strong and I can make what I want in the world. I fold my hands to you. And over the next almost 60 years, they continued to meet regularly. So he was with Dr. Bosley, was in the Himalayas with Babaji for about 6 years, and they continued to have regular darshan all the way up until 2005, when Dr. Bosley passed away. So it was a remarkable relationship. And they were, they behaved always like young rascals. Dr. Babaji, while he was aging and Babaji was not aging, they still thought of themselves as being in their young 20s. And so there was a lot of teasing and playfulness between them. And often Dr. Babaji would talk about how on the full moon or the new moon that he would get a message from Babaji and that they would meet together for darshan, and that the entire night they would spend making fun of each other and teasing each other. So they had a very, very sweet relationship. What Dr. Babaji says about his time in the Himalayas is this. He was studying the science of vibration. And much of the science had to do with health and the purification of the body. So Dr. Babaji said, Babaji took me places in the Himalayas. Sometimes we would meet other sadhus. Sometimes he'd show me a healing plant or a flower. We'd cut a flower and tie it to a copper wire and then wrap the entire wire around a stick. When we touched the flower to the skin, a vibration would travel through the flower and create healing. It was one way we used for purifying and cleansing the body. Sometimes, Dr. Babaji said, Babaji would test me or show me some ritual to see if I was strong. Once he told me to sit still for 80 hours so that he could do the ritual Ashtang, 8 parts. He said, if you can't sit still without moving for 80 hours, you must go. And I stayed to watch. He slowly used yoga to take his body into 8 pieces, head separate, arms separate, legs separate, chest separate. It was a very high yoga. And when all his body was cleansed, he put himself back together. After 80 hours, it was finished. And of course, as a young man, when I heard this 25 years ago, I said, Dr. Babaji, I can't believe that. I can't believe someone can take themselves apart like that. How did he do it? And Dr. Babaji, knowing that I wasn't ready to understand that yoga, said, Michael, he did it very well. And that was the end of the description for me. What the science was that I'd like to share with you a little bit today, that they were studying together, these 2 great men, Dr. Ram Bosley and his guru, Mahavatar Babaji, is the science of frequency. And they simply viewed everything in life, everything in the world as the movement of frequency, the movement of vibrations. So Dr. Babaji would describe it in this way. My teacher, Babaji, was a scientist, and I am also a scientist. Meditation is a result of energy moving through the body in the correct way, nothing else. When you follow this science, it's natural. The flow of vibrations goes down through the body, and when it's strong enough, a second flow comes up from the floor of the pelvis. It fills the pelvis and the kundalini rises through the spine. When you put your attention on the downflow, the kundalini naturally rises. Everything is a vibration, nada Brahma. No vibration is greater than another. No mountain is greater than another. No being is greater than another. All things are made of the same pure vibration. I breathe this vibration and it is my food. I walk this vibration and it is my earth. It is my heaven. When you touch this vibration, you touch the divine. These are the teachings of Babaji. The vibration is not me. The vibration is not some mountain. The vibration is not some saint. The vibration is the divine. You can touch it on the mountain. You can touch it with a saint. You can touch it in your own self when you reach for it in that place. When your focus goes there, inside, your soul knows it. When you find that place where your soul is not different from your breath, and your breath is not different from the mountain, and the mountain is not different from your God, then you are filled with the vibration of the divine. Babaji told Dr. Babaji, your Sahasrara chakra at the top of your head holds you to the divine. It's like a funnel that lets all of consciousness flow into you. And the Muladhara chakra at the floor of the pelvis holds you to the earth. Between these, every vibration is alive in you. And how could you be separate from these? When you connect with these vibrations that are true and alive in your Muladhara chakra, you begin to vibrate as the earth with the divine. There is no separation. What pretense is there that these things are separate? They are not. The drop is not separate from the sea. The leaf is not separate from the tree. The blood is not separate from the body. The vibration is not separate from any of these. Samvahan is that which carries these things together and brings balance to all things. So Dr. Bosley was working as a massage doctor in Mumbai before coming to the Himalayas, and he was inspired by the goddesses in the temple of Vajeshwari, which is about an hour outside of Mumbai, to use vibrations in his healing. He had studied in Europe, and he knew how to move bones, and he knew how to create pressure. But in trying to learn an Indian technique, he was praying in the temple of Vajeshwari, and the goddesses there inspired him to begin to play with vibrational movement to help others to heal themselves. And so Dr. Bosley was experimenting with these vibrations, and when he did, he called it vibro massage. And he was really proud of it. He thought that he discovered something completely new, something really fantastic. So when he arrived in the Himalayas, he wanted to talk about it, to show it. This is how he describes that meeting with Babaji when he did this. One day, Babaji said, "Ram, what is your work?" And at that time, Dr. Bosley said, I was boastful. "I'm a doctor of massage," he said. "I've invented vibro massage." "Show it to me," Babaji said to him. And Dr. Bosley went to him and began the massage. He said, "I was happy to show him. I thought I was a genius to discover vibro massage." Dr. Bosley said, "When I touched him, he sat very still. I massaged him. His body was not like other bodies. He felt like a mountain, but a mountain full of waves. Every part of him was vibrating like light on the ocean. It startled me, but I kept working. I thought he would be impressed, like Gandhi was and Nehru were. But after a few minutes, he stopped me. Babaji held up his hand and said, "Stop. That is not vibro massage. That is samvahan, the vehicle of balance. And we've been practicing it here in the Himalayas for over 2,000 years. Let me show you how to do it properly." Dr. Bosley said, "He was so powerful, Michael, that I did listen to him. He showed me how the vibrations move in the body and how the hand can bring vibrations from the earth and spirit to move the vibration in the body. Michael, I was clever, but I was also foolish," Dr. Bosley said. "He touched me and I felt the vibration go through me. He worked with me to help me feel the vibration of the body, and his blessings and guidance give me the feelings. I was vibrating with my hand," said Dr. Bosley. "Babaji showed me how to vibrate with the earth and the Muladhara. He showed me how the nerves vibrate. He showed me the rhythms of the organs. I knew anatomy from my studies in Europe. I knew how to move muscles and bones, but this soft touch with music and rhythm was even stronger, and I preferred it." And this is the technique that Dr. Bosley showed to me in the 90s in India, and it's been my work to practice it around the world and have a clinic in Sydney and to teach this as well. The principles of Samvahan are actually very, very simple, and I want to mention them just briefly because they're relevant to everything that we do. These are them. Everything vibrates. Vibrations move toward harmony. And when the vibrations of the body are in harmony with the vibrations of the universe, there is health. It's that simple. Healing is a choice we all have. It is the internal circulation of vibrations, the vibrations of love. The healing requires a release of whatever is standing in the way of the vibration of love. The job of a healer is to assist the patient to heal themselves by becoming attuned and at one with the harmonic vibrations of the universe. Now, what's fascinating is that these principles apply not only to serving as a facilitator or support when someone's healing themselves, but they are also principles that apply to every aspect of life. And Babaji called this Samvahan Vidya, the way of seeing the world as vibration. It really means to experience life and everything around you as a flow, as a current, as the movement of vibration. This includes your own inner state, how you communicate with others, how you parent. It includes how you worship and how you work. It includes how you serve others, how you serve the relationships you're in, and how you serve the divine. And if your perspective is that I am a field of vibrations, and these vibrations are moving through me all the time, and you want to interact with any aspect of the outside world, whether that's your children or your parents or your spouse or your colleagues at work or whoever it might be, and you understand that your vibrations interact with their vibrations, then the question becomes, what can I do with my state? How can I interact with the vibrations within me, the frequencies within me, so that my state changes, and therefore when I interact, I'm having the most favorable interaction with whoever it is that I'm meeting with. When I'm offering service, when I'm offering seva, when I'm offering support, or when I'm at work and I'm doing tasks and I have requirements that I'm having filled, can I approach that as a vibrational field that I'm managing myself, that I'm changing myself through my focus and through my intention, so that my state has the best possible influence, not only on me, but on everyone that I interact with. Dr. Bosley said that Babaji taught him this. Babaji said to me, said Dr. Bosley, love is the vibration inside us. When we meditate, when we heal, love is rising. When we meet others in harmony, in satsang, without resistance, the love vibration expands within us and connects us to all things. When we do not resist it, there is peace, there is bliss. When we resist it, there is pain, there is sorrow, and there is suffering. Suffering is the resistance to what is. When a saint is in pain, in sadness, there is no resistance, there's no suffering. The West has learned to demand that life appear on its own terms, and I think this is fairly universal around the world. That each man and woman, each child thinks life should arrive the way they want it to. Babaji said to Dr. Bosley, life appears as it is. Love and consciousness arrive on their own terms, with their own flow. Consciousness is neither evil nor is it good. Consciousness is movement. It is expanding and contracting vibrations from what is infinitely small to what is infinitely vast. And in this movement, all things arise. And so healing in the Samvahan tradition and in what Babaji and Dr. Bosley were communicating about is an act of love. It's an act of self-love. It's that time in our lives, and hopefully it happens a lot, that we can find enough love for ourselves to allow the release of whatever resisting, to allow the release of whatever stands in the way of the vibrational patterns that are harmonic from the universe. And in that release, there is a self-love that allows the healing to pass through us. And when I work in my clinic every day in Sydney, or when I'm working around the world, the great honor that I experience whenever I'm with someone is that there are moments that happen where people settle and they move into a state where they're both releasing and receptive. And in that moment, they are loving themselves. They are saying, I value myself. I have enough worth, one, to let go of what's passing through me, and two, to be receptive, to receive whatever it is that I need from the universe, from the divine. And that's the state of healing. And as someone who works to support this all the time, all I ever think is, how can I create an environment? How can I, with my state and my touch and the music in the room and the vibes that I create in the room, how can we create an environment where this person can love themselves enough to heal? Dr. Bosley, again, speaking about Mahavatar Babaji, told me this: all love is a reflection of divine love. Babaji said to me, there is love in me as vibration. I let that flow, and you may feel it. It is calling to the love that is inside you. When you love another person, you are calling to the love in them from the love that is in you. You see that person and think, I love them. You are seeing your own love in them. You are feeling the vibration in them that sings with your own vibration of love. It is a good feeling, but it's not because of the other person. It's because you are feeling your love. When there is harmony between two people, they feel this. They let the love inside them flow, and both will experience love. When a person goes away from you, you think the love is gone. You look for that love in other things, or you hide from the pain of losing that person. But you never lose the love. The love is within you. It is more beautiful and more powerful than every other thing in the universe, because it is the source of the universe. Aum is love. Stars are love. You are love. There is nothing else but love. Again, this is Dr. Bosley speaking to me. Babaji told me about Sambhahan Michael. He said to me, healing through vibration is the beginning of all healing. It is the connection to nature and the divine. Each person who feels it will know the vibration that is in all of us. This is the service. There is no separation in vibration. What travels through me travels through every other person. And this is Sambhahan Vidya. Dr. Bosley described Babaji as the master of masters. He said, Babaji said, you may call it healing when someone becomes well. It is only the realization of what is true. We are balanced by the flow of love. It is our nature. We are all this vibration. Feel the vibration and bring that love to those you touch. Healing is not different from living. Healing is not different from loving. You become obsessed with resistance. You become connected to the delusion of things that are more important in your life and the world around you. As long as you are more attached to the things that are around you than you are to the things that are within you, you will be in resistance to the natural flow of love through you. Dr. Bosley explained this. He said, Babaji once said to me, Ram, you're a doctor. You have success, but you do not have peace inside you. You do not have the strength of love inside you. You think you've been hurt. You think your life is hard, but you don't see the love that is in you. Love is the vibration that fills you. What I am is love, and what you are is love. Consciousness is the flow of love. It is a living movement. When you don't see it, you feel with pain. When you let the love inside you move, it will carry out the pain. It will remove the pressure that makes you suffer. The love inside is more real than any pain or suffering. The love is not from outside. It is from inside. Also, the pain is not from outside. It is from inside. Dr. Babaji explained, when I met Mahavatar Babaji in the Himalayas, he saw my pain. He said to me, Ram, you sit here in your sadness, running for your life, condemning the God who is making you. What do you think you're running from? You're not running from the British. You're running from yourself. You are running from your own pain. Babaji was kind, but also strong, said Dr. Babaji. There is nowhere to run from yourself, said Babaji. Meet yourself here in this place. In this moment, meet who you are. That's the calling. Meet the vibration of what you are made of and know that the pain is not you. It is not real. Pain passes through you. The pain is a twig in the ocean of consciousness that is flowing around you. The twig passes around you. Only when you grab the twig does it stab you. Let the twig move and there is no pain. Move in this ocean of consciousness as the fish move in the sea, and no twig will harm you. No pain will harm you. What brushes against you will pass you by. Dr. Babaji explained that Babaji told him, when you become more connected to the life within you, you find the love within you. You run from your inner world because it is painful. You have found some darkness there, and you believe that the blackness in the world is not as dark as the blackness within you. Babaji said, I can tell you that the darkness within you is not as great as the light within you. The shadow is not as strong as the love. You will find love when you reach inside. It is in your heart and it is in every cell. Every cell is a galaxy of love within you. When you perceive yourself as a collection of divine vibrations, your healing is complete. Healing is not a question of perfection in the physical body. Healing is oneness with the divine, a recognition in your union between you and all things. This aspect of healing is what I hope all of us can reach for, the sense that inside each and every one of us, there is an unbelievable light, an unbelievable love. And that when we find that inside through meditation, that love, that light begins to sparkle through us and bring us into the harmony that carries us through our health situations and our family situations and our work situations. And whatever it is that the world is presenting slides by us and through us without creating the interference that most of us experience on a daily basis. Now, one of the things I enjoyed most about hearing about Babaji from Dr. Bosley is that he was frequently tested, as we all get tested in life, and that it was often humorous. Dr. Bosley explained one situation where he was with Mahavatar Babaji and several other devotees, and Babaji found two things on the path in the Himalayas where they were walking. He found a human skull, and he found scat, a pile of animal feces. And Babaji took the human skull and collected on it the feces, and he held it out to his devotees and he said, I want you to taste this. And none of them would. And he held it to each one of them. And finally, he held it to Dr. Ram Bosley. And Dr. Bosley, trusting his guru, even though he knew he might be teasing him, had the faith to lean forward and put his tongue right inside. And he said, as he touched it, it was transformed into the most beautiful food he'd ever eaten. So Babaji tested his trust and tested his faith. He also talked about, Dr. Bosley also talked about a time when they were in the cave, and Dr. Bosley felt like he was very, very hungry. His stomach was growling. And he said to me that Babaji said, well, go outside the cave, get some milk. And Dr. Bosley said, yeah, we're in the Himalayas. I don't know where to find a goat. I don't know where to find a cow. There's no milk. And Babaji said, go, look. And when he looked outside, on a rock outside the cave was a jug of warm, fresh milk. Babaji had manifested this for Dr. Bosley to prove to him that whatever vibration you want to create, when you are pure in vibration yourself, you can manifest the vibration of what it is that you most want. My relationship with Babaji was not so playful. I experienced Babaji as quite intense, but it's a remarkable honor in my life that the presence of Babaji guides me. And when I am in my clinic working with patients, and when I'm in my classes, whether I'm teaching healing work or meditation work, or wherever it is that I am in the world, this presence of Babaji will enter the room and serve as a guide. And it's a profound and different experience than any other presence that I know. In fact, I often experience it first where there's kind of a movement of alpine air, and the air becomes kind of crisp and cold, as if we were in the Himalayas. And then there's a purity and unbelievable clarity as the presence of Babaji sits and guides and leads people into their healing process or into their meditation process. And I think when we talk about the simplicity of Babaji, he used to sit with Dr. Bosley and laugh and simply go into meditation. And the idea was, if you find these vibrations within you and you focus on these vibrations within you, that's that. You're in meditation when you feel this natural flow of divine vibrations that pass through us. And you know that this is happening all the time. You know that we're made of divine vibrations and that they move. That's the thing about vibrations. They never stop, so they keep traveling. And when you pay attention to the movement of those vibrations, your meditation arises spontaneously. It carries you. You become a part of this flow. And it's greatly assisted when you realize that you are always interacting with the earth that we sit on, whether you're sitting in the Himalayas, or you're sitting in Delhi, or you're sitting in Fremont, California, or in Neuchâtel, Switzerland, or in Alice Springs, Australia. Wherever you sit, you are connected to the earth, and there is a transfer of vibration between you and the earth. And this is an incredibly strong transfer. And this is what gives us the grounding that allows our bodies to hold the flow of vibration. And it's the focus on that flow that takes us into the sense of oneness with the infinite. I wanted to just finish with a couple of phrases. In working with Babaji over the last 25 years, it's incredibly humbling and moving each and every time. And I'm touched whenever someone comes into my clinic or into my classes and they have an awareness that there's this beautiful, this great presence in the room. When we look inside, we can not only go into meditation and to personal growth, but that's where our healing happens. And one of the communications that I'd like to share with you is this. Babaji said, "Truth is simple. You are the truth. You are the light you seek. You look to Babaji for truth, and Babaji can only show you that you are the light you seek. Complicated practices bring distraction and outward focus. When you recognize yourself as the light, then you are one with Babaji, one with the divine. There is an orb of light pulsing through the whole universe. In that orb of light is the simplicity of the divine. You may call it truth, you may call it love, you may call it divine light. In that orb, there is no separation. There's no pilgrimage to take, nowhere to go. This orb is inside you also. The only practice is to find this light inside you. Your mental mind, merged with this light, is the channel for truth, for divine understanding and divine projection. When you enter this light, you are immediately and intimately at one with all truth, with all beings of truth. We all share this together. If you want to reach Babaji, the divine, reach into you, to that part of you that is unrestricted, open, free to accept the light within you. The divine is in all things, including you. Within your body, this is so important, within your body are millions of strings of light, the particles of the divine light, like peptides within the cells themselves. This light is as brilliant as starlight. When you see Babaji, you see this light. When you see yourself, you also see this light. This light is awakened after lifetimes of practices. The simple practice of meditation brings this light to life. It is leaving the limits of your mental mind, your personality, and your ego behind and becoming one with the infinite. Sit in the presence of this light within you, and you are sitting with Babaji. Be a part of the light. Be a part of the truth. To fulfill your dharma, be the light. To live your dharma, be only this light, this truth. Babaji said, you are a concentration of divine consciousness. You are a concentration of divine vibrations. It flows through you like a million stars. Truth is truly like a star inside you, immeasurably radiant. Your Sahaswara, the chakra at the crown of your head, is a funnel through which the radiance of the whole universe enters you. Have no filter, have no interpretation, have no judgment, have no resistance, have only receptivity, the receptivity to what you are. Your body is an earthly mechanism, a density of vibration that is here only to hold the universe of consciousness. The starlight in every cell of your body, in every atom, merges with the light of the universe. Yata Brahmande Tata Pinde. Every vibration, every light in the universe is already within you. You need only allow yourself to see and feel what you are. Imagine inside you is a kund, a pot. And the kund is filled with stars, with starlight. Travel into yourself, into the starlight within your true self, and illuminate every true aspect of you. In this way, you fill with divine light and radiate that same light to others. In this place, there is only light. There is no time for Maya, distraction, or delusion. This place is beyond your mind and your personality. It's beyond ego and desire. It is accessed only through receptivity, allowing yourself to see what you are. The purity of mental endeavor and thought can only be revealed from within, as the starlight within you radiates out. Otherwise, the effort of your mind is a manipulation to control and narrow the universe to precepts that are to your own advantage. So when we use our mental mind to control and manipulate and manage the world, and we're working out of the prefrontal cortex of our brain, we're actually creating a limit to the amount of consciousness that flows through us. And when we let the light that's within us illuminate our mind, this is not the case. When we let the light within us illuminate our mind, then we become a vehicle for truth. We become a vehicle for healing, and our sensation of life, our experience of life becomes one of flowing vibration, the meeting of vibration. So, of course, when we're having satsang or we're attending a conference like this, and there's beautiful experiences and you're listening to lovely programs from people, we have that sense that, oh, these are great vibrations, I'll let them in and I'll enjoy them. It's so important to know that as a vibrational field, all vibrations interact with you. The news you watch vibrates within you. The people you associate with vibrate within you. The food you eat vibrates within you. The way you interact with your children, the way you interact with your work colleagues vibrates within you. And these things can all have an impact. And so we have to, as a vibrational field, allow all the vibrations, those beautiful ones. So when we're blessed by Swamiji and we're celebrating Guru Poornima, and we feel the beautiful vibrations, those too pass through our energy field. We allow all the vibrations to pass through us. And so what happens as we allow them to pass through us, those vibrations we adore and love, and those vibrations that we find difficult, they move in such a way that the stream of consciousness moving through us is like a waterfall, is like an endless river, like the Ganges. And she's flowing and flowing and flowing. And from that movement of consciousness, your own state becomes strengthened. And you're able to choose from that state where the flow of consciousness is strong, where you put your focus into things that serve you and serve your community and serve your family and serve the divine. When we're not allowing all things to pass through us as a part of the flow of consciousness, the filters of our minds and our egos and our personalities and our desires begin to cause these restrictions, as if narrowing the funnel, narrowing the channel through which divine consciousness is moving through us. And that narrows the choices we can make for how we interact with the world. So to have greater choice in how you experience the world, greater choice in how you react to your children, to your boss, to your employees, to your guru. To have that choice, have a broad field of consciousness moving through you. These are the teachings that Dr. Ram Bosley has shared with me, and that I'm honored to be able to share with you and with others. Without the grace of Mahavatar Babaji, this would never have come to Dr. Ram Bosley, nor would it have come to me. In this day and every day, I sit humbly before my puja and pranam and offer my gratitude for the teachings and for the understanding and the sensation that life is the flow of divine vibrations, and every aspect of us can interact with the world and with the divine as vibration. So at some point today or tomorrow, I invite you to feel yourself as vibration and to feel Mahavatar Babaji or any guru that you have as vibration, and to let those two vibrational fields move together and synchronize and harmonize and become one. And two vibrational fields becoming one creates a state that is infinite and as joyous and as inspiring and as educational as anything we can experience on this earth. That's my wish for you on this Guru Poornima. I'm so grateful that you've taken the time to join me here today. I'm grateful to Guruji, and I'm grateful to all the hosts of the program. Thank you again for having me. I hope to be in India next September. I'm going to be teaching a class on Sambhavan Vidya at a little ashram in Kopali, which is near Pune, at the ashram of Gagangiri Maharaj. And I'd be delighted to talk with any of you about it in the future. I'm sure there'll be contact information available. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Swamiji. Wonderful to hear all the experiences of your Guruji with Mahavatar Babaji.
Thank you.
Is there any book about all those experiences?
There is. It's not yet published. It's written, and I'm working to find the right publisher for it now.
You must do it very immediately so that we are all benefited by it.
That's my hope, yes.
Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of the whole of PSSM worldwide.
I thank you, Guruji. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your simplicity, humility, and grace. Storytelling has been an art form that humanity has explored for millennia. And today you stood true to that tradition, and you engaged us in these stories and experiences from your own life. And then you let those moments of insight shine through them, which has graced all of us here today. So we thank you from the bottom of our heart for being present here, for engaging us in this wonderful manner, and for charging us all up with the energies of Babaji. Thank you so much for your presence, sir.
My great honor. Thank you.
With that, dear friends, we move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Sunyogi Umashankar ji. He's an enlightened master who received the method of Sun Yoga from Mahavatar Babaji during a walking meditation. He travels the world spreading the knowledge of Sun Yoga and its message of universal peace to all. He was initiated into Kriya Yoga after completing his electrical engineering, and he spent his time in Pondicherry developing his method. In December 2007, Mahavatar Babaji came to meet Sunyogi ji in his physical form while Sunyogi ji was performing a walking meditation. Babaji's highlight gave him the solution to create a better future for humanity and for all beings in the universe. He has traveled far and wide across the world to help thousands of people increase their awareness, help them achieve self-realization, and set them on a mission to bring peace to the universe. These are the seeds he has sown for our future balanced and the peaceful universe. Welcome, Umashankar ji.
Namaste, namaste. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar, Swamiji.
Namaskar, namaskar, Brahmarshi Patriji. Very, very great occasion. Today is a Shubha Guru Poornima. Thank you very much to inviting me. And wish everybody's great success.
After so many days, I am seeing you again, Swamiji.
Yes, we. So many years after we are seeing each other. Yes, nice to meet you.
We are waiting for you, Swamiji.
Yes, we are. Thank you. So, do you want to ask something, or what I will share?
Please start, Swamiji.
Okay. Namaste. My dear brothers and sisters of the universe, It's a great fortune. And today is very important day. Holy Guru Poornima day. And we get chance to meet the great souls all over the world together to sharing each other's some experience. So today they request me to the sharing about the Babaji's experience. Am I right?
Yes, Swamiji.
This is very nice and a very good occasion for me, and it is a great pleasure to me. I'm so lucky person. I got the physical darshan twice in Himalayas. Babaji was appeared through the light. It was 2007, month of December. I was alone. So I will show you, I will bring you to the place where I was in Himalayas. Can I share my slide? So my humble pranam to the lotus feet of the Mahavatar Babaji, great saint, whose knowledge I would able to share to somebody's. It is by His Holiness. It was 2007, and I was the Tapovan, 4,700 meters high altitude, and winter temperature was minus 45 degrees centigrade. I was so lucky person. I got a chance to stay alone, and I was walking. Doing the walking meditation, it was the winter December. Sun was setting down right side on the mountain top. And I was doing the walking meditation. Suddenly I saw from the left side, one sun ball is coming down. Then I was so happy one side, another side I was so astonished. How sun could come down? I was confused. Did I walking 12 hours? Because sunset and sunrise time in between 12 hours, sometime through our meditation, we beyond the time, then we may not be counting our time in our life. So I was little bit surprised. Then I was felt, if sun is rising up, it should go up on the sky. How do it can come down from the top of the mountain, Bhagirathi top? Then I was inside sometime weeping. Oh, I do love to the sun from my top of the bottom of the heart. Maybe it is too much. That's why sun is coming down to breaking the natural law, coming down to me. Then I do feel, no, it was not right. I should not give this much love to break the cosmic law. But it is coming down, so I could not stop it. Then suddenly what was happened? That light was came, and we can see the behind this mountain. This is the sibling mountain behind. And that light went to there. And it started very much moving, means shaking. And after that, on the light inside, Babaji was appeared from Anahata Chakra to above part. When Babaji was appeared, then one side I was so happy. Now my inside two mind was appeared. one mind says, you are lucky. Babaji is appeared, so you can get all the questions answered what you have. So ask one by one. Actually, I don't expectation. I have no expectation. I have not putting any question, but it came to from my inside. Then another mind says, if you ask the question, how many questions you can ask? Do you know how long Babaji will be there? Maybe you will be started asking question, time will be over, Babaji will be going away. Then your question will be become a question. It will not answer. But Babaji appeared in front of you means that has some purpose. Why not? You are surrendering to the Babaji. So I felt, oh, this is my good opportunity. So I surrendered to myself, to the Babaji's lotus feet, and praying to the Babaji, please give me strength, what you want to teach me. I should not miss your single point of your education. Please bless me. And then Babaji was so happy that Babaji's face was moving, eye was moving, body movement was there, smiling face, and as a young child, young boy, as 16 to 18 years old, young person and so bright person. And when I surrender, I could surrender to complete to the Babaji. Suddenly there was a big screen. On the screen, I saw one mother deer was moving. And that mother deer was fall down on a stone and she was suffering. It was a delivery moment. She could not give the delivery of the child. So I started again weeping and said to the Babaji, how I can save her? She is inside the screen and I'm outside the screen. Then Babaji took me inside the screen and I'm outside the screen, both places. Then I take to the mother deer on the flat area. Then baby came out. I was so happy. And then I give thanks to the Babaji. You have given me chance to protect one life. But Babaji's plan was a little bit different. Suddenly that baby went back to the womb inside again. And through the baby, my awareness reached to the mother's womb inside. Then I shocked, oh. I was thinking mother's womb inside only water and baby is existing. But what I saw, how much baby volume is there, that 3 times baby's volume water elements are there. And 3 times of water element, air element also there. And 3 times of air element, fire elements also there. And 3 times of fire element, space elements also there. There is a 5 elements existing on the mother's womb inside. That's why baby are protected in the mother's womb. They need not to take food from outside, need not to take breath from outside. After seeing the 5 elements existing on the mother's womb, Babaji threw me from the womb to directly to the mother earth. Now, total earth, solid part, soil part is the mother earth is like as baby. So that is the one part is the solid of the mother earth and 3 times the water ocean is surrounding the earth. Similarly, as the baby was floating on the mother's womb, then Babaji showed me this is not the mother earth. This is the only 2% of the mother earth. Then I asked, then how big mother earth is? How do I know? Then Babaji showing me the 7 layers of the Mother Earth: atmosphere, troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, ionosphere, electronosphere, ozonosphere. I could see by Babaji's blessings, my inner eye. Then I saw troposphere layer and stratosphere layer, which is the 3 times of water element, that is the air element zone. Next, mesosphere, thermosphere, ionosphere, 3 times of air element, that is the fire element zone. And electroionosphere, ozonosphere layer, that is the 3 times of fire element, the space element zone. Exactly what I saw in the mother's womb, it is the exactly Earth mother's womb is the same. Then Babaji asked me one question: are we born? Then I shocked. We know when we came out from the mother's womb, then we born. Then I asked, Babaji cannot ask this type of question which is not reality. Then I asked to the Babaji, if we not born, then when will get chance to the born? Then Babaji said, we came out from the mother's womb. Now we are hanging on the Earth mother's womb inside. When we can be connecting the self-realization, means with the cosmic consciousness, after the samadhi, then we will be started birth, then we'll get the freedom, then we'll born. So self-realization is the real birth. Now, Babaji showed me very nice things, how cosmic energy converted to the photon energy, and photon energy to the 5 element energy from the sun, Mother Earth, got the 5 element energy. First, that photon energy was solid form, it was an atomic form, which is the space element. And I will bring you this very nice picture is there. And that photon energy, when it was, so the photon energy, go to the photon energy when divided by the that is the space element, and that space element, and then the 2 atoms when is mixed together, then it was become a solid form, which is called the fire element. So now we can see this. So cosmic energy converted to the photon energy, which is the sun, which is the light form, and then light was concentrated for the atomic form, which is the space element, then becoming molecule. 2 atoms together is molecule, fire element. Then 3 molecules together, it is air element. Then 6 air molecules become water element, and 2 water molecule is become earth molecule, earth element. Still there was no life. And after that 5 element, there was a connection, earth 1 atom, water element 3 atom, air element 9 atom, fire element 27 atom, and space element 81 atom together is becoming single microbes. Life was started creating, which is the life. So we are connected with the cosmic energy to the life, always connecting. But after the taking birth, by our karma, suddenly we got blocked. That's why when childhood we are enjoying, but after the childhood, when we are developing our own thought, means our expectation, it started blocking to us, and then we were disconnected from the cosmic energy. And that is the meditation. It's a great solution which will give the way to again removing our blockage from our inside to getting connection to the cosmic consciousness awareness. This is the great medicine. That is the medicine, and this is the solution. Is the our reconnection, that is called the rebirth. Means again, not rebirth. Rebirth is different thing. This is the called dijo, means second birth. Second birth means we got the connection with the cosmic consciousness. And thanks to the Patriji is all over the world, he is teaching to us how to do the meditation and how we can get the solve our problem in our home. Thank you, Patriji, and for your great work for the humanity. So Babaji, after giving that, and it was very interesting thing. And next year when it was 2008. It was 2008. Again, Babaji was appeared same way and same place where I was walking, doing the walking meditation and that mountain base. So I will, yeah. So Babaji was this. Just, yeah. So Babaji was bringing me there. And you can see this is the summer time, and this space, this is the in winter time. And I was doing the walking just beside my heart. And then Babaji was appeared on the same light, and suddenly my body was started expanding. And then I was surprised how my body can be expanding. I surrendered to the Babaji, where you want to take me, I'm free. I am surrendering to you. So Babaji was showing me that time 29 chakras connection with our body. Body inside 7 chakras. Most of us we know. Muladhara to Sahasra chakras is the 7 chakras. And Anahata chakras is the center chakras. And then above the Sahasra chakras, 11 more chakras, and below the Muladhara chakras, 11 more chakras are there. And they are how connected. So where we are living on the Mother Earth, this part is not the layer of the Mother Earth. It is the crust layer of the Mother Earth. That is the +4 and -4. So if we put on the center chakras is 0, neutral, then Vishuddhi chakra is +1, and lower chakras, Manipur chakras is -1. Similarly, +3 Sahasra chakras and Muladhara chakras is -3. So +4 is Dhyan chakras, and Dhyan Rodhak chakras is the -4, which is the when we are connecting to the earthly atmosphere, then we started growing our meditation. Then we are be 100% where we are. Next, when it was expanding my body to getting connection to the troposphere layer and the first layer of the Mother Earth. Then it was started Samadhi experience. That's why all the 7 layers of the Mother Earth and all the 7 layers of the atmosphere, I got connection. Then I able to got connection to the sun and moon with my awareness, then galaxy to the molecular satellite, and universe, black hole of the universe to the atomic satellite, means macrocosmos and microcosmos, it was melting together. Then I was so happy how Babaji teach me how universe was started creation from that time to how life started to, and how to human we came. And after that human also there are 13 higher generation are waiting how it was. And that was given me Babaji's great experience. So
with you. So from all of PSSM, I say thank you so much, sir. Patri sir, is there anything you would like to say?
Out of the world. We
Acha.
go and we also enter the cosmos with you.
Okay.
Your knowledge becomes our knowledge.
Yes, yes, it is all of our knowledge. Yes, thank you very much. And yes,
Where are you now?
I share myself and that what was in the very higher, what was the Babaji's given me higher knowledge. Now, how Babaji was prepare me from the childhood, what I comes to know. And that little bit, if you have a time, I can share it.
We have all the time, Swamiji. We are here only for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And it was childhood when I was 5 years old. It was a great experience. I was attend one satsang. One saint was sharing his experience and he was guiding to us how to we can become a enlightenment to get the self-realization and maintaining peace of mind. It was very nice talk. And he was sharing his experience and he was talking to us. We have to be control our all the material desires. Then only we are able to get connection with the cosmic consciousness, self-realization, and will become a peaceful. It was so true. I was listening from outside. Suddenly what was happened, I was deeply connecting with him. From my Ananta chakras, one light came out and connecting to him and came back as a scanning light. And through the scanning light, I could read who has not conquered any material desires, says that person is guiding to us how to conquer the material desires. Then it was a big pain for the child. Is it the way? Then I do feel, no, there is something behind that. How do we can get the experience to the peaceful atmosphere within? And suddenly when I was inquiring within me, I got the way. And we had to make one new way, which called the national highway of our life, which is the self-realization. And from that day, my inquiry was started. Who am I? Why I am in this Mother Earth? And another incident in same age, it was make me think deeper. One of my grandmother was too old. That time I was baby, I was taking care of her. She could not walk. One day, one beggar came to asking some food. I went to give her food. When she saw that my grandmother, she says, "Oh God, how far she is from the death. Still she is alive, suffering." That time I was not knowing what is the death. Then I asked to my one sister, what is the death? Then she told, death is that physical body we have to left. And then I started thinking, everybody we have to die. But is it everybody has to be on the same condition before death? That thought was increasing myself, and now this second thought was connecting. So I was started getting connection deeper. And that was little sprouted at 13 years old when I was. My father is my first spiritual guru. who has been enlightened me to go deep inside. Suddenly he was asking me one question. After listening me some talk, some discussion, he asked me, you are proving to the God, I am your father. How do you can prove? You are proving to the God, which is visible God in front of you. Can you prove? Then I asked him, you tell me, I am not your child because you are my proving point. I believe it. Then father was happy, and then he was asking me, who can give the identity of the father? I told only mother. He was so happy. He told still some confusion is there. Sometime mother, if will involved by the somebody else, mother also will not say the truth. Then there also could be some that truth will be behind. Then father asked me, sometimes parents are giving the birth of the child and throw it outside the road or somewhere else. And we used to say them to Anath, means orphan child. Are they orphan? Immediately, somebody was connecting to my heart again, say to no, they are not orphan because child has no mistake. Mistake was the parents. They could not take care. So orphans are the parents, not child. Then father was so happy. Father told, yes, I do believe that. So we should not hate to the any orphan child. They also have some connection. If we give them the good atmosphere, they can be also great people, great soul in this Mother Earth. This is my humble request from that day. That or no, the children, we should not hate them. Those have no identity of their parents. Then father asked me, so that orphan child, means that child who never saw the parents, how do they can identify their parents? You are identifying to the God. Then I could not answer. Then Babaji told about, my father told me, when you will know from your inner heart who is your father, that will be your right answer. It was came 15 years later when I was in Pondicherry Arvindashram. When I was in Pondicherry Arvindashram, I'm lucky I got the discover of the San Yoga. One day I went to the seashore for the sea meditation, to watching the sea waves, get some knowledge from the nature, from the ocean. But I was so lucky. Sunlight was reflected by the sea water and it came to my eye. It was so hard. Then I squeezed my eyes and still I could not tolerate. Then I turned, faced my backside. I was little comfort. Then I was 100% trust myself. I got blind. But same another inner thought came. I'm closing eyes and thinking I'm blind. Maybe I got blind. At least I could open my eye. When I opened my eye, I was so surprised. I could see the building, I could see the small leaves, I could see the small sand also. Then I got shocked. Oh, that means I didn't lost my eyesight. That means science of science is there, which is not still discovered now. So I got inside my curiosity. And Newton's law was reflected in my mind. Every action has there is equal and opposite reaction. Then my thought is there, how much trouble was there. Behind the trouble, that much success is waiting for me. So I should not wait. I should go deep. Then I did it. And after that, I was so happy. I was no feel any pain. Actually, today's our Indian education system has been blocked by the Mekele education system. And they make purposefully to lose our self-confidence. And that purpose, we are blindly believing what we are not. What we are reality, that also we don't believe. So that was good fortune for me, is the Babaji's blessing. Still, actually, Babaji was guiding me till there also. Before, through the mother, I come to know it was 1991. When I got the Kriya Yoga's initiation from my mother. Now, I was started looking the sun, reflection light on the sea water. Then that few days later, I could see the water molecules. Then I'm a science student because I was also electronics engineer. So that's why I started looking from the engineering angle. How do I can see my naked eye water molecules, which is the visible by the ultra microscope? Then whole night I was sitting for meditation to know. Then suddenly my brain, a live brain came out on the screen on the ocean, and then I could read 2% of the brain is created all the external technology, what is existing in the Mother Earth. And 98% brain is not possible by modern science to discover it. But through the meditation, we can travel 2% brain to 98% brain. Then our vision power is much powerful than the instrumental vision. Then I was so happy inside. And I was deeply connecting with the reflection of the sunlight. It was morning 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Every day I used to do that meditation. Then I started looking the big water molecules, then 7 colors ray to connect from the molecules and connect to me. Then I started looking the directly sun. At beginning, sun was become a ball as a ring. And then sun inside one black spot I could see. And it was bigger and smaller, sometimes bigger and smaller. And then few days later, from the center of the sun, 7 colors ray came out, and surrounding the sun, it was moving. Sometimes it was moving clockwise, and sometimes it was anti-clockwise. And when I saw that, then I was so happy. And after that, few days later, one beam of the sunlight from the sun, through the tunnel, is coming to me, very close to my body, but it was not touching. Though it was pleasant, but still I could not connecting. Then I do feel it is my weak point because I could not complete surrender. That's why God is kind to me, but I could not receive. So it is my fault. I have to be more surrender. Without expectation, God will give on time. I have to be ready to accept. Then one day it was succeeded to surrendering. Then from the sun, directly 7 colors ray came, and whole body, it was connecting by the cosmic sunlight. And then it was so blissful. And after my finishing meditation, I did my work. And noontime, I was so surprised. 12 o'clock, normally we used to take the lunch. That day, I was not feeling hungry. Then I do feel, how it possible? Then what was happened? When I was sitting there, whole night when I was sitting there, then what I saw, how chlorophyll not is here, is the sun, chlorophyll is not here. Okay. So we are going to the only that there because we didn't get it here now. Yeah. Okay. So what I was felt there when whole night I was meditating, then suddenly what I saw, how tree is receiving sun cosmic energy through chlorophyll. And so through chlorophyll. Yes. So how chlorophyll is receiving sun cosmic energy, and after that chlorophyll receiving the sun cosmic energy, and then sun cosmic energy is coming to the trees cell to cell and giving to the flower fruits, and that fruits we are receiving, taking, and then we are getting food from the plants. Now we can see here chlorophyll formula and hemoglobin formula are the same. Chlorophyll structure and hemoglobin structures are the same. But chlorophyll has only difference is that the magnesium, chlorophyll has magnesium, and hemoglobin has iron. So that's why chlorophyll color is green and hemoglobin color is red. Now chlorophyll pH and hemoglobin pH are the same, 7.369, and magnesium electron number is 12 and iron electron number is 26. So magnesium is a low frequency and iron is a high frequency energy. If low frequency energy can receive the sun cosmic energy, create the food, then my question is coming, why not higher frequency can receive the sun cosmic energy? Now suddenly what I saw trees and plants are our the first generation, and we are the higher evolutionary process. Tree and plants has no human character, but human inside trees, plants character also still existing. And through the meditation, when we can expanding ourselves, our sleeping awareness can be awaking to getting connection. So that's why I could receive the sun cosmic energy directly through my Agna chakras. And when we are looking through the Agna chakras, then there is a tiny hole, Agna chakras, and this light is connecting to the pineal gland. Then pineal gland, this is as a black box. So black box tiny hole is our Agna chakras. It is a dark, our brain. Normal, our emotional brain. When we are connected by the emotion. But when we are doing the meditation, it is not only the sun meditation, it effect can done by the any kind of deeper meditation. Then we will connecting to the tiny hole and it will reflecting to the pineal gland. And when it will be reflecting to the pineal gland, then pineal gland will receive the sun cosmic energy and getting connection to the cerebellum. And cerebellum makes the metabolism 5 element energy and goes to the 2% brain. Where is our blockage memories are existing? That also imbalance of the 5 element energy. And that sun cosmic energy clearing all the blockage, because 1,000 years dark room inside, if we can put on single light, darkness will be removed. Similarly, our generation-wise generation ignorance, 2% brain inside darkness, through the realization light, it can be removing. And then we'll get chance to connecting to the 2% brain. And extra sun cosmic energy is connecting to the medulla oblongata and coming to the each and every cells of our body and cleansing all the toxins from the physical bodies and giving the strength. So sun energy will give us the benefit of the physical, mental, vital, spiritual, emotional, economical, psychological, spiritual, all kinds of benefit together. When I comes to know that night, then I was so happy. And I was so happy. And then what I was, started to testing myself, how physical body can survive without food. Then what I did, I was stopped my breakfast. At the beginning, it was the 15th of August 1995. And I was just doing taking the lunch and dinner. And then I stopped the breakfast in the 2nd February of 1996 to the dinner also. And then I able to stop my all eating and drinking also. It was, okay, you can keep it there. It was, don't move the hand. So it was that, they will see this thing also, no?
Yeah, I don't know.
So there is a something is connection just. Okay, you can this part, yeah. Yes, come. And how do we can go to the full
screen? Yes.
Just here is. You stop.
No.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. We can go to the screen. Okay.
Is it full screen?
Yes. Can you see the screen now full? Okay. That yeah, note. So then 17th of August 1996, I able to stop my all the eating food. And I was 4 months without food, without water, and without.
Okay.
So without food and without water and without sleep. And that was my great achievement in the 17th of December 1996 to the 17th of August to 7th of December. So then I do feel now I am getting the real food directly from the cosmos. So I was so happy. And after that, I got a chance to do the walking all over the India for my research, research for universal peace, unity, and brotherhood. So that's why I am so thankful, grateful to the Babaji has been protected me everywhere in the walking journey. Also, there is lots of difficulties. Some people came with the sharp knife to killing me, but by the blessings of the Babaji, it was become my friend. Wild animals in the forest, they came but they were also becoming my friend. And that was my great experience with the Babaji. And thanks to the Babaji to choose me to give some experience for protecting myself. Hopefully, it can also little bit helping to our humanity. So today is a great day, Guru Poornima day, and I wish to all over the saint, all over the world, all over the way, mark peoples, to the great higher success, peaceful, blissful, healthy, and enlightened life. And my humble respect to the Brahmarshi Patriji given me chance to in this together, and long time after we got to see each other. I'm so happy, Patriji. I'm really very happy, and we are by heart always together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So many years you made this Guru Poornima really Guru Poornima.
Yes. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this extra bonus round that we got. And thanks to Patri sir for igniting this.
Okay.
I am so glad and so thankful to Babaji for bringing us all together here on this one platform. And
Yes.
thank you to Patriji for giving us this platform. We are
Yes.
blessed with
Yes.
all the gurus that we have. And thank you, sir, for coming here and sharing your experience and your knowledge and enlightening us all with your wonderful, wonderful, simple words, yet so profound. So thank you so
ma'am.
much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
With that, my dear friends, I feel the two sessions with Michael Trembath and Sunyogi Umashankar ji, they have been a little information heavy. So we all need an incubation period for the information to absorb and for us to kind of settle down and absorb what we have heard. So before the next session, I would like to invite a young master from Delhi, Akshaya, and she's going to enthrall us all with a short song. She's a trained classical singer, and upon her song, after that, we will then pass the running of the program over to Swati. So Swati Ponnala has been associated with PSSM since 2010 and practicing meditation for the last 9 years. She works as a leadership facilitator and coach in Jaipur Rugs Company in Rajasthan. And she helps spread meditation to everyone and has reaped the mental and physical benefits of meditation herself. So we'll have a quick song by Akshaya just to lighten the vibration so we can all absorb the pearls of wisdom that we have heard in these past 2 hours. And after that, Swati will come and take you further on this journey. Akshaya, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. कमल मुख राम भजन बोलिया 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 भजन बोलिया भजन बोलिया लख 84 फेरे फिर लख 84 फेरे फिर लख 84 फेरे फिर लख 84 फेरे फिर लख चौरासी फेरे फिर सुंदर नर्तन पाया तुम, सुंदर नर्तन पाया कमल मुख राम भजन को दिया, कमल मुख राम भजन को दिया, भजन को दिया, को दिया। खाया पिया सुख से सोया, खाया पिया सुख से सोया, नाहत जन्म कोया। खाया पिया सुख से सोया, नाहत जन्म कोया। कहत कबीर सुनो भाई साधो, 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 सुनो भाई साधो, सुनो भाई साधो, सुनो भाई साधो। कमल मुख राम भजन को दिया, कमल मुख राम भजन को दिया, कमल मुख राम भजन को दिया, भजन को दिया, भजन को दिया। On this occasion of Guru Poornima, let us all dive within.
Hello. Yeah. So thank you, Akshaya, for such a wonderful music.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank each masters present in this program, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to our master, our Guru Brahmarshi Patriji and Mahavatar Babaji for giving us this wonderful opportunity to spread the wisdom from masters across the world. Now, today, I would like to invite our guest speaker, Asha Gupta ji, and her introduction is amazing. Asha Gupta ji is an amazing author, artist, editor, and public speaker. She is committed to spread her spiritual wisdom through books, magazines, newsletters, CDs. She has worked as a social worker and actively worked for the women empowerment under various initiatives such as Beti Bachao Andolan and elimination of dowry. Asha Gupta ji has translated 2 books Sankalp Shakti and Vak Kshetra from Telugu to Hindi. She has written book Nav Yug Mein Pyramid Urja, which was released in Giza Pyramid on 10th March 2014. She has written another amazing book, Yogi Bhavarjuna, an autobiography of Yogini, on 10th April in 2016. Asha Gupta ji has established Pyramid Light. Its main purpose is to enlighten this whole world through the bright light of pyramids. I would not waste time much. I really feel overwhelmed and privileged to invite our today's guest, Asha Gupta ji. Ma'am, this virtual stage is over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. सबसे पहले I wish all my viewers, all pyramid masters, Brahmarshi Patriji and Mahavatar Babaji and all the energies, all the gurus, all the higher beings from the astral plane, from the much higher plane, much higher planes, and the other beings from the other dimensions who are helping right now for the ascension of the planet Earth. We are here, my dear friends. We are here right now. In this time, there is a purpose. Why we are here? Why we are celebrating Mahavatar Babaji's day today? Guru Poornima celebration, there is a purpose. Again, there is a purpose. So, I'm going to start with Mahavatar Babaji. Mahavatar Babaji is, as you know, you're seeing the name of Mahavatar. Mahavatar. Maha means, what does it means Maha? And what does it mean with Avatar? Av means niche. Tar means ana. Niche ana. नीचे कहाँ से आना? नीचे आना लोक कल्याणकारी के लिए। कोई भी आत्मा जब तक अपने आप को नहीं समझती, अपने आप की एक सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन नहीं होती, तब तक वो आत्मा, एक आत्मा ऐसी स्थिति में रहती है जिसे कहते हैं जीवन बंध स्थिति, जीवन बद्ध। Just a person who is always feeling कि this, what is this life is, what the hell is this, and all kind of this bandha hua. And when a person become jivan muktu, a jivan mukt person is who जाग गया, enlightened. So जो जाग गया, जो जीवन मुक्त हो गया, उस अवस्था से जीवन बद्ध, फिर जीवन मुक्त अवस्था को जीते जीते जब वो परामुक्त हो गया, परामुक्त मीन्स now beyond this even mukti also, वो एक ऐसी स्टेज पे पहुंच गया जहां अब जन्म मरण का कोई चक्कर नहीं है. Now he has become the beyond entity. Then उसका नीचे आना, again उसका धरती पे आना, देवी कृपा, a big purpose, a बड़ा लोक कल्याण कार्य, उसके लिए आना. So, and Mahavatar Babaji has a purpose. Mahavatar Babaji has a purpose for, again I am sharing, the ascension of the planet Earth. जो भी आत्माएं, the souls from all around the globe, from the India and all around, wherever they are, if they are working for the humanity, for the ascension of, for the progression of, for the the upliftment of the souls, for the current affairs, for the peace of, for the humanity of, the purpose of those souls are with the working for the humanity. So helping those kinds of souls who are working for humanity. So this is Mahavatar Babaji. So to help those souls, we pyramid masters, if I talk about the pyramid masters, so I can say that we are doing Anapanasati meditation. That time was then Babaji, he introduced a spiritual practice named Kriya Yoga to the whole world. He initiated the Adi Shankaracharya ji, he initiated the Kabir ji, and he invited the Nahadi Mahasaya as well. In the Himalayas, we all know the story behind the Rani Khet, and we all created, Babaji has created the situations to inviting him, how he came there, how he Diksha unko kaise mila. We all know the story behind it, and even we pyramid masters has a different experiences. So today I'm going to share my experiences with as messages from Mahavatar Babaji, because in my this journey, which I have started practicing doing meditation in the year of 2010. So I was nothing knowing about Mahavatar Babaji. I never heard even this name as well. But when I start doing practice, as yesterday Patri sir told, ki seekhte raho, and whenever you are ready for some, when your system is, if I talk about the language of the a cellular kind of, or the if I say the whatever your system is in the language of science, whatever your the whole body system is, how much light is there, how much your every atom is, if I talk about the atom, so whatever the proportion of your protons and the electrons and the the all composition of your structure, because you're in the form of human, everything is a form of different forms of, if I talk about the birds, animals kingdoms, and the animal kingdom, the mineral kingdoms, and the other kingdom, everything, every existence of this planet, of this whole existence, there is a combination of certain atoms, the combination of certain the combination of different atoms, this H2O or different kinds of human structure. So when a structure creates that kind of energy, which is able to connect with the Babaji's energies, Mahavatar Babaji's energies, because that is the which I have experienced, that is the most love energy, the highest energy. And I found that energy resonate with Brahmarshi Patriji, resonate with Shiv Baba. Yes, people say him the deathless Guru, the Trembakam Baba, Mahamrityunjay Baba, because the energy is, the energy is which we are receiving is the having the same vibrations, the same thing. This is my experience of this 10 years, which is I'm going to share with you in the next 20-25 minutes. So Babaji, so when I I was doing practice of my satsanga, the satsangit, I was a lecturer, and I used to go into different places of the Delhi places and all around to teach Aham Brahmasmi, who we are, why we are here, what is the purpose of our life. So this was my subject to teach people. When one day I think I was ready, so the meditation came in the I have seen written on the sky, the blue empty sky, the unlimited sky, and that is that was ready to give me my another beautiful journey. He just invite me. He was there with a message, meditation. Wow. I was not knowing the meaning of meditation. I simply asked with my friends, what is the meaning of meditation? They don't know. Okay. Then I came to know about the Osho. I just I found a book, and there was many meditation therapies. So I said, which is suitable for me? The page opens Anapanasati Dhyana. Then I met with meditation, and I came Pyramid Valley, and I met with Patri sir. There I saw a first time, the first I can say ki first meeting of Mahavatar Babaji is the same time when I met with Brahmarshi Patriji and Babaji. Babaji's picture was, we all know, if you have been there in the year of 2010, there was a picture in the little lower area of the pyramid. So it just, as I saw the picture, I was just shocked. Wow. As I shocked to see the pyramid picture, same happens with me when I saw the picture of Mahavatar Babaji. Who is he? Who is he? But I didn't ask anyone. I just looked at him. Who is he? What kind of energy is it? Oh, why it is so attracting me? And it just went away. Yeah, this happens with me. So the next day, what happened? Girja Rajan's Didi's the grandson, the Akash, he was there, and we were just sitting outside the pyramid. And he asked me, and he says, he just simply, I am Buddha. And I was just reciprocating her word only. He just simply copying, Oh, even I am Buddha. He said, I'm with Mahavatar Babaji. I don't know who is Mahavatar Babaji. I don't know even the name of that picture is the Mahavatar Babaji. But simply because I was copying his same words, I just said, yeah, even I'm there. He just came to me very closer and he just looked at this portion, the third eye portion, and he just pressed something and he said, yeah, you are there. I'm there. What I said, I don't know. I'm there. Okay. Then I asked Girja Didi, what is the name is? What does it mean? Then she explained about who is Mahavatar Babaji. I just that time I just know, okay, he's a Siddha Yogi. That's it. But when I came back to Delhi and I was just looking for how, something was burning in my system. I have to teach meditation, the pyramid light should be there, the planet Earth, because I simply believe, and even that time also, कि मेरा जो जन्म हुआ है वो दिव्य है, मेरा जन्म दिव्य है, मेरे कर्म दिव्य हैं, और मैं धरती माँ की सेवा के लिए आई हूँ. मेरा जन्म साधारण नहीं है, मैं केवल एक घर की नहीं हूँ, मैं संसार की हूँ. पूरा संसार मेरा घर है और मैं संसार के लिए आई हूँ, ये निश्चित है. क्योंकि यही मेरी बचपन से मेरे अंदर एक इनबिल्ट मेरे स्ट्रक्चर में रहा था. मैं सतयुग देखना चाहती थी, तो मैं नहीं जानती थी कि उसी का एक हिस्सा बनूंगी एक ब्यूटीफुल पिरामिड स्पिरिचुअल सोसाइटी के मूवमेंट के द्वारा. सो दैट टाइम आई वाज जस्ट लुकिंग फॉर कि क्या किया जाएगा उत्तर भारत में, हाउ दिस work will start with. And one day what happened, I was just sitting in my room and suddenly I saw ki Brahmarshi Patriji, Mahavatar Babaji with other gurus, the 5 gurus were there and they came in very, very fast. They were walking and they came in the room and they just sat and just make a semicircle kind of thing, and he just said, and I said, I just recognized, oh wow, Patri sir, I recognize Sai Baba, I recognize those the great masters, the great gurus. So I just asked Babaji how it will be possible, and he just get up and he entered from my crown chakra into my body, and he just if I remember that day, I think from since that day only, I start receiving messages from Mahavatar Babaji. And if I look into my life, I feel myself very blissful because I feel myself कि अगर योगानंदा को उन्होंने दर्शन दिए, अगर उन्होंने लाहड़ी महाशय जी को दर्शन दिए, अगर उन्होंने युक्तेश्वर गिरी जी को बता के पूरब और पश्चिम का कार्य बताया कि आपको ये काम करना है और आपके पास मैं शिष्य भेजूंगा, तो केवलानंद जी को उन्होंने दर्शन दिए और उन्होंने बताया युक्तेश्वर गिरी जी ने कैसे अपने जाने के बाद अपने वो प्रकाश शरीर, the whole, the guru filled with the light, and the guru is, after leaving his body, how he bless their disciples. It's so blissful, the experience of. And the Yogananda ji and the Kevalanand ji, they had this experience. So the beautiful experience, yeah. So the same kind of energies I felt many times I felt. And I felt that whenever I connect with those energies, Patri sir is always there. Patri sir, if I am experiencing some kind of energies with Babaji, suppose if I had an experience with Babaji, so after the next day or the same day, or you can say the next day or 1 or 2 days, and Patriji simply asks, "Haan, to kya hua?" So what happened? Kya hua? And the same feelings, because if I talk about my journey in the so many messages. In the 2013, I want to share little my experiences because I had many experiences. In 2013, I just want to, because there was a journey started from the Dehradun and the Rishikesh and the Haridwar, and then we have to go to the Babaji. I simply answered, I want to go to the Babaji. Simply smiled and answered, वो तो चढ़ना पड़ता है ना, ऊंचा पहाड़ है ना, जाना पड़ता है. होकर आए नहीं पहले एक बार, होकर आए. मैंने कहा ठीक है सर, जी सर. बट कहते हैं ना, जो मित्र है, जो गुरु कहते हुए भी नहीं, महाअवतार हैं ब्रह्मऋषि पितामह पत्री जी, महान अवतार हैं. मेरे लिए महाअवतार बाबा जी, हाँ उन्होंने क्रिया योग का आरंभ किया, वो महाअवतार बाबा जी. लेकिन ब्रह्मऋषि पितामह पत्री जी जो महाअवतार बाबा जी हैं, मेरे महाअवतार बाबा जी, महाअवतार बाबा जी की ऊर्जा लिए हुए हैं, जो आज we are seeing friends. You know, I'm talking in the mixture of, because I am a mixture of. I really want to share my experience in my really mother tongue because I love Hindi. In my previous life, I worked for so much for USA and the other countries. In this lifetime, I worked for my India, my lovable India. I love my India. I want to work. I want to introduce the Western countries the spiritual knowledge to translate into the Hindi language, to spread their wisdom, because that was the Babaji's project only, you know. So it was the project of with the karmas, with the mixture of both the Western and the Eastern countries, both the countries of. That's what Ki Yogananda did with his work. And he started the self-realization fellowship, and the Ananda, it has born in, you know, the societies had born and they did their work. So the same work Pyramid Spiritual Society is doing right now. That time we were working with the Kriya Yoga, because that time the Babaji introduced this. So again, the energies which are working right now, the energies are so higher right now on the planet Earth. If we just be with our breath, if we just continue the practice of doing the Anapanasati meditation, so what happened? The inner body, you know, as I told, we are the combination of the different, you know, the different pranas. We are the combination of the Udana prana, the Samana, and the Vyana, and the all kinds of prana. When we start doing practice of the Anapanasati meditation, the same thing happens when we are doing the Kriya Yoga. The Kriya Yoga is the kind of the balancing of the energies, the balancing of the pranas. And the state comes when, you know, the prana started flowing in the backbone, in the you know, the reed ki haddi mein the prana started. It's kind of the straight energy, you know, it's just the, you know, you can understand, it's kind of a connection between the, as a pyramid, you know, if I talk about the Merkaba energies, it's a kind of the bridge between the gravitational force, the planet mother energy, and the cosmic energy, and the higher energies, more higher energies. And a person who is doing meditation is doing a meditator who is doing meditation, and the connection between with the whole, you know, the your system and the upper energies and the lower energies, just the connection between. And the system, when we are doing the practice of the Anapanasati, the same kind of you know, the structure which I have experienced, because right now in the 2013, the same patterns are building, you know, the same. If I see somebody's, if we can scan some other system, or we can scan our body, if we go inside, and we can, because these are the abilities which we can, you know, it enhances, now the meditation enhances your inner qualities. So we can see, we can, you know, it's not required, it is required for the scientist people to to scan the auras and the colors and all the other systems. But if we go into our body, the main things are to creating the Merkaba's energies into your all cells, you know. It's a kind of transformations of your system. It's like the carbon atom, we are made up of the carbon atom, and even the same Merkaba also. So what बदल जाता है, वो जो तुम्हारा composition होता है. तो 2013 की बात कर रहे थे, वापस एक बार आ जाते हैं. 2013 में what happened कि I just share with Patri sir. Devika, so I just 2013 I just so there was a skin, just went off. I think just traveled the universe. Wow. So again come back. So higher energies. Yeah. Then I said, Patri sir, कि I want to. Sir then smiled and says, okay. So जब हम लोग चढ़ रहे हैं महावतार बाबा जी की केव में, मुझे याद है आज भी वो दिन 2013 और वो दिन था 13 मई का. हम लोग 108 के करीब ध्यानी थे. अपने ध्यान चक्र जो अपने नंदा जी हैं उनके संग साउथ का ग्रुप था हम लोग थे. पत्री सर को मैंने अचानक देखा. मेरी एक साइड से आवाज आ रही है महावतार बाबा जी की, मैं आ रहा हूँ, मैं आ रहा हूँ और साथ में आज अपनी गुफा में लेकर चलूंगा. ओके, मैं पहचानती हूँ. जब भी उनके दर्शन हुए महावतार बाबा जी के, हर बार अलग तरीके से हुए हैं. वो कहीं भी प्रकट हो सकते हैं. इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड कि यू हैव टू गो टू द केव्स ओनली. इट इज द वेरी क्लियर मैसेज ऑफ महावतार बाबा जी. जहाँ प्रेम है वहां मैं हूँ, जहाँ प्रेम है वहां मैं हूँ. मैं हो जाता हूँ, मैं प्रकट हो जाता हूँ. आई एम देयर वेयर देयर इज अ लव एनर्जी. हाँ, ये बात और है कि हमने जो देखा कि बाबा जी ने अपने शिष्यों के सामने वो ज्यादा आए, वो बिकॉज महावतार बाबा जी इज अ काइंड ऑफ एनर्जी जो भीड़ भाड़ या उनको बाहर का दिखावा या इस तरह की चीजें नहीं चाहिए. उनको तो काम करना है ना, उनको तो मदद करनी है ना, जो लोक कल्याण का कार्य कर रहे हैं. तो जैसे ही मैंने पत्री सर को उधर देखा, ऐसे करके मेरे को आवाज आ रही है. उसके पहले भी बाबा जी के पास 2 बार होकर आई थी. 2011 में बाबा जी ने बुलाया था. 2013 में पत्री सर की तरफ मैंने देखा. ऑल ऑफ सडन पत्री सर बदल चुके हैं. पत्री सर उनका पूरा, उनका बात करने का तरीका, पत्री सर के चलने का तरीका, पत्री सर का पूरा अंदाज बदल चुका था. पत्री सर महावतार बाबा जी की फॉर्म में थे. I saw Patriji in 2013, 13th May, in the form of Mahavatar Babaji. Patriji never used such words. Which words Patriji was speaking that time? So, the words coming from Mahavatar Babaji, coming in the form of Patri sir. And when we went to Gufa, Mahavatar Babaji's Gufa, so Patriji was lying in the, he was just resting some time in the Yogananda's, that the small, which was the, the some little behind, just lower side of that Yogananda Satsang Society's little room was there. So Patriji was doing rest there, and I was going just in the caves. We were doing meditation myself, my husband, and all. We were doing meditation. So Babaji gave that time message. What is our next purpose? It was about that time. It was the message about the cleansing. And you know what happened when I came out, and Patriji, what he was, that day I did meditation thrice, alone with the group. Then Patriji came, then with Patriji, and one more time. I don't know what happened that day, but we did meditation 3 times. So Patriji, what happened? I received a message from the Mahavatar Babaji, and he was saying about the what is the next project and for the planet Earth and all that. And when Patriji came out from the Gufa, Mahavatarji's cave, what Patriji started doing is, Patriji said all the pyramid masters, just to clean the, the outer side of the Babaji's cave. Let's clean this place. The same message which I was receiving from the Babajis, the same words coming out from Patriji's. Okay, wow. And it happened, I think, more than 90%, more than. I But Babaji always given me the different projects. Now you have to do, now you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to work like this. So you have to work like this. So, and Patriji always give me the clarity. If I talk about right, if I talk about if I talk about ki this time the world women mystics and goddesses, the same thing happened with me. That was a project given by the Babajis and the Adi Shakti. He was talking about ki yeah, something is working with the kind of with the group in a female energy, in the feminine energy, and those kind of things we were talking about. And I just talked about Swarnmala Didi and Patri sir ki yeah, something is happening, and I started World Women Mystic Goddesses and all. But there was not a certain clarity why it is happening such a beautiful manner and the energies. Then I called Patriji one day, and Patriji, when he told the name White Sisterhood, you know, given by him, given by him, the whole clarity, the bundle of all the information which I am receiving from the Mahavatar Babaji, the whole packet is carrying with Patri sir. So this is my experience, whatever experience, because Babaji, even this Guru Poornima celebration, let's talk about this. So Babaji told me, Mahavatar Babaji told me कि बहुत बड़ा celebration करना है, big celebrations. I said okay, how many days? 11 days, 1 week or something. Then 3 days, okay. And we started. And Patriji, the same thing happened. Yeah, करना है and all. So the thing is कि बाबा जी ने जो messages दिए समय समय पर, हमेशा बाबा जी ने एक ही बात बोली है, लोक कल्याण कार्य. अब मैं सीरीज वाइज फ्रेंड्स आप लोगों को लाइन से कुछ बाबा जी के मैसेजेस बताऊंगी जो बाबा जी ने मुझे ईयरली वाइज मुझे इस वक्त याद आ रहे हैं और जो मैं चाहूंगी कि उनकी परमिशन है मुझे बोलने की, बिकॉज सर्टेन मैसेजेस आर विच इज नॉट for we can say messages, yeah, some messages are we are talking about. So in 2011 he invited me ki you have to come to my cave and you have to stay there for 10 days. I said okay. So I went with my husband Anil Bharti and we went there and we stayed there. That time Babaji, I experienced Babaji in the nature. That हिमालय की वो जो हवाएं हैं, वो जो उनके आने की अनुभूति है, वो जो आ रहे हैं, वो जो बादल हैं, वो जो हवाएं हैं, वो जो उनके आने का संदेश दे रही हैं, उस तरह की फीलिंग्स, आ रहा हूँ मैं, आ रहा हूँ, आ गया हूँ, उस तरह से. और जैसे उनकी केव में जाके बैठे, ही जस्ट ओपनड हिज डोर, जो हम गुफा में बैठते हैं, उन्होंने उसके पीछे का डोर दिखाया कि ये डोर तो अभी बंद कर दिया गया है, ऐसा नहीं है. तो ही जस्ट he explained about the real गुफा of Mahavatar Babaji. So उन्होंने उसके मुझे दर्शन करवाए एंड पूरा बर्फ से ढका हुआ जैसे होता है ठंडक, उस तरह का एक्सपीरियंस दिया. और उन्होंने वहां पे मुझे मंडला की नॉलेज दिया, मंडला आर्ट. एंड ही बाबा जी ने मुझे कॉइन दिया. तो मुझे एक होता है ना, ह्यूमन माइंड होता है ना, मुझे लगा बाबा जी बहुत सारा पैसा दे रहे हो. वाओ, ह्यूमन माइंड, ओ वाओ, बाबा जी आप पैसे दे रहे हो. No, it was not money. That was, I was relating with a coin. The coin was there in the gufa and he gave me that coin. So उस बार उन्होंने मैसेज दिया मंडला आर्ट के बारे में. और वहां पे एक कपल ठहरा हुआ था, फ्रांस का कपल था, हस्बैंड वाइफ. Those were the facilitator of the mandala artwork from France, and they taught me. And when I shared ki I'm an artist, though he said ki yeah, we can teach you about the mandala work. So he taught me about the mandala work, the balancing of both the brains. So Babaji message was ki how we can balance our both the brains. So that time the message was related with the intellect, I can say, the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. Then later on, Babaji in 2012, more messages, and after that Babaji को मैंने देख के बड़े प्यार से, जैसे होता है ना, इश्क होता है ना, हम तो दीवाने हैं, हम तो दीवाने हैं तेरे नाम के। तो वो दीवानी तो थी ही, हम एक दीवानगी तो छाई हुई थी। तो बाबा जी की गुफा के सामने वहां पे एक मेरे फ्रेंड थे, पीयूष जी उनका नाम था, उनका रिसोर्ट था। तो एकदम देखा बाबा जी की गुफा सामने से नजर आ रही है, दिस बाबा जी गुफा एंड आई एम स्टैंडिंग बिसाइड पहाड़ के बस इस पर। तो हमने वो देवानंद की पिक्चर वाला गाना गाया मैंने, एक घर बनाऊंगा तेरे घर के सामने, पिरामिड बनाऊंगा तेरे घर के सामने, पिरामिड बनाऊंगा, क्योंकि यहाँ तो पिरामिड के दीवाने हैं, पिरामिड का ही काम करने आए हैं। तो मजे की बात, वो तैयार हो गए बनाने के लिए। और हम सब जानते हैं कि वो जो डूनागिरी रिट्रीट है, जो मिस्टर पीयूष जी ने उसका निर्माण करवाया, वहाँ पे 15 बाय 15 का आशा पिरामिड है। और वहाँ पे लोग जाते हैं, मिलते हैं, अपने पिरामिड मास्टर्स भी जाते हैं। सो पिरामिड इज देयर, बाबा जी की केव के बिल्कुल सामने पड़ता है वो पिरामिड। तो बाबा जी ने उस टाइम पे पिरामिड आया वहाँ पे। एंड उसके बाद बाबा जी ने 2013 में जो मैसेज दिया, दैट वाज अबाउट द क्लींजिंग। उसके बाद 2014 में बाबा जी गेव मी मैसेज अबाउट द, उन्होंने बोला कि यहाँ पे बहुत सारी प्लांटेशन होनी चाहिए, अबाउट द plantation of the seeds, plantation of the new kind of seeds, the seeds of fruits, the seeds of herbal plants. So I invite all the who are viewing right now this program, ये भी जो बाबा जी का भी देख रहे हैं, wherever you are, so आप लोग अपनी वाटिका बना सकते हो। ये बाबा जी का ही संदेश है, हालांकि उन्होंने डूनागिरी पहाड़ पे बनाने के लिए ऐसा बोला था। And I shared this message with the Yogananda Society and the Piyush ji, and he started distributing the oranges plant and the plum plants and the other plants which are very much, for that region, that higher region. वो वाले प्लांट्स उन्होंने वहां के हर गरीब बच्चे को दिए और बोला कि जैसे बच्चा पलता है ऐसे प्लांट को आप पालो। सो दैट मैसेज अगेन फॉलोड बाय द मिस्टर पीयूष जी, मैं उनको थैंक्स करूंगी, उन्होंने उसको फॉलो किया। एंड उसके बाद महाअवतार बाबा जी ने मैसेज दिया अबाउट कि अभी टाइम आ गया। इट वाज 2017 द मंथ ऑफ जुलाई, इट वाज द डे ऑफ न्यू मून। सो मैं न्यू मून पे अपने ड्राइंग रूम में आई वाज सिटिंग, तो बाबा जी ही केम एंड बाबा जी केम एंड बाबा जी सेड कि नाउ द टाइम हैज कम। मैंने कहा फॉर व्हाट दैट टाइम हैज कम बाबा जी? सो ही सेड कि द टाइम हैज कम for knowing the whole world about me. I thought there was a knowing about some kind of other work, but he was that time talking about himself only. उन्होंने बोला कि अब ऐसा समय आ गया है कि यहाँ पे मेले लगेंगे, दुनिया का सब लोग जान जाएंगे इस एनर्जी के बारे में, द लव एनर्जी, द कंपैशन एनर्जी, द एनर्जी ऑफ द द एनर्जी ऑफ द लाइट, द एनर्जी ऑफ द लव, a kind of DNA activation, a kind of the light language, a kind of where your body becomes total light. The time has come when your body can transform into the total light. I said, okay, Babaji. So he was talking about some kind of movie. He was talking about some kind of documentary. He was talking about some kind of video effects. What I feel is, so मैंने उनके वीडियोस बनाने शुरू कर दिए और मैंने कहा बाबा जी अभी इतना ही हो पा रहा है, तो छोटा छोटा व्हाट इज अबाउट द बाबा मुद्रा, वी ऑल नो अबाउट द दिस इज द बाबा मुद्रा. So there is no mind and no intellect, इसको hold कर लो, and this is the body and this is the soul, which Patriji explained so well to us. We all know about this. So there is no mind, there is no intellect. This is the main hurdles about to knowing, because आत्मा तो है ही है, आत्मा तो है ही है, वो तो प्रतिष्ठित है. Everybody is आत्मा only ना. We have to, we just have to simple, we have to be at that stage of, yes, we are Atma, yes, Aham Brahmasmi, that kind of knowing. Yeah. So इस तरह से बाबा जी का संदेश 2017 में रहा. एक बहुत मजे की बात आज मैं आप लोगों से शेयर करूंगी फ्रेंड्स. 2014 में जब ये पिरामिड नवयुग में जैसे भी मेरा परिचय दिया, थैंक यू सो मच डियर, my soul sister, for my beautiful introduction. Thank you, Swati. So Swati, what happened in 2014? So when I completed this book Navyug mein Pyramid Urja, so that day when Patriji, it was released in Giza Pyramid. So next day It was, I think, Sunday or something. Yeah, I think the same day. Okay, I was in my drawing room and I was just sitting on my couch only. Right now, I was sitting like, and I was sitting like this only. And suddenly, Babaji and Jesus came. One side, Babaji was sitting, and one side, Jesus. Many times I experienced that Babaji and Jesus are together. Even today, also, I experienced those energies. Babaji came in the morning today only at I think 4:45 today morning. So that day when I completed my book, so he was just sitting, both are sitting like this, Babaji's and Jesus, and he just, you know, my head, he just took my head like this and he just put my head on his lap like this, and he said कि I'm so happy. बच्चा करके बोलते हैं, बच्चा, I'm so happy, my dear son, I'm so happy. तो मुझे बोल के मैं क्या कर रही हूँ कि मुझे लेके जा रहे हैं कि योर वर्क इज डन, मैं धरती छोड़ के जा रही हूँ, शायद मेरा काम तब हो गया था.
Thank you so much,
अब
Asha
आगे,
ma'am.
या
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Just I wanted to remind you gently that another guest speaker has arrived.
okay,
So
I'm going to finish right now. Yes. So thank you so much. So I'm going to complete with my this lovely experience, and thank you, because you know this is just a kind of flow. I'm not seeing any watch or something. Thank you so much for remembering me the time off, because we are in the limit of time. Yes, we are, but we are not. We are beyond time and space. So I hope you can understand the feeling. So that day I just, my body, he took my body, I just outer body experience, and was just, I was in the sky, beyond the stars, beyond the moon, and beyond the sun. Patriji came, and the Shri Krishna, he came. The four gurus were there, and I was in the between of. And when the white light, the source light came there, so he suddenly asked कि कुछ करना चाहते हो? I said कि बाबूजी, I want to talk, I want to work with the nature. Now the next project, I want to work with the nature, with the animal gods, with the kids, with those energies, with the very pure energies, kind of things, with the little energies, innocent energies. So he said, just dropped my finger, because he was holding my hands like this, and he just dropped me. And he said कि whenever you want to leave this planet Earth, मैं तुम्हें इच्छा शक्ति का वरदान दे रहा हूँ. Whenever you want to leave this planet Earth, you can leave the planet Earth. So मुझे ये मिला है, एंड मैं एक योगी हूँ, और मैं अपनी इच्छा से अपने इस शरीर को छोड़कर जाऊंगी. थैंक यू सो मच. ब्रह्मऋषि पितामह पत्री जी को मैं प्रणाम करती हूँ. मैं शिवा एनर्जीज को, आदिशक्ति एनर्जीज को, महाअवतार बाबा जी एनर्जीज को प्रणाम करते हुए इस मंच से विदा लेती हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच.
Today you gave so many experiences of yourself. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है.
Thank you so much, sir.
And when are we going to release our book?
Sir, whenever you say, sir, you have that book whenever you want to, sir. And ठीक है, sir. After some time, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will come, sir. Today, sir. Today only we are going to release that book, and with you. Yes, sir.
हिंदी बुक ఉంటుంది महेश अग्रवाल దగ్గర हिंदी बुक तपस्विनी महाराज. Just a minute, I will bring that. Thank you, Swati ji.
thank you so much, sir.
After some time, let me carry on. Swati.
Yes, sir.
Sir, we will come after some time if you say. Yes,
you,
sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Asha ma'am, for such an enlightening session on messages
Thank
with
you.
Mahavatar Babaji. Now I would like to introduce our next guest speaker, his amazing person, Dr. J. Arvindan. He is the founder of Acharya Group of Educational Institutes and Now Academy. As the chief mentor of 42 educational institutions, 1,200 students, and 2,000 staff, he mentors all of his teachers to enrich and empower each child to become an authentic individual being with well-trained skills for the 21st century. As a spiritual teacher and master, he has designed a wonderful life transformation program called Human Dynamics. He has gifted the Golden Smile meditation for school kids and God Smile meditation for adults. He has designed a very innovative spiritual scientific curriculum by integrating the best practices learned from India, China, and Japan. He is the author of many life transformation books like My Green Book, My White Book, and many more. I would request the host to please play the video on Dr. J. Arvindan's incredible work for the children's education. Now, I request Dr. Arvindan to share his wisdom with all of us. Thank you so much, sir. I invite you to this virtual stage and take over.
Happy to be with you today. I'm so glad and happy. Namaste Patriji, so happy.
Namaste, namaste. Welcome again.
Sandosha Swamiji, very happy. Today is Babaji's celebration. I'm so happy and gifted to be a part of this wonderful oneness with all masters, discussing and sharing the experiences with Babaji. I personally didn't get personal connect with Babaji so far. Somehow, long back, I had a feeling about Babaji and other things when the movie Baba came again and again. So I felt I should connect with Babaji some way. So next day, one of my friends called me and told, I have a very special person. Do you want to meet? Who is the special person? He is director Suresh Krishna, the director of Baba movie. I was really excited. And I said, okay, I'm very happy. If he is free, I can meet him. He said, no, he wants to meet you for some reason. So we met in Chennai, Residency Hotel. The meeting was planned to be like 15 minutes meeting only. We started speaking for 6 hours continuously. It was so intimate in a space, and director Suresh Krishna was mentioning about Rajinikanth's thing and all about the movie, how the movie came and what all things they were not able to do in the movie. And it was a very special thing. And again, we met for one continued discussion. And again, the topic was more discussing on Baba movie and how the movie evolved. I should personally thank Director Suresh Krishna and above all our superstar Rajinikanth also for having introduced Baba to the entire people of India through the movie. So he has made Baba reach to the masses, to the people who are having less spiritual awareness about Baba's presence. So people like me came to know about Baba only through the Baba movie. So I personally thank superstar Rajinikanth and Suresh Krishna. And above all, after listening to all the experience of various spiritual masters today, having had the personal direct astral connect with Babaji, I wish times will come. Babaji's intervention in my life and my journey will also happen. So I seek the blessings of all the masters to have the avatar's grace and blessings. And I strongly believe this day is the opening doors for such a wonderful higher connect. And I'm so blessed and happy. Brahmarshi Patriji is with us, and we're discussing fantastic spiritual things. And on the topic of Guru Poornima and celebrating Mahavatar Babaji, the topic I've chosen is Guru, his roles and responsibilities. So I want to be very happy to say I come from a teaching fraternity. I am a Guru myself. So I consider a blessing that I have chosen the role of a Guru. I could have been anything other than that, but by design, by some proper fitting arrangement, I fit into the Guru to be a Guru, and I really enjoy what I'm doing as a Guru. So my institutions are named as Acharya. So we are masters, we are teachers, we are trainers. So we stand in that space, integrating ourselves as a true Guru. So we want to discuss about the role of a guru and the responsibilities of a guru today. I'm so happy, this special character is available only in our species. No other species in this planet has a guru. So if there is guru in some other species, it is very limited. The roles are not much. So all other species are limited with their intelligence, and their communication is happening only in the instinctive level. And there is no constructive, creative things for them in the dimension of a guru. So we humans are enjoying the benefit of being on this planet for all these days, and our continuity and our excellence and our comfort zone comes because of all the teachers. So all the teachers' contribution only has made the planet as we are today. So we humans are what we are today is all because of the gurus who have guided us, supported us, given us the direction, and made what we are today. So I feel if at all we remove all the teachers from this planet, and there is no more teachers on this planet, if we come back to a planet after 10 years or 50 years or 100 years, let's see 100 years after removing all the teachers from the planet, what will happen to the planet? We'll go back to the jungle life, not even to the jungle life, we'll go back to the animal kingdom. We'll be one among the animals. So if there is no teaching fraternity, there is no teaching community, I believe the guru communities only keep the evolution happening, keep the transformation happening in the human society. So anybody who is a master in subject, in some subject, who is transferring that knowledge, who is giving that knowledge to somebody, to others, he is considered to be a guru. So one who is heavy or full of that knowledge and information, and who wants to share it to others, is considered to be a guru. Another meaning for a guru is one who dispels darkness, a remover of darkness. So spell is there, dispelling it, removing that spell is the guru's job. So in that context, we are discussing a guru's primary role. The guru's primary role is to do three things. First and foremost, he has to do change, he has to do evolve, he has to do transcendence. So a guru is to make sure that his student or a disciple, or whoever is getting connected with him and seeing him as a person to lift his consciousness or lift his knowledge or lift his ability, lift his skill. It can be anything. It can be subject, it can be skill, or it can be spiritual science or anything. But whoever is lifting it or whoever is gifting it, so I have to do it with the sense of these three things in their mind, that they should make the suitable changes that are needed in the person, and they should evolve the person, and for sure they should be transcending from the existing state to a new state, to a desired state or a dream state. That is a miraculous state. Okay, so keeping this in mind, doing the changes that are needed, and continuous change will make somebody to transform or evolve. So in this context, only humans have done this again and again and again, and everybody's life is a continuous evolution, continuous change. And from childhood to adulthood to manhood or elder thing, and then to a aged person, we are all continuously changing and evolving. In this transition, the body and the mind is going through a lot of things. In the same travel, the subject gurus are also there, spiritual gurus are also there. So the subject-wise gurus who are giving us the inputs and hand-holding us for the social success, social skills, financial skills, technical skills, things that are needed in the engineering, things that are needed in all the other arts and other fields of life. Those teachers are also there, and there are specific teachers who are working in the personal dimension, individual dimension, working in the heart and soul of the person. So those are also gurus. So in this context, I'm spinning around both of the roles. So you may be a maths teacher, you might be a mechanical engineering teacher, or you might be a medical engineering teacher, or you might be a meditation teacher, whoever you are. So wherever you come from, the guru's role is again and again going to be change, evolve, and transcend. And when we are doing the change, evolve, and transcend, we are doing something in the same pattern. We are teaching them, we are training them, and we are helping them to transform. So when we keep on teaching somebody, we are changing the person. As we keep teaching, there is a lot of change happening inside the person. His ability, his possibility, his know-how, his clarity will keep changing, and you will see changes. So today I don't know maybe algebra. After sometimes I know algebra. Today I don't know LCM. Tomorrow I will know LCM. It is like a magic for the person. So yesterday I did not have the ability. Today I have the ability. So like a magician shows, a flower, a bunch of ribbons or something like that. He has nothing in the hand, and again after some time he shows a lot of doves coming out, a lot of flowers coming. Like that, the individual is connected with the teacher, the individual is connected with the guru, and the guru is showing them a lot of things that the person is already not having. So you did not have max, now I'll give you max. You did not have engineering, I'll give you engineering. You did not have certain ability, I'm giving certain ability. So the guru makes the person have a lot of abilities, possibilities, capacity building. So this is happening at the first level, at the initial level. So a guru have to make sure certain things happen, for sure. So creating that certainty is the first role of a guru. He has to ascertain certain basic fundamental principles and methods and modules, so that he is confirming that this particular person is able to go into a celebratory mode. The end game, from change, evolve, and transcend, he should transform this and nobody to somebody, and somebody to someone, and that someone to be D1 in that particular field. So nobody in any subject should become somebody in the subject, and in that somebody you should become someone in the subject, and in that from the someone you should become D1, the number one in that field, and then he becomes celebrated in the field, and that celebrity space, the celebration space should happen. And being a celebrity, becoming a celebrity is a game. So today they're discussing on the role. So our role is to make sure we masters, whoever is taken the role of a teacher, whoever taken the role of a guru, to make sure anybody in our field, in our subject, in our context, we handle them, do the possible changes, and transform them to a celebrity state. And that is what is the first responsibility of a guru. As a guru, we should make sure we are fine-tuning them and helping them to transform. So the guru who is making change alone is only a teacher. A guru who is making evolve, the person to evolve to the next level, he is a trainer. A guru who is making a fellow to transcend from his normal state to a super state, he is a transformer. So we have to take the responsibility of doing all the three. We should be a teacher, we should be a trainer, and also we should be a transformer. And the transformation should happen from one form to a higher form, a better form, a super form. The transformation should happen. And in that transformation process, the guru should be able to do a lot of things for the individual or for the mass or for the people who are connected to, who are depending on him. So a person who's dependent on a guru or depending on a guru, and a guru should position himself with all responsibility that he is a guru. So the guru should have 5 qualities, the 5 things that are essential to be a guru. The 5 things that are essential for a guru is, one, he should be a very, very, very resourceful person. First, he should have all the knowledge, information, anything and everything about the subject in which he is good at, he is master at. And he should be very, very responsible. He should be resourceful, he should be responsible. And number 3, he should be having all the reasoning capacity. He should be able to reason, and he should give all the reason for anything and everything in his subject, in his topic. And number 4, he should be reflective. He should have the quality of reflectiveness, and the student or the disciple or anybody who's coming to him, he should be able to mirror and reflect, and he should be also reflecting them and act as a bouncing board or a thing that people can easily connect and get a reflection of the ideas and opinions and suggestions. And above all, the most important quality the gurus of our age should evolve or develop as a quality is the quality of resilience. Our gurus should have a lot of patience, lot of tolerance. We should not give up easily. We should again and again work with our students and work with our people and make sure we do not give up on them easily. So we establish ourselves as a guru when we are resourceful, when we are responsible, when we are reasonable, when we are reflective, and above all, when we are resilient. So when this resilient quality comes in and we establish ourselves as a guru, not giving up until our fellows become a celebrity or a number one in that field or in that topic or in that subject. And that way, we need to make sure our roles go beyond the ordinary teacher. We need to work as a trainer. And what is the work of a trainer? The work of a trainer is to make sure you plan, you prepare, and make the person to practice. And then when they practice enough, make them perform. And after performance comes out, expression comes out, and you should reflect it to such an extent that they produce perfection. So this planning, preparing, practicing, and performing towards perfection. And when the perfection happens, and the guru celebrates the perfection. And when the guru celebrates the perfection, it is the disciple or the student's role, to super perfect it, to make it his individual ability or his individual character come out. So when the guru makes sure certain changes happen, some evolution happens, some transcendence happen, and transformation is done towards perfection. And then the guru is establishing something very evident, that he has taken full responsibility. So the role of a guru, the responsibility of a guru ends only when he is able to see that the individual is able to put his signature effect, not the guru's reflection, not the guru's mirror, not the guru's copy. He should become his original self. He should come out with his individual ability, individual capacity, individual creativity. So this individual capacity and individual creativity, bringing it out is the first role of a guru, first responsibility of a guru. So from that point of a teacher and a trainer or a transformer or a master or a mentor, I have a strong feeling, this role, when we are taking up all the responsibilities and being very, very resilient, we make sure we dispel the darkness in the guru's, in the student's mind, and make sure we make them really heavy, very strong, very stable, and very all kinds of support we give. And in doing so, we establish that our student is becoming significant and very important and highly respected. And when this significance, important, highly respected stature comes, we make sure our work or our involvement or interference brings in a lot of love and connect for our students. So we should make our fellows to connect, have a wider connect and expand them. And when they do that, for doing that, we need to give that one quality that all gurus have to transform or transfer. The one and only thing that gurus have to transfer is a love for the subject, a love for the field, or love for the whatever area they are focusing on. And when that love happens in that domain, in that world, it may be music world, it may be artistic world, it may be scientific world, or any world. When the individual becomes a lover of that world and he starts loving that subject and putting his heart and soul into the subject, and then expansion happens, he starts growing in that area. And when this growth happens, individual growth happens, personal growth happens, and in that personal growth, he starts showing his creativity, showing his capability, showing his capacity. And in showing that creativity, capability, and capacity, the individual becomes somebody, from somebody to someone, where everybody is knowing him by name, knowing him by his style, knowing him by his method, knowing him by his ability. And then the outcome he produces, the expression that he gives, and suddenly everybody is noticing, oh, this so-and-so is coming from so-and-so background, with so-and-so knowledge, with so-and-so training, with so-and-so outcome or output. And people start celebrating it. So when this love is added, this transformation takes a new dimension. He is able to reach to many people, and many people start celebrating his contribution and making the student a very worthwhile, worthy, dependable person. as so many people depend on him, so many people value him, so many people adore him, so many people appreciate him, so many people acknowledge him, so many people are wanting his contribution, and making the student to become a contributor, to become a provider, to become somebody of a giver, and then bringing a new dimension to the subject, new possibility to the subject, and taking the field to a new level where the guru's knowledge and guru's ability stops. There the student, the disciple knowledge and ability begins, and he takes it to the new realm, new dimension, to the next generation. And that carrying on happens. That makes the humanity what we are today. We are enjoying the benefit of all the contributions and all the greatness of all the gurus who have established the path for humanity to be so peaceful and to have a fantastic life on this planet with all ease. We are living a joyful, happy, fantastic life. All the engineering possibilities, all the scientific possibilities, all the wonderful support system that is given to the humanity is all because of the gurus. As I told you, if you remove all the gurus from the planet, we'll all become one among the animals. So the one and only role that makes humanity as humanity is a guru, a master. And master's role is doing God's job with a lot of love, a lot of enthusiasm, with a lot of energy, and dedicating with a lot of sacrifice. A guru's role is, in one word, is a seva. It cannot be less than that. It is not an opportunity to make money. It is not an opportunity to make a name or fame. It is an opportunity to make a new possibility or a new flowering in somebody's life. So when we are gifted to do the guru's role, a master's role, and when we are taking up that responsibility, we should make sure we make our very best. We give our very best with a lot of love. And in doing so, the guru is doing a big seva to the humanity. And a dependable guru is one who is loving, lovable, and lovely, as our Mahavatar Patriji. He is such a fantastic personality. We all cherish him, we all love him because of his lovely qualities he has, and he's a very lovable person, and he is very much loving to everyone. And this quality of a guru, 5 qualities, he is very resourceful. Every time I listen to him, every time we know he has read thousands and thousands of books, and he's very resourceful. And every time we meet him, he's talking with a responsible language, and he is taking people, making sure his people are taking up responsibility. And above all, he is very resilient. He shows resilience. He doesn't give up easily. He is a fighter, or he is a go-getter. So he is very resilient, and he reflects things nicely. So when we ask him questions, when we connect with him, we know how reflective he is. And above all, he's such a reasoning person. He reasons with us nicely. So all the 5 qualities that are very much evident in Patriji also. I've always enjoyed and cherished Patriji's fantastic master's guru's qualities. And thanks that Patriji has designed the Pyramid Spiritual Society, keeping the foundation, the principles of Pyramid Spiritual Society with the basic rules of how a master should be. And every time I look into the principles that he has designed, it's all very evident. There are the governing laws and principles are universal laws and universal principles. And we are so gifted in Pyramid Spiritual Society. The movement itself is creating more and more masters, more and more gurus. So when we're creating more and more masters and gurus, we should clarify our roles and responsibilities, that we are people who are taking up responsibility, who are very resilient, and above all, we do not give up easily. We want to make sure everyone becomes someone, and someone becomes the one, and the one becomes someone. Everybody celebrates, and creating celebrities, spiritual celebrities, is what we are here for. So let's enjoy Mahavatar Babaji. He is one fantastic master for all of us, who has gifted fantastic things down the ages till today. His influence and his intervention, as his involvement in the spiritual dimension is highly felt. Let's celebrate him. And one among the family of gurus, fraternity of gurus, I feel we are gifted to be in this alignment. Thanks to everyone from the Pyramid Society, and thanks to everyone who is celebrating Mahavatar Babaji's work and his personal connect. I believe today's celebration, Babaji's grace is all for us.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Love you, Swamiji. Love you so much.
That was wonderful.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you.
You are a great mentor. You are a great teacher. You are a great.
Love you, Ji. Love you, Ji, so much. I'm getting more love and energy from you.
So many times I have been to your place, and I was always looking to be with you again and again.
Super, Swamiji.
Today I wanted you to be here, and I'm fine. I'm happy that you came, Swamiji.
I'm so blessed, Swamiji. I'm totally blessed. I'm feeling so joyful.
Romba romba nandri.
Sandoshu, Swamiji. Sandoshu.
It was such a wonderful session, sir. We really want to thank you for giving great knowledge about the role of Guru, the qualities of Guru. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today.
Thank
So
you.
today,
Thank you.
So before introducing our next speaker, Dr. Sudha Malaiya, I would like to invite our senior pyramid master, Anil Bharti sir from Ludhiana, to have a conversation with Patri sir and also to share a great shairi on the occasion of Guru Poornima. So, Anil Bharti sir, we are inviting you. Do we have Anil Bharti sir with us?
Okay, of course.
Okay. So, so today we are so.
Anil Bharti has come.
Anil Bharti ji has come.
Swamiji, namaskar.
चरण वंदना सर, प्रणाम सर। गुरु पूर्णिमा के अवसर पर सर आपके चरणों में कोटि कोटि नमन, कोटि कोटि वंदन सर। मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर?
Yes sir.
सर 1 अप्रैल 2013 का वो दिन जिसने मेरी जिंदगी बदल दी, मेरी जिंदगी का आयाम बदल दी। जिंदगी का वो मेरा सबसे मुश्किल दौर था जब 2 फरिश्तों के माध्यम से, रचना जी और श्वेता जी के माध्यम से मैं आप तक पहुंचा, और उस दिन मेरी जिंदगी बदल गई, मेरी जिंदगी की धारा बदल गई सर। आपने मुझे ध्यान का खूबसूरत एक तोहफा दिया, पिरामिड ऊर्जा का एक वरदान दिया, और दुनिया के एक ऐसे खूबसूरत शख्सियत से आपने मेरी मुलाकात कराई जिसके रोम रोम से रूहानियत का नूर बरस रहा था। सरलता, सहजता और विनम्रता का मूर्तिमान स्वरूप वो आप स्वयं थे पत्री सर। मैं उन लम्हों को, उस समय को जिंदगी में कभी भूल नहीं सकता। आपसे मिलने से पहले की जिंदगी और सर आपसे मिलने के बाद की खूबसूरत जिंदगी सर, कमाल है सर। उसने हर चीज बदल दी, दुनिया बदल दी, मेरी सोच बदल दी, मेरा नजरिया बदल दिया सर। जिंदगी में बहार आ गई सर। मैं तेरे पास बैठूं तो यही एहसास होता है, मैं तेरे पास बैठूं तो यही एहसास होता है, दरअसल खुदा बंदे के कितना पास होता है। खुदा से मिलती है मेरे यार की सूरत, मोहब्बत की मोहब्बत है, इबादत की इबादत है। तुझको खुदा कहूं या खुदा को खुदा कहूं, दोनों का रूप एक है, किसको जुदा कहूं। खुदा के डर से मैं तुमको खुदा तो कह नहीं सकता, मगर लुत्फे खुदा, कहरे खुदा, शाने खुदा तुम हो। किसी से तेरी मंजिल का पता पाया नहीं जाता, जहां तू है फरिश्तों से वहां जाया नहीं जाता। चमन तुझसे इबारत है, बहारें तुझसे जिंदा हैं, कि तेरे सामने फूलों से मुरझाया नहीं जाता। मैं हर दागे तमन्ना को सीने से लगाता हूं, कि घर आई हुई दौलत को ठुकराया नहीं जाता। मोहब्बत के लिए कुछ खास दिल मखसूस होते हैं, यह वो नगमा है जो हर सांस पे गाया नहीं जाता। मेरे मुर्शद, तेरी हर बात मुझ पे गहरा असर करती है। मेरी सोच में तेरी सोच बसर करती है। मेरे मुर्शद, तेरी बातों में जो जिंदगी है ना, जिंदगी में वो बात कहां। वो लम्हा जिंदगी का बड़ा अनमोल होता है, जब तेरी यादें, तेरी बातें, तेरा माहौल होता है। तुझे रिझा पाऊं वो तरीका दे दे, मेरे मुर्शद मुझे जीने का सलीका दे दे। चाहत मेरी ढूंढती है हर बशर में तुम्हें, तेरा दीदार जर्रे जर्रे में हो वो नजर दे दे। मेरे मुर्शद मुझे अपनी सोहबत में रूहानी सफर दे दे। मेरे मुर्शद, मैं आपका यंत्र बन जाऊं, मैं एक माध्यम बन जाऊं, एक जरिया बन जाऊं। ऐसा समर्पण मुझे दे दे मेरे मुर्शद, ऐसा समर्पण मुझे दे दे। पत्री सर का आश्वासन सभी PSSM मास्टर्स के लिए। पत्री सर का आश्वासन, कोई आफत आ भी जाए तो, कोई आफत आ भी जाए तो, ये दिल घबरा भी जाए तो, कदम सच पे तुम्हारा हो कोई झुठला भी जाए तो। जो आफत आ भी जाए तो, ये दिल घबरा भी जाए तो, कदम सच पे तुम्हारा हो कोई झुठला भी जाए तो, तुम्हें विश्वास हरगिज खोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है। हो मुश्किल की घड़ी कोई, हो मुश्किल की घड़ी कोई, तुम्हें कोसे यदि कोई, हसद से या जलन से ही खुशी छीने कभी कोई, मगर नफरत तुम्हें बोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है। न तुम विश्वास को खोना, कभी मत आस को खोना। न तुम विश्वास को खोना, कभी मत आस को खोना। न दिल को टूटने देना, न खुद को रूठने देना। तुम्हें बिंदास जीना है, ये जीवन बिंदास जीना है, इसे ढोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है। ये नुस्खा आजमाना तुम, ये नुस्खा आजमाना तुम, सहज आसन लगाना तुम। ये नुस्खा आजमाना तुम, सहज आसन लगाना तुम, और गिरा के दोनों पलकों को खुद ही में डूब जाना तुम। गिरा के दोनों पलकों को खुद ही में डूब जाना तुम। खुलेगा तीसरा नेत्र, आत्म ज्ञान पाना तुम। खुलेगा तीसरा नेत्र, आत्म ज्ञान पाना तुम। मैं भाग्य खुद बनाता हूं, ये सत्य जान जाना तुम। उगेगा ज्ञान का सूरज, उगेगा ज्ञान का सूरज, बहेगी प्रेम की गंगा, आत्म आनंद पाना तुम। गिरेंगी कदमों में खुशियां, गिरेंगी कदमों में खुशियां, के हरदम मुस्कुराना तुम। होश जो पा चुके हो, होश जो पा चुके हो, अब उसे खोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है, कभी रोना नहीं है। अब तो मजहब एक ऐसा भी लाया जाए अब तो मजहब एक ऐसा भी लाया जाए जिसमें इंसान को इंसान बनाया जाए। शजर मोहब्बत का एक ऐसा लगाया जाए जिसका हमसाये के आंगन में भी साया जाए, जिसकी खुशबू से महक उठे पड़ोसी का भी घर, फूल इस किस्म का हर सिमत खिलाया जाए। दिल जिस्म दो होकर भी दिल एक हूं अपने ऐसे, जिस्म दो होकर भी दिल एक हूं अपने ऐसे, कि मेरा आंसू तेरी पलकों से उठाया जाए, मेरे दुख दर्द का असर हो तुझ पे कुछ ऐसा कि मैं रहूं भूखा तो तुझसे भी ना खाया जाए। और घर से दूर है मस्जिद तो चलो यूं कर लें, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए। अपना गम लेके मैं खाने में ना जाया जाए, अपना गम लेके अब मैं खाने में ना जाया जाए, ध्यान में उतरा जाए, आनंद को पाया जाए। ध्यान का परचम हर घर पर फहराया जाए, ज्ञान का दीप हर देहरी पर जलाया जाए। अब तो मजहब एक ऐसा भी लाया जाए जिसमें इंसान को इंसान बनाया जाए, और वो मजहब है पिरामिड स्पिरिचुअल सोसाइटीज मूवमेंट। वो मजहब है ध्यान जगत, वो मजहब है पिरामिड जगत, वो मजहब है शाकाहार जगत। सच में मेरी जिंदगी में अगर ये उम्दा शजर नहीं होता, शदीद धूप में मुझ में सफर नहीं होता। मेरी जिंदगी में गर्जे उम्दा शजर नहीं होता, शदीद धूप में मुझसे सफर नहीं होता। तेरा ख्याल मुझे हर सफर में रहता है, कहीं भी जाऊं तू मेरी नजर में रहता है। कड़कती धूप मेरा इम्तिहान क्या लेगी, तू छांव बन के मेरी हर दोपहर में रहता है, तू छांव बन के मेरी हर दोपहर में रहता है। सर आपको कोटि कोटि वंदन। फिर से विनम्र प्रार्थना है कि मुझे अपना यंत्र बना लें सर, मुझे एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट बना लें, एक माध्यम बन जाऊं जो आपके सपने हैं उनको साकार करने के लिए। मुझे ऐसी सद्बुद्धि दीजिए, ऐसा सामर्थ्य दीजिए, ऐसी ऊर्जा दीजिए। एक बार फिर से सर मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज गुरु पूर्णिमा के इस पावन अवसर पर आपने मुझे अपने हृदय के भाव प्रकट करने का एक अवसर प्रदान किया। आपको कोटि कोटि नमन सर, प्रणाम सर।
थैंक यू बाबा।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anil Bharti sir.
जी शुक्रिया जी।
Yeah, now I would like to invite a wonderful guest speaker with us. So today we have Dr. Sudha Malaiya. Sudha Malaiya has an active political profile from the past 37 years with various community leadership roles that she has taken up in the past many years. She has many publications and awards under her name. She is a lady of substance and she is a role model for many. Sudha Malaiya was always seeking Babaji's energy everywhere outside. Later, she realized that Babaji was always present within her and working through her. She has always taken various activities for the upliftment of women and children. She promotes entrepreneurship and supports arts and culture. She has established Ojwashwini Group of Educational Institutions to provide quality education to youth and children of Madhya Pradesh. She has been active in politics for past 37 years since 1977, and she has campaigned, conducted and managed many elections. Today, Dr. Sudha Malaiya ji is with us to share her latest book to the whole world, She wants her book to be released under the presence of Brahmarshi Patriji. I request the host to please share the video on her book release. I request to Dr. Sudha Malaiya ji to speak about her latest book, Bade Baba Ji Ke Sannidhya Mein. Then she can take over the session on the power of intentions with Babaji. Sudha Malaiya ma'am, we are honored to have you with us. Please take this virtual stage and enlighten us.
थैंक यू वेरी मच स्वाति। मैं आज गुरु पूर्णिमा के इस अवसर पर सबसे पहले तो मैं उन सब गुरुओं को जिन्होंने जन्म जन्मांतरों तक मुझे ज्ञान दिया है किसी भी रूप में, उन सब का मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करती हूँ। और इस जन्म में भी जितने मुझे गुरु मिले हैं, अपने माता पिता के साथ उन सब को भी मैं नमन करती हूँ। और आज सबसे पहले मैं ब्रह्मऋषि पत्री जी को, जिन्होंने मुझे इतना स्नेह दिया, प्रेम दिया और सहजता और सरलता के साथ दिया, उनको भी मैं उनके चरणों में नमन करती हूँ, उन्हें प्रणाम करती हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी एंड गेटिंग दिस बुक रिलीज्ड बड़े बाबा जी के सानिध्य में। जैसे हमारे महाअवतार बाबा जी हैं, वैसे ही हमारे दमोह जिले में, मध्य प्रदेश में, दमोह जिले की हटा तहसील में एक 12 फुट ऊंची प्राचीनतम एंशिएंट अर्लीस्ट मोनोलिथ स्टैचू ऑफ फर्स्ट तीर्थंकर, प्रथम तीर्थंकर आदिनाथ, उनकी एक बहुत बड़ी मूर्ति है जिन्हें यहाँ पे प्यार से लोग कहते हैं बड़े बाबा। और many people believe that he is alive, he is live, उनके साथ उनका जीवन संपर्क और संवाद होता है। मैंने ये 4 पुस्तकें लिखी थी, बहुत बड़ी मोटी किताबों के रूप में, 1200 पेज की। पल्लवी मेरे साथ कुंडलपुर उनके दर्शन करने गई थी जब वो मेरे गृहनगर आई। उनको जो अनुभव हुआ वो अद्भुत था। वो अनुभव मैंने इसमें शेयर किया है इस पुस्तक में के फॉरवर्ड लिखने में। और कि पल्लवी, मास्टर पल्लवी ने मुझसे कहा कि मुझे एक दिन बड़े बाबा आए, उनका जो अनुभव वहाँ हुआ था कुंडलपुर में, उसके बाद उनका 1-2 महीने बाद फोन आया कि मुझे बड़े बाबा कल आए थे। तो मैंने कहा अच्छा बताओ। तो बोल रहे थे कि किताब लिखो। मैंने कहा लिखी तो है 4-4 किताबें, और क्या लिखें। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, बोल रहे हैं दोबारा से लिखो और मेरे बारे में लिखो। मुझे नहीं पता what was the purpose behind it. I know there has to be a purpose. And then I later on realized I have to bring forward that knowledge that Bade Baba, Pratham Tirthankar Adinath, who is he? He is the father of that Bharat after whom our country has got its name Bharatvarsh. ऋषभदेव, प्रथम तीर्थंकर ऋषभदेव के पुत्र भरत के नाम से ये देश भारतवर्ष कहलाया। और ये जानकारी उन 4 पुस्तकों में मैंने नहीं दी थी। और मुझे तब लगा कि ये पर्पस ये भी है, और शायद इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन से भी इसका कोई कनेक्शन है। तो शायद मैंने महाअवतार बाबा जी से प्रार्थना की है बहुत बार, मुझे इंडस स्क्रिप्ट डिसाइफर करवाने में मदद करो। कोई भी करे, लेकिन वो इंडस स्क्रिप्ट डिसाइफर होना चाहिए। आई एम अ स्टूडेंट ऑफ एंशिएंट इंडियन हिस्ट्री, so I had a leaning towards ancient Indian history, and I very much wanted from the very childhood that Indus script should be deciphered so that the people of Bharat should know their heritage, what is their real actual heritage. And the name of my country comes from Rishabdev's putra Bharat, जिनकी ये मूर्ति है ऋषभदेव प्रथम तीर्थंकर आदिनाथ की। ये 12 फुट ऊंची पद्मासन प्रतिमा है। लोग कहते हैं कि यहाँ मिरेकल्स घटते हैं। और पल्लवी का भी बहुत अच्छा वहाँ अनुभव आया। तो उन्हीं बड़े बाबा के बारे में, उनकी खोज के बारे में, वो पहले 1500 वर्ष पुरानी है, गुप्त पीरियड की है, और मोनोलिथ है, सैंडस्टोन में है। पद्मासन प्रतिमा सिटिंग पोस्चर में ये सबसे ऊंची मूर्ति है भारतवर्ष की मोनोलिथ, और इसीलिए इसकी महत्ता भी ज्यादा है। लेकिन ये 16th सेंचुरी के एंड में इसकी खोज की गई। आचार्य थे, जैन आचार्य, उन्होंने इसकी खोज की। बहुत वर्षों तक for many years it was the impression that it is a statue of Mahavir because there was no symbol on it. The symbol of Rishabdev is ox, बैल, ox, और तो इसलिए और सिंबल था नहीं, तो इसलिए सब समझे कि महावीर की मूर्ति है, और वैसे ही मानी जाती रही अप टिल 1975. सो अबाउट उनकी खोज के बारे में, उनकी पहचान के बारे में, और जो 63 मोर टेम्पल्स आर देयर इन कुंडलपुर, उनके बारे में, और जो उनके सबसे बड़े अनन्य भक्त हैं आचार्य श्री विद्यासागर जी, जो लेटेस्ट लिविंग दिगंबर जैन सेंट है अभी, वो जो उनके अनन्य भक्त हैं, उनके बारे में, उनके संवाद के बारे में और उनके अतिशयों के बारे में ये बुक है. मैंने कुछ और उनके बारे में कुछ लिखने का प्रयत्न किया है. दैट इज ऑल अबाउट दिस बुक. यू कैन रिलीज दिस बुक. मैं चाहूंगी कि मेरे गुरुदेव, और वो मानते नहीं हैं, वो कहते, स्वीकार नहीं करते, पर वो मेरे बहुत सारे जन्मों में मेरे साथ रहे हैं, मुझे पता है, और उन्हें भी पता है, पर वो कहते नहीं है. ना कहो, पर मैं तो जानती हूँ. तो आप मेरी पुस्तक को रिलीज करें. आपके चरणों में कोटि कोटि प्रणाम है.
Release it.
Released?
Available to the whole world. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now about my journey with Mahavatar Babaji. I first came to know about him when I read about him, when I was reading about this book, an autobiography of Yogananji, of a yogi by Yogananji, and where he has discussed him. At that time when I was reading this book, I had an experience because I saw his photograph in that book, and I slept with it, and I saw him in dream, and then I had an out-of-body experience. I don't know, maybe after that I had this strong intention that I must see him, I must know him, I must meet him. I don't know. It's all about, it's nearly about maybe 30-35 years that he must be at the back of my mind, but I never knew that he is with me all the time. And when it was only in 2013 or 14, I was coming back from Pyramid. I had been to Pyramid Valley, and I bought his photograph again. It has always attracted me. Ever youthful, ever charming, with long hair, and then I received a call while I was coming from Bangalore to Bhopal that there is a spiritual master visiting Bhopal, Leonard Orr. He was a great spiritual master who is no more with us now, and somebody asked me whether would you like to join his workshop. He is going to teach you breath work. I said, yes, fine, I will attend. And when I met him, he discussed about Babaji. And I was very much interested in it. He said that I have met him. I just said, Leonard, please make sure that I see him. And can you somehow ask him to even give his darshan to me? And he said, he just laughed. He said, yes, okay, we'll go to his cave. Yes, Leonard, we will. And he also told me, later on, he also wrote to me. He also told me about his connection as that he was, he was reincarnated as Hera Khan Babaji also. And he also said that he had some connection with Neem Karoli Babaji also. He wrote a paper and he forwarded that paper to me. And at the time, I wanted to visit the cave, but I could not. 4 years passed by. And last year, when I went to Meerut to attend the mourning of my elder brother, suddenly his son said, Bua, do you know about Mahavatar Babaji? I said, yes. How do you know? It's a pleasant surprise for me that you were interested in him. Yeah, I know him because my friend is a great fan of him and is a great shishya of him, and he is very close to him. So, okay, why can you connect me to her so that I can ask about Mahavatar Babaji? How can I know about him, more about him, if he can bring me closer to him? So he said, how can I ask this to her? It will be embarrassing for her and this and that. Later on, he agreed, but he spoke to her and she refused. Oh, who am I to connect her to him? It's one's own journey. I said, yes, fine then. Okay, let me see. I thought, and I made up my mind to visit Ranikhet. I told my husband. He said, are you coming to me to Mussoorie? I said, no, I'm not going to Mussoorie. You go to Mussoorie, I'm going to Ranikhet. I'm going to visit his cave. And that's how later on he submitted and he said, okay, I will also accompany you. So he also came with me, though he did not visit the cave even then. So he was not lucky enough, as am I. So, and then I visited the cave on 10th of June, 2019. It was my first time that I visited the cave. When I was traveling, and I was driving actually on that single motorable road of 4 kilometers, I was just visualizing, I was just imagining that he's with me all the time. And I was just seeing him somewhere. I was just visualizing that he's there under the tree. He's just meditating there on that rock. He's there above the hill. And I was throughout all 4 kilometers, he was just, like Mowgli, jumping from one tree to another. He was there on all the rocks, all the trees. So I was just visualizing that. And as if he's walking with me, as if he's with me in his that Kesharia orange color undergarment, that garment, and with handsome muscular body and all. And I reached that place where from where we had to start that tracking. Somehow we reached there. We reached Yoga Center, that center which is just below the cave. And even then I had no experience. I was just wondering, what is this? Just blank. There's no experience. Where is he? So I reached the cave. I meditated for half an hour. Even then my mind was saying, nothing. I did not experience anything. What's it? I came here and I'm not experiencing him. Not even in my meditation. And I was little depressed, little disappointed. I came back. We reached the place again where trekking starts. And I was just standing there. I stopped there and I looked at the motorable road. I said, oh my God, this is single motorable road. If one car is coming from that side or the car is going from this side, what will happen? The car cannot even reverse and then go back. So then the voice came, Babaji will take care of it. Babaji अपने आप ध्यान दे लेते हैं. Babaji जानते हैं किसको बुलाना है, किसको नहीं बुलाना है. मैंने पीछे मुड़ के देखा. A man, an ordinary man in black shirt and pants. I just looked at him and he was staring directly into my eyes. I said, yes, you are right. Maybe you are right. And then I wanted to ask more and more about Babaji. And I said, will you please tell me about Babaji? And will you please, बोले मैं तो रोज, मैंने कहा आपको दर्शन हुए उनके? तो मैंने वो बोले यहाँ मुझे तो रोज ही हो जाते हैं. मैं कहा मुझे भी करवा दो. तो बोले ऐसे थोड़ी होते हैं. तो मैं आपको ज्ञान की बात बता सकता हूँ कुछ. तो मुझे लगा कि he's a genuine person. We chatted for an hour or more. And then I returned back. And after that, I was in regular contact of him. For 1 month, I said, okay, मुझे आप दिखा तो दो, बाबा जी से बोलो ना कि मेरे को दर्शन दे दे. तो एक दिन वो मुझसे बोले कि अच्छा रात में आप उठोगी ना, आप मिरर देखोगी तो आप देखना आप उसमें बड़े महावतार बाबा जी को देखोगी. And I would not, you will not, I don't know. जब मैं उठी रात में, मेरा hallucination नहीं था, imagination नहीं था. I literally, मुझे ऐसा एकदम लगा कि मैं नहीं हूँ, बाबा जी हैं. और फिर मैंने कहा नहीं, मेरा शक होगा ये. मैं सोच रही थी उनके बारे में, 1 महीने से बराबर सोच रही हूँ, इसलिए ऐसा होगा. फिर कोई बात नहीं हुई, ऐसी होती रही बातचीत. और फिर मैं 1 महीना हो गया था, मैं अपने होम टाउन दमोह आई. एंड there was an inauguration. My grandson was there, and he gulped lychee. Lychee was stuck in his throat, and he was 1.5 years old, and at that time he lost his breath. And we all prayed. He started bleeding through nose. We took him to the doctor. I was taking him to the doctor, and I was sitting at the back of the car, and I was just praying and tears rolling down. And suddenly it came from the bottom of my heart, Babaji, ise lauta do. Please give him back. And I was just crying and crying. And as soon as I opened my eyes, my daughter-in-law said, "Ma, iski lychee nikal gayi hai." Aur wo, he cried. And after that, for 3 hours, I could not stop my tears rolling. And I could not forget that, how he was with me. I never realized that he had always been with me. And after that, I went to Pyramid again in September, and then I was driven to the library bookshop, and then I was taken to the book Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji, written by Master Pallavi. So I bought that book and I took it to Patriji, and I asked him, well, who is she? And is he in touch with Mahavatar Babaji? He said, yes. You want to see her? Yes, I want to see her. Where is she? She's in Gurgaon. You keep on going to Delhi. Why don't you see her? Okay, I will do that. And a meeting was planned when I was about to go to Rishikesh, but with certain mishap happening in my family, I couldn't see her that time. But I happened to see her in October. She was observing silence that day when I called her up. But her husband told me that she's saying, yes, I'll observe my silence tomorrow. You can come. And when I met her, she said, I was waiting for you. I had been given the message by Babaji that you're coming. And I know that you're coming. And then we discussed about Babaji for 2-3 hours. And I found that I had always been there. She's not new to me. She's not a new person to me who am I seeing for the first time. As if we are so familiar. Later on, she told me that, yes, she had been with me for 10 lives. And when I asked her, she said, I can see Babaji now. Where is Babaji? Why didn't you ask him to let me also see him? So she said, that I can't say. And I went to the washroom and I looked at the mirror and I again saw him. I said, oh, Babaji. Then I again saw him. When I asked Pallavi whether it was him or it is my imagination. But don't doubt. That is the only agyan you are having. That is what Babaji was saying. This is the agyan. You are doubting yourself each and every time. I said, what do? I am like that. That is what Patriji keeps on telling me. And so that is how I was connected to Babaji. And then when Pallavi visited my place, my hometown, at that time, I could talk to Babaji, Mahavatar Babaji, through Pallavi. And that was the greatest moment of my life. How much I was longing to see him, to talk to him. I just can't imagine. I'm so lucky and fortunate to talk to him. I had always dreamt that one day, किसी दिन मैं उनको मिलूंगी, मुझे भी दर्शन देंगे क्या वो? उन्होंने मुझसे आधा 1 घंटा बात की. वो सारे विषयों पर बात की जो मुझे दुखते थे. मेरे उस पीड़ा को, उस दर्द को उन्होंने निकाला. मुझे उस दिन उन्होंने पूरा प्रेम ही दे दिया. Which I think every soul long for. जो हर आत्मा की पुकार होती है कि मुझे कोई ऐसा प्रेम ही मिले जो बिना शर्त, बिना अपेक्षा के. हालांकि हम खुद नहीं दे पाते वैसा प्रेम, लेकिन हम चाहते तो हैं कि हमें ऐसा प्रेम मिल जाए. और वो डिवाइन प्रेम, उन्होंने कहा मैं हूं तुम्हारे साथ, मैं तुम्हें लेके जाऊंगा. और बाबाजी मेरे साथ हमेशा होते हैं. मैं उनके बारे में अब क्या बताऊं. मैं कोई भी बात अभी करती हूँ. मेरा बेटा एक दिन मुझसे बोला, माँ बहुत दिनों से बात नहीं कर रहा था मुझसे. बाबा जी की कृपा से उसने 5 सालों से मुझसे बात नहीं की थी. बाबा जी की कृपा से वो बात करने लगा. और एक दिन वो आया, मम्मी वो मेरे को ऐसे ऐसे परेशानी हो रही है. उस दिन ही अगले दिन पिरामिड पल्लवी को आना था दमो पिरामिड के लिए। मैंने भी एक पिरामिड वहां बनाया है पत्री जी की प्रेरणा और आशीर्वाद से। एक 16x60 का एक पिरामिड बनाया है, पत्री जी ने उसका उद्घाटन भी किया। और तो उसी अगले दिन पल्लवी को आना था, तो हम एक हैंड आउट बना रहे थे, डिजाइन कर रहे थे कंप्यूटर में। उसमें महावतार बाबा जी का फोटो था। तो मैंने कहा तुम चिंता मत करो, तुम सिर्फ इनको कह दो, ये चिंता तुम्हारी दूर हो जाएगी। और कोई ऑफिसर से उसका काम था, उसका कोई बड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था जिसमें बहुत मुश्किल आ गई थी। इट वॉज अ ग्रेट फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम फॉर हिम। तो ऐसा वो कुछ भी कहता है, मैंने कहा मैं उससे बात कर लूंगी, उससे भी बात कर लूंगी, उससे बात कर लूंगी, वी हैव गॉट कनेक्शंस। तो वो नहीं उसके वो फिर मैंने कहा कि मैंने उसकी तस्वीर दिखाई, मैंने कहा इनको बोलो ये कर देंगे दूर। मैंने वो और रात में जब मैं वापस भोपाल से दमोह आ रही थी, क्योंकि पल्लवी को भी उसी दिन आना था, तो वो ऑफिसर मेरे कूपे में बैठा था। आई कुड नॉट बिलीव इट। मैंने कहा संजय जी यू आर हियर, एंड मैं तो सुबह से याद कर रही हूँ आपको। और मैंने एकदम से मैं अच्छा तो बाबा जी ने भेज दिया आपको मेरे पास, उसी ऑफिसर से मुझे बात करना थी। सो दिस इज, ऐसा मेरे साथ बहुत बार हो चुका है। बाबा जी जैसे मेरे साथ हमेशा होते हैं। मुझे एक कविता याद आ रही है। कोई पूछे तुमसे कौन है वो, कोई पूछे तुमसे कौन है वो, कह देना कोई खास नहीं। एक दोस्त है कच्चा पक्का सा, एक झूठ है आधा सच्चा सा, सच को ढांके पर्दा सा, जज्बात को ढांके पर्दा सा। जीवन की ऐसी सच्चाई, जीवन का ऐसा साथी है जो दूर नहीं और पास नहीं। दूर भी लगते हैं और पास भी लगते हैं। कोई पूछे तुमसे कौन है वो, कह देना कोई खास नहीं। एक दोस्त है कच्चा पक्का सा। सुख दुख दोनों की राहों में, सुख दुख दोनों की राहों में साथ वो मेरे चलता है। जीवन की भरी दोपहरी में, जीवन की भरी दोपहरी में छाया वो मेरी बनता है। जीवन की भरी दोपहरी में छाया वो मेरी बनता है। हर पल है वो साथ मेरे, हर पल है वो साथ मेरे, ना होने का एहसास नहीं। कोई पूछे तुमसे कौन है वो, कह देना कोई खास नहीं, कह देना कोई खास नहीं। उन्होंने बताया, मुझसे कहा जब उन्होंने मुझसे बात की, मैं तो तुम्हारे साथ हमेशा से था, तुम ही नहीं जानती थी, तुम ही अपनी भौतिकता में पढ़कर भूल जाती रही मुझे। मैं तो तुम्हारे पास कब कब आया। तुम सच बताओ, क्या मैं तुम्हारे साथ नहीं आया? क्या मैं तुम्हें दर्शन नहीं दिया? मैंने कहा दिया तो है, पर मुझे समझ नहीं आया कि कब दिया है। और फिर बोले मैं तो हमेशा ही साथ था, मैं ही तुम्हें पल्लवी की किताब तक ले गया, मैं ही तुम्हें केव तक ले गया, और मैं ही यहाँ तुमसे मिलने आया। मैं हमेशा तुम्हारे साथ हूँ और मैं रहूंगा। तुम ब्रह्मऋषि पत्री जी की छत्र छाया में हो, तुम मेरी छाया में हो, अब तुम्हें कोई चिंता की जरूरत नहीं है। और ब्रह्मऋषि पत्री जी के बारे में मैं क्या कहूँ। सच बात तो यह है कि उन्होंने मुझे महावतार बाबा जी तक पहुंचाया है। उनकी, और उन्होंने, वो हमेशा कहते हैं कि आप सब भगवान हो, आप स्वयं मास्टर हो। वो मुझसे कहते रहते हैं। उनकी सरलता, सहजता हमें पानी पानी कर देती है, हमें बार बार ह्यूमिलिटी सिखाती है। अहंकार आता है, आता ही होगा, हम लोग पॉलिटिकल लाइफ में है, सम्मान भी मिला है, कीर्ति भी मिला है, प्रभु की पूरी कृपा है। अहंकार नहीं आता होगा कभी ना कभी। हमारे सतगुरु तो देख लेते हैं, मन दूर से पढ़ लेते होंगे, समझ लेते हैं, लेकिन उनको देखकर ऐसा लगता है कि कहाँ चले जाए, कहाँ धरती में समा जाए। जिस प्रकार की सरलता और सहजता के साथ वो सबको एक सा सम्मान, कोई छोटा हो बड़ा हो, वीआईपी हो नॉन वीआईपी हो, हर एक से उतने ही प्रेम से मिलना। वो मुझे जो सिखा रहे हैं वो विनम्रता सिखा रहे हैं। जब लेनॉर्ड आए थे 2014 में, तो उनकी एक वो थी, उनकी एक असिस्टेंट थी। उससे मैंने कहा मेरा भी पास लाइफ कर दो। मैंने बहुत सारे पीएलआर कराए हैं। मैंने कहा मेरा एक पास्ट लाइफ कर दो, मेरे बच्चे के लिए मुझे पूछना है कि वो ऐसा क्यों करता है। हम जिस पास्ट लाइफ में गए उसमें लेनॉर्ड थे, तो मुझे लगता है लेनॉर्ड सिर्फ इसीलिए आए थे। I was a Red Indian and he was a European, migrated European who became American there. And I saw Leonard, and my son was a daughter, and I sold my daughter to him because he threatened me that he will annihilate my family or tribe. I was a Red Indian chief. And then I asked, the next morning I asked Leonard, do you, was I imagining you or dreaming you, or you were there? He only said, Sudha, please forgive me. But I think I quoted the wrong incident. I was quoting the other one. When I invited Dr. Newton and Dr. Lakshmi Newton, I was, to which life she took me, that was of Shakuntala. And at the end of it, Lakshmi asked me, Sudha, what do you think the lesson of this life is? I was born and brought up by Karnava Rishi. And I said that at that time, I think the lesson which remained unlearned, I have to complete that lesson, that learning in this life. I think this is the lesson of this life. I think Patriji is there to complete that lesson. He's there with me. I have met him, not without purpose. It's with a purpose. He is there to teach me. He is there to complete my learning in this life. And that is how he is connecting me. He has connected me to Mahavatar Babaji. मैं कृतज्ञ हूँ, मैं ग्रेटफुल हूँ, ये कहकर मैं इसको कम नहीं करना चाहती। मैं सिर्फ उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स, उनका आशीर्वाद चाहती हूँ। अब तो महाअवतार बाबा जी ने भी कंफर्म कर दिया है, और पत्री जी मेरे को कमेंट कर रहे थे, टॉन्ट कस रहे थे कि अच्छा हाँ अब तो सील लगा दी ना महाअवतार बाबा जी ने, अब तो मैं कुछ हो गया। तो ये पत्री जी की ह्यूमिलिटी है, और वो मेरे से ऐसी हमेशा, मैं भी उनसे लड़ती रहती हूँ और वो भी, और मैं महाअवतार बाबा जी से भी ऐसी लड़ती रहती हूँ जैसे मैं अपने पोतों से लड़ती हूँ कि तुम बहुत दुष्ट हो, तुम बहुत शैतान हो, तुम बहुत बदमाश हो, ऐसी मैं महाअवतार बाबा जी से लड़ती रहती हूँ। आई विश कि मैं पत्री जी से भी ऐसी लड़ सकूं। वैसे मैं लड़ती हूँ अपने ढंग से, लेकिन महाअवतार बाबा जी मेरे साथ रहे, पत्री जी की छत्र छाया हमेशा हमें मिलती रहे, और मेरी लाइफ का वो लेसन पूरा हो, मेरी लर्निंग पूरी हो, मैं भी उनके उस मिशन में सहभागी हो सकूं, मैं भी कुछ माध्यम बन सकूं। अभी वो कह रहे थे अरविंदम जी कि नहीं, वो कह रहे थे अनिल भारती जी कि मुझे अपना यंत्र बना लीजिए, तो हम भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट उनके बन जाए, माध्यम बन जाए। वो तो बहुत सालों से मुझसे कह रहे हैं, पर मैं भी चाहती हूँ कि वो बन जाए। मैं उन सब गुरुओं के लिए जिन्होंने मुझे जन्म जन्मांतरों तक अनंत ज्ञान दिया है, उनके लिए 2 पंक्तियां पढ़कर समाप्त करूंगी। दीप उनका, रोशनी उनकी, मैं जल रहा हूँ। दीप उनका, रोशनी उनकी, मैं जल रहा हूँ। रास्ते उनके, सहारा भी उनका, मैं चल रहा हूँ। प्राण उनका, सांसें भी उनकी, मैं जी रहा हूँ। दीप उनका, रोशनी उनकी, मैं जल रहा हूँ। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार आप सबके लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सुधा जी नमस्कार नमस्कार नमस्कार
नमस्कार, आपके चरणों में बहुत बहुत प्रणाम, सादर अभिवादन।
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ आपका लड़ाई हो गई।
लड़ाई का अब तो लड़ना है मुझे आपसे बहुत ज्यादा।
नहीं बाबा, इतना कुछ करने के बाद, होने के बाद और क्या लड़ाई होगा?
अच्छा क्यों? अभी तो बाकी है, अब तो शुरुआत होगी।
किस बहाने लड़ाएंगे आप?
आपने मुझे नहीं बताया अभी तक जो मैंने आपसे पूछा था। हाँ बोलो, हाँ आज बोल दो। हाँ
क्या पूछे आप? क्या मैंने नहीं दिया?
पूछा था मैंने कुछ, बोलो। हाँ लर्निंग पूरी करनी है ना मेरी, अधूरी वो वाली।
अभी का पूरा हो गया आपका।
और मैंने पूछा था, आप वही है ना, तो आप बोलो हाँ।
ये नहीं मालूम।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Absolutely wonderful, ma'am. आपके presence here is enlightened the whole thing.
I am very grateful. I am very grateful for the Pyramid Spiritual Society and all of them, and especially to Patriji and to Pallavi कि मुझे उसने इसमें रखा, मुझे इस योग्य समझा. मेरा तो बहुत कम संवाद है, बहुत कम वो है, बहुत कम लोगों के इतने बड़े बड़े ज्ञानी हैं लोग, और उन सबके बीच में मुझे रखा, मैं इस योग्य समझा. मैं पल्लवी से ही कह रही कि पल्लवी मैं क्या बोलूंगी वहां पर, मुझे तो कुछ अभी पता ही नहीं है. तो मुझे इस योग्य समझा, इसके लिए भी मैं बहुत बहुत आभारी. बहुत धन्यवाद.
Absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, Swati.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sudha Malaiya ji, for such a wonderful session on intentions with Mahavatar Babaji. We are very much honored to have you with us today. Now, I would like to introduce our next guest speaker, Jaspreet Matharu. He is a very visionary master from Delhi who has been part of PSSM since 2016. He is an artist and creator who has devoted his skills to spread the message of spirituality. He is the founder of a design studio called Snow Show. He believes visual storytelling is a great communication medium. He has a dream of creating visual storybooks for kids to help them in their holistic growth and spiritual development. So now I would like to invite uh, Jaspreet Matharu to take over this virtual stage. Jaspreet Matharu.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hear me?
Yes.
I am you. Yeah, now it's good. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, Jaspreet.
Hi. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Swati, for having me here. And thank you for inviting me for this event. It's really great to be here speaking on such a great occasion. And thank you to PMC and thank you to Matt Buddhas for organizing this event. And today I would be, and thank you to all the gurus. Thank you to Patriji, and thank you to all the masters who are speaking today. And thank you to all the masters who spoke before. It was really a great experience and a great learning to listen to all the masters. And thank you to all the gurus who are watching this show, both personal and impersonal gurus. So today I would like to share an experience from a very visual perspective on creating the illustrations for the book Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji by Master Pallavi. And for doing that, I would like to share my screen. Can I, could you allow me, grant me access to share my screen, please? All right. Oh, yes. Okay, so the topic that I wanted to speak today about was illustrating spirituality and how I talk about and how and my journey into creating the book Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji and through working with his energies. And it happened at this right place where I am sitting right now, along with Master Pallavi, who would sit next to me. And she would communicate with Babaji, and I would try to interpret those ideas and try to produce the work that is in the book as well as the cover page for this amazing book that everyone should really check out. So could you go to the next slide, please? Okay. Can I share my own screen, please? Is it possible that I can share my own screen? It'll be much better if I can control it. Yeah. Can anyone see it? Everyone see it? Okay. Okay. So I've been meditating since 2016, and since that time I started changed the kind of it was a significant change into the kind of works that I used to do. I started making a lot of works that were coming from my meditation experiences, and the thoughts that I had. And it was all centered towards sharing spiritual knowledge. But during that time, I always wanted to have one knack. I always wanted to represent spirituality in a very different way than was conventionally shown. So what you generally see that is in spiritual works is things like illustrating different kind of religious figures and gurus. And I wanted to go through that, but create something different, add my own touch into it, which was quite contemporary. There were very few contemporary illustrations that I would see online from around the world that would represent it in a very different light. So that is something that I kind of put forth in the book as well. For this book, Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji and with Master Pallavi. So before I start talking about the illustration of the book, I would like to take you back a little bit on how this place came to be, where I am staying in right now, and how the journey started into this, into coming into this space, and how this space became like the epicenter for the creation of this book. So I was searching for a house along with my wife, and there were many places that I did search for, but somehow but I finally settled down to wanting a house in the same apartment as my mentor and guru, Master Pallavi. And she stays in the same complex in a different tower. And even when I was searching, considering it's an apartment complex, there are many houses, I was knocking on every door trying to find out where there's an empty space, a space that I can rent. And although I did check many spaces, there was always this one space that I would constantly being pushed for to. Like I was constantly being pushed, intuitively I was being pushed to take up this space. And in the beginning, I was not really, I didn't really want to be in this space. I wanted something new. I wanted a different area, a different view. But somehow I just intuitively had this feeling that I was nudged towards getting this space. So I finally got this space and I started building it. And I built it more, I wanted this space, I wanted the space very minimal. I wanted it to be loaded with plants. I mean, you can see it from my background as well. I wanted plants to be the most dominant aspect in this entire house. And that's what it actually went out to be. Like it's like an urban jungle that I really wanted, because I really connect with nature. And so I felt like I'm staying in Gurgaon, which is such a dry and a very hot place. So I wanted some aspect of the forest and that I really love, that I really long for, that I find myself the most natural self of most natural self of who I feel I am. So few weeks later, Master Pallavi has a word with me, saying that she's been connecting to Mahavatar Babaji since many years. And this year she wants to write a book. This is something that was new to her as well, of writing a book. And she did a great job of it, of the book. I mean, you can, for all the viewers who have read this book, know that it is true. And she shared this thought with me that she wants me to illustrate the book. And it was asked to her by Babaji that he asked me to work on the book. So the moment I heard this news, I was split internally. I was extremely happy that I got a chance to illustrate this book. I was quite surprised that I got a chance, because in the team, I'm part of Mad Buddhas as well, and in that team there's another illustrator who is really good in creating some realistic works. And I thought that why me? Why didn't Babaji choose her? Because I mean, considering you can see my artwork style right now, I cater to a very different audience. So at the same time, I was really scared that I hope I I don't mess this up. I hope I do it well. How will I handle this? This is too big a responsibility to take forth. So I just still went on with it. I had doubts. I had doubt. I had fear, but I still went with it because I thought that the only way for me to overcome these thoughts is that I experience it, that have the experience. And I learned really well with experience. So I just went on with the experience and started doing the work. So one thing that I tried, so when I had this thought, when I got this thought that Babaji has chosen me to do this book illustrations, I thought there is, for the longest time, I had a lot of doubt in myself regarding my work and my skill sets, because, you know, like any other, you compare yourself to the world, you compare yourself to what people are doing outside, and you think that you are not worthy enough or you are not skilled enough. And when I got the opportunity to do it, I asked myself that I am a little worthy, or not even little, I am worthy and I can do it. So I basically put up a manifestation challenge that I had never tried before, that I would research on a lot, the law of attraction, law of manifestation, but I never really put it to some really extensive use. So I asked myself that the fact that I am selected for this book, the fact that Babaji has asked me to do it, I am not. So previously, I'm going to take up a challenge. So previously, what used to happen is what you see on the screen right now is a digital drawing tablet. You basically draw on the tablet, and it shows up on your screen, and it's connected with the wire. And I always felt very disconnected by this, because by the fact that my hand is moving somewhere and my eye is looking somewhere else, as opposed to drawing on paper, because where you can see, you can really connect with the work that you're doing. And I told myself that I want that there are devices available online where you can just draw directly on the screen. And I made a challenge, because I got inspired by Mahavir, when he used to do these things, similar things as well, where he would keep a challenge to himself or the universe, that if I find a person today who is wearing this kind of clothes, only then will I take food from them. Otherwise, I will not take food. So not at that level, but at my own level, I put up a challenge that I was like, Babaji, till the time you do not get me this tablet, I'm not gonna illustrate. Like, it wasn't a fight. It was just a very friendly challenge to mostly myself, if I can manifest it. And what happened is, a few weeks later, my wife got her father got a new computer, and she got the iPad, which is basically a computer where you can also draw directly on the screen. So that my ability to, my desire to be wanting to draw on that directly got fulfilled for this project. And when that happened, I got a surge of confidence in me that, okay, this is something big. This is I felt more, I believed in more in myself. I believed that I am worthy, and this is something more than just me drawing any random book or for any client or something like that. This is more than just that. This project, it's more than just that, and me illustrating is more than just that. You know, just the fact that I'm. It's more than me just drawing or visually doing some work and showing my skills. So what happened is, before the project, so when the project was just about to start, when Master Pallavi would sit here on this same table and the seat next to me, and she would connect with Babaji. Before that started happening, Babaji would come here. She would come here often, and Babaji would have a word. What I got to know is that Babaji had created a portal directly from the caves and connected it to this house. So the moment that happened, this space basically became a direct entry to the caves itself. So it was complete access to the caves. And she would come here and she would be connecting with Babaji in that same energy of the caves and Kukuchina. So what we had noticed is that these different spaces in the house, in my meditation, what I had noticed is the different spaces in the house felt like different areas of the caves and the surroundings. And every time, every different person that used to come here and meditate would feel exactly the same. So what I had felt is that this is the layout of my house. So this is the table where I am sitting right now. This is the workstation where we used to sit and connect. And she would connect with Babaji and I would meditate together and try to project what she is viewing, and so that I can illustrate better. And this other room, which was where you can see a person meditating, was the area which was a room for meditation. We have kept it solely for meditation. That felt like the inner cave, which is currently shut, the inner cave of Babaji, and that was a very, very high energy place. So what the changes that happened during this entire time is that you could feel the amount of changes that are happening. There was not any person that was entering. The flow of people who were coming into this house got extremely limited. The energy of the house became very high. You could feel it just by entering into this space. Even a person who was a non-meditator who came forth after the project ended, even he felt an immense surge of energy. And another great thing that I noticed is that the plants in the house started growing 3 times faster during this entire time because of the energy of the space. And if a 10-minute meditation would be equivalent to a 1-hour deep meditation. So those 2 months was a very, very highly energetic period this space had. So during this, while I was creating the work, I felt that I was still unable to work, and I was having this block that I am unable to produce the work, and I'm finding it so difficult to create these illustrations, create these human figures, and work in a style which is very different from me. So this is here where you see the balcony, where you see my face, is basically the area which felt exactly like this space that I have showcased here. This is a cliff that comes before just a few meters before the cave, and I was sitting there, and when I was meditating, I felt like this space was according to the nature of the energy as divided in the entire house. This area became exactly this space of the cliff, and when I was meditating there, I was thinking of a 10-minute meditation just to calm myself down, calm my thoughts down, but I went into a very deep state of meditation, and I just had and then I had this vision that when I was walking on the same pathway that you take to the caves, and suddenly I noticed that there's another person right next to me, and the only thing that I could sense at that time was these white robes. And I looked down and I saw I saw his feet, and he was communicating with me. I couldn't hear the conversation, but he was communicating with me. And then he walked a few steps ahead of me, and he just sat down. He found a rock and he sat down. And I remember I walked down and took up a stone at a lower height right in front of him, and I sat down. So this was the kind of pathway that was there. And I sat down in front of him, and I somehow had a drawing board in my hand and a pencil. And I just sat down in front of him, and I figured it was Mahavatar Babaji. And I sat in front of him and I just started drawing. And the moment I started drawing, the vision ended. And I got up from it, and I felt much lighter, much more confident. when I came out of that meditation. And from that point onwards, I felt like even though I don't have the skill, one thing that can really overcome people who are not that skilled is hard work. Hard work can overcome anything. And so that's what I kept on doing. I just stopped doing any kind of, I was a freelance artist that time, so I stopped taking up any projects, and I just kept on working day and night, perfecting my work, perfecting my skill, and kept on doing this work because I just suddenly felt such importance for this work, and the importance for this work to go out, and how my illustrations can help enhance this project. So these were some of the initial sketches that I had created after a lot of rigorous practice. I finally came down to these illustrations. I finally came down to a better style. I finally came down to perfecting more and more of how I saw Babaji, and how Master Pallavi saw Babaji, and some aspects that I wanted to add. So in the book, if you read the book, it also talks about Mahavatar Babaji's parallel life as Afon as a Syrian leader. So the kind of character that I created, not a character, but the facial expressions that I had created were kind of a blend of the Earth Babaji and the Syrian leader Safon, and I merged them together to create this figure. So after more practice, I started fine tuning all the different very prominent visions that Master Pallavi had, and sketched them further on to produce these works, which then after further refinement became the illustrations that you see on the book as well. So these are all the final illustrations. So all these are different events and very different, very prominent visions that Master Pallavi had while illustrating this book. And I was really happy, she was really happy, because whatever I had drawn was very close to what she had visioned, with a little bit of artistic touch, yes, but very, very little. It was mostly exactly the same, and the facial features and everything were very similar. So this is something that I felt really happy, and this I felt like was happened because of how I wanted to connect with Babaji, and how I wanted to communicate exactly what had originally happened, or what originally Master Pallavi had seen. So these are some of the other ones as well from the different chapters. And yeah, so after a lot of practice, then so all these illustrations, somehow I felt like at that moment also I felt like, okay, these are some inner chapters, some illustrations of the inner chapters. But how when these books started selling, and when I started getting to know more about these of the importance of the illustrations further on, a step further than what I previously thought, Master Pallavi came back with a lot of testimonials from people of they communicating with these illustrations and talking about how these illustrations really help them. It helped some people dive deeper into their meditation. Some people really connected with whatever they saw in the illustrations as exactly the same thing that they saw in their own meditation. It was almost like they could project out that illustration in their own vision. A lot of people could connect or understand the context of what was talked about much better by viewing these illustrations. So, and when I had shown these illustrations to Sir Patri sir, he felt it was a very good, it was a very nice experience. It's difficult to communicate what I felt that time, because he felt really happy seeing these illustrations, and what he had told me that day made me really understand the importance of my skill, and the skill that I've come with in this life, and how I can use that to help share spiritual knowledge better with people across different religion background or language, because visual is something which can surpass even language. You can see an illustration, and some people can connect with it differently, some can connect with it differently, but there is a connection that's happening, and that's happening without words. So it's a great assistant to the knowledge that you read in books. So before and I wanted to do a one shout out to Sheru the dog. Now Sheru is a dog who, when you're going on trips, whoever in this audience has been to Mahavatar Babaji's caves will definitely remember this dog. And so this is not part of the project, and this illustration is not complete, but I still wanted to showcase it today because I really wanted to talk about Sheru and this one instance, very important instance that I had. So Sheru would assist you always in all the trips, and I've been to the caves multiple times. So I know that, and he would always be there. See, even when you call out to him once, he would just somehow, from somewhere, just come, and he would assist you. And while you're meditating in the caves, he would sit at the door, would patiently sit, and when you're going down, he would assist you back till a certain point. And this is this image is from the same cliff point that I had shown in the previous slide, where I was sitting in the balcony. This is the same cliff point, and there, this exact moment, I meditated, and I wanted to ask that. I felt like my friend Ankita had asked me that you must ask him. He's a great master. You must ask him who he is. And I meditated in this cave, and I asked him, Master Sheru, who are you? I would really like to know. And I went really deep into my meditation, and suddenly I saw these really very close up of these almost like snakes, like a snake skin, almost like the scales of the snake. And suddenly I saw this, went into a zoom out, and I saw this humongous dragon staring right down at me. And it was at that point that I just opened my eyes, because it was a very powerful, a very fierce looking dragon. But at the same time, it seemed a very friendly creature as well. So I wanted to. So this illustration is an inspiration from that moment, that vision that I had of Sheru the dog. Okay, so finally, I wanted to talk about what was my greatest learning from this project. And my greatest learning from this project was the energy of belief. So what I have here is an excerpt from the book where Babaji talks about the energy of belief. And I'll read it out to you. The power of belief is always an ever-expanding process. Just allow this energy inside you, and you will get to see miracles happening all around. How does a seed turn into a plant? How do birds leave their babies as soon as they know how to fly? How do clouds know that plants need water? This is all happening just because they never stop believing in themselves and others too. But humans have lost this miraculous and powerful energy. Now the whole game is to rebuild this again and again till you live in this truth completely. And the last line and the first line is where I started before the project, and last line is where I continued forth even till now. Every day, I mean, even after this project, there were many times where I would lose belief, or I would go into a negative thought pattern, but I would keep on getting back, keep on with new experiences, with new learnings, keep on getting back. And I've been doing that again and again. I would really advise everyone to read this book and connect with Babaji and connect with the energy of belief. And it doesn't matter whatever you want to do, you can with the energy of belief. It's that powerful. So thank you for having me here. Thank you for having me out.
Thank you so much, Jaspreet, for sharing your journey while illustrating the spiritual knowledge that you were receiving in your meditation. meditation.
Hey, wonderful paintings, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely marvelous. अभी क्या जादू कर रहे हैं आप?
With your blessing, sir. I will do more.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, sir. This is just a start. This was the start. I wanted to मैं यहाँ पर नींव रखने के लिए आया. I want to do more.
मैं तो कुछ जानता नहीं आपके बारे में.
My name is Jaspreet.
नहीं, मैं आपको जानता हूँ पर ये कला के बारे में नहीं जानता हूँ मैं.
Yes, sir. ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता था. Babaji helped me find out by the energy of belief that you have it in you, and
my goodness.
I was surprised, but I will continue this.
Absolutely marvelous. Clap for him. Absolutely marvelous. Absolutely wonderful, Baba.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jaspreet. Now I would like to invite my co-host Charu to take over this virtual stage.
Yeah, thank you so much, Swati. And thank you so much, Jaspreet. I think I can speak on behalf of everyone who saw the presentation. The illustrations really moved us, and your experiences illustrating the book and in spirituality have really enforced the belief energy in us. So thank you so much for your session. And that leads us beautifully into our next session as well, because our next speaker is Ananta Aum. Ananta Aum is an authority on integrated spiritual living. She empowers souls and helps make the most profound truth accessible in daily life, enriching each moment. She works with breath as the primary tool, which is common across all species of this world. Her life is in service of cosmic oneness. In the past decade, Ananta has conducted discourses and programs working closely with seekers across 8 countries. She was trained by Siddhas as a child in energy healing. Unlike many lives, many masters, Ananta has had many lives and only one master, the cosmic being Babaji. She is a born clairvoyant and in service of Babaji's unconditionally loving presence and guidance, working in oneness of breath. Ananta empowers emissaries to find their purpose and live their mission. Welcome to the stage, Ananta.
Thank you, Charu.
And we are so excited because we have a bonus for all our viewers here, because like I said, belief energy is a wonderful segue into this segment, because Ananta Aum and her co-author Dhanashree Bhagwat have come up with a book, Begin to Be You. And today is the grand launch of the ebook version of that book on this platform, because Ananta wanted to have the launch in the presence of Patriji. So we were obliged to have this launcher in the presence of so many other masters as well. So, we are shortly going to to reveal the cover of the book. And here is the cover. Ananta, Dhanashree, please, would you like to say something about the book?
Yes, certainly. This guidance to write, to co-author this book came a couple of years ago. And it was when the opportune time arrived, we came to Dhanashree and asked her if she would be willing. And Dhanashree is, as I call her, the soul doctor, because she has the heart of a goddess, the benevolent heart of a goddess, and the acuity of a doctor. Dhanashree is also a spiritual counselor and motivational speaker. Dhanashree, I invite you on. I invite you to share your journey as well as part of writing the book.
Thank you so much, Ananta. Thank you. Yes, after that, I presume that Ananta called me and she said that we are going to write a book together. Now, you receive these calls sometimes and people are saying that, we need to do this, let's do this. And many of them, the plans never pan out. But when you get a call from Ananta and when she says that we are going to write a book together, then you know in your soul and your heart and each part of your being that the book is going to come through and you are indeed going to write the book. And like Master Jaspreet just talked about belief and everything, there was this part of me which came up, which doubted, which did its own drama. And so I asked that part to repeatedly ask that part to just keep quiet and surrender and keep faith, because it was Ananta who had asked and said that the book was coming. And finally, the book, as I would like to tell that part, that finally the book is here. This book is Ananta, would you like to go on and talk about
Go ahead. This book is about, you can share about what the book is. Yeah.
Yes, so this book is written for beginners who would like to start on their spiritual journeys, who want to start living an authentic life, to start being themselves and living their authentic core. This book is also for advanced spiritual seekers, and they may find a lot of validations in our stories and what is shared in the book. It's a light transforming read. It shares many anecdotes and real life experiences and stories of many individuals that we have worked with for over a last decade for Ananta and half a decade for me. And so this book sort of takes you on an outer journey, a journey into the outer world, into the stories of all these amazing beings. And there are these integrated inner wisdom activity sheets throughout the book, which take you at the same time very, very systematically into an inner journey of yourself so that you can access your inner wisdom. So that's about the book.
Yes.
Ananta, would you like to go on?
Talking about the book, along with the guidance, there was a vision of countless people reading this book. And it is a big thank you to all of you, because you sent out a prayer out into the universe with several questions. And this book has come as a medium for those answers. You helped co-create this book and make it to realize that mission. So thank you to all of you. And to find out what messages you brought forth through us as mediums, you can read the book and also share with us. We are going to have an open house once every month where you can come and share your journey of being you with us. And we had several synchronicities happen through the book's journey. One of the biggest ones was meeting the team at MB Publishing, Mad Buddha Publishing, and it has been a phenomenal journey with them. We'd also like to thank Kunal and Pradosh, our life partners who supported us, and Pradosh especially for putting in hours and bringing his expertise of language to edit and refine the book. We offer this book, which has been Divine Will Manifest on this auspicious day of Guru Poornima, back at the lotus feet of Sri Guru Mahavatar Babaji, in the presence of all the gods and goddesses here with us today. Thank you all so much. And Dhanushi, would you like to share anything before we end?
It's just a shower of blessings to get to write, work so closely with your master, spend those many hours with her in body, I mean. And then the launch happens, it all comes together on such an auspicious day in presence of Patriji and all of you, and it's just a shower of blessings.
Thank you. Thank you. The book is available now internationally on Amazon, and we thank the team of MB Publishing once again for all the heartwarming support and love and faith that they have shown in us. And we also have a website, www.begintobeyou.com, which is the name of the book, where you can go have a look at the details and get links for the free open house that we will have every month, and sign up for our newsletters. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Patriji, yes, we hope to have a copy shared with you. We'll speak to Master Pallavi and the team, and yes, please do give us the blessing, the book, the blessings, so that it may touch everyone who has wished it into realization. So thank you.
Great congratulations. Yes. The ebook is very good.
Thank you.
I have few contents. Went through the contents.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Patriji. Thank you.
Okay, what is your message for this Guru Poornima day to all the people? Ananta,
Yes, Patriji, what is?
your message on Guru Poornima.
We are one with the source already, and this life is an endeavor to realize it. And that segues us into today's conversation, which is Golden Light Initiation with Cosmic Guru Babaji. Patriji, may we move into that? May we move into the program?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dhanashri. So, as shared before and in the introduction as well, you may know that I'm a born clairvoyant, and my experiences with Sri Guru Mahavatar Babaji and the great Siddha Yogi started at a very young age. And in spite of that, this is the very first time when this body is close to 40 that we are going to talk about it in such detail. Talking about who is in this body, we have a poem for you. Ask me not where I come from, for there is no where or when. You will know it too as you look deep within. Ask me not my name, for I have not just one. You may know me as your breath, or meet me as the sun. Ask me not for miracles, for they are all there is. You may know it as science or whatever else you will. Ask me not about truth, for it is not for me to say. Let your eyes become one and let the self reveal the play. Ask me why I am here, for I am here for you as me, to breathe the breath in oneness and to love the self as he. Thank you. This is a poem that was written several years ago. To share who I am, I have been in service of Sri Guru for lifetimes and for eons. And he is not only the Adi Guru who has initiated great masters and sages over the past centuries and thousands of years, but he is also the cosmic Guru of the multiverses. He has many forms. He has taken many forms. There are many avatars, and each one connects to his essence in the most unique and beautiful way. As Master Michael shared this morning, we are one with that frequency that we call creation. And today, as Earth ascends into the golden age, and we very, very gradually and steadily let go the densities on this planet, we are here to speak about some of the very simple tools that I have been sharing lifetime after lifetime. We call it the Golden Light Initiation. And here are the simple points. The very first one is love, unconditional love and purity of heart. To know God is to know the self, and to know the self is to know God. So self-realization is self-love. In other words, खुदा को जानना ही खुद को जानना है, and खुद को जानना ही खुदा को जानना है. When Jesus shared, love thy neighbor as thyself, he was talking about this oneness that is the ability to live a life from a space of extreme peace, bliss, without any separation. In the altar of the heart, is where this cosmic source resides. So one of the many times that Babaji had shared was that there are lots and lots of physical spaces such as temples and caves and mansions, the big spaces where people congregate for prayers. But the most important one is that in each one's heart, because that is your portable altar. And you can take it anytime, anywhere, and that the way to connect to that supreme source is our breath. If we think about it, the breath unites all kinds of creatures on this planet. Whether it is animals, plants, humans, across all the regions and religions, castes, we are all breathing. And that breath becomes a beautiful source of oneness for us. Then there was a quote that says, I assure you, when you purify your heart like that of a child, is when you will be able to enter that kingdom of God. When we purify our heart, our intention, not through very complex rituals or through hierarchy of the religious practices, but through the simple act of surrender, we are able to connect to our true intentions. And as it is said, the Creator is simple. Even though we know how to complicate life and it is a complex creation, our ability to stay simple can lead us to that unique supreme source. I'm also here to talk about integrated spirituality. Across lifetimes, there has been one message that comes again and again, and that is the kingdom of God is within you, and it is in each moment, the ability to harness the power that every moment brings. As a child, when I was growing up, I was very aware I was here in service. So one of the things I asked Babaji was, should I get married or should I stay single and serve you? And he very clearly said, you have to get married in this lifetime. As in the past 2 lifetimes, you are going to show people that it is possible to live an enlightened, awakened, conscious life, being a part of a family life, being a part of society. So it is not something that is far away for us. Being enlightened is a continuous present tense. It is not that once we are enlightened, the job is done. It is about being enlightened and bringing that state of awareness in every moment of our lifetime. Integrated spirituality is using the buddhi, as I have said this in past lives. It is using the buddhi to either be a buddhu or a buddha. So every moment presents us with an opportunity. Every saint is a sinner who never gave up, shared Paramahansa Yoganandaji. So if every saint is a sinner who never gave up, it doesn't matter what past you have or what your background has been, what faith or religion or place or body or gender you have chosen to be born into. There is absolutely nothing that stops you from achieving the highest state of awareness. There is absolutely nothing that stops you from achieving the highest state of awareness. You have all the power, all the grace of creation awaiting for you to ask and tap into. So no matter how difficult the journey may be, you are going to get there because it is already you. Just like an apple seed becomes an apple tree and a mango seed grows into an apple tree, a mango tree, it cannot be an apple tree. Similarly, you are born with your unique essence. And very beautifully, as everyone has shared, it is a process, it is a journey. And Sri Guru's infinite patience and eternal grace is with every single one, not just here on this planet, but across the multiverses. And one of the things that is so beautiful is, as you awaken, an example that we can give is when children are really young, they look up to their parents, and there's the sense of separation of time and experience. And as you grow up, you start realizing the oneness in terms of that sense of experience. So many a times you will see yourself as you grow up beginning to be a part of those decision-making processes, or even being a parent to your parent. So similarly, as you move forward on your journey, like a kitten grows up to be a cat and a puppy grows up to be a dog, the child of God grows up to be a god and a goddess. So that distance that we feel, whether it is internal or external, the distance that we feel from the Supreme Source goes on reducing a little bit at a time as we keep at it. It is not about becoming someone else. It is about recognizing who we already are. And that journey, as Patriji asked earlier, what is the one message that we are here to share? It is to say that we are one with that Supreme Source, and this life is an endeavor to realize that oneness. So sometimes it takes lifetimes to realize that oneness, but every effort helps. None of the efforts are futile. Yeah, and it is a matter of eventuality. It is not if it will happen, it is when it will happen. So these are reminders that we share today in Babaji's presence with you. How can we integrate the golden light initiation, especially now during the time when Earth is ascending? One is through your own sadhana, whatever your chosen source of practice is, to really commit to it as a sense of recharge and reconnection to the Supreme Source. Being in the body can be quite demanding. And imagine, and this is something that I keep sharing with the few who have been with us for years now, that sometimes you get very tired or frustrated with life, or life brings up so many challenging moments, and you give up, or you want to give up. And then you think about a great guru who has not given up his body for thousands of years. Can you imagine the amount of patience this benevolent being has? So then you pray to have the patience, to have the strength to move forward in the life that has been chosen by you as a co-creator of this life. And identifying what you're here to do, why you are here, are answers that you will receive within yourself and through reflections of you when the time is appropriate. So another message that Babaji shares is of divine appropriation, which means that everything in the universe has been created with precise purpose. There is absolutely not a singular element out of place. If you ever wonder, what are you here for? Or the messages that you are sharing are already written off or shared, there is a unique way in which you are going to bring those messages to the people around you and in your life. And another example that we give to express that is a same sambar recipe. Even if it is tried out by 10 different people, it tastes different. And that tasting different is that secret ingredient that is you. To find out more, of course, in the book that we have written, you will know how to get that secret ingredient for yourself. The main thing is to stay consistent, to have faith and to believe, like we just listened to. And it is beautifully written in the book Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji. Love, simplicity, service, belief, trust, faith and the many virtues that naturally come to us. And just like a flower, when a flower transforms into a fruit, the petals naturally fall off. It is not an effort to let go a certain conditioning. It is not an effort. It all naturally happens because that is the divinity inherent in you. You are already all that is needed. Everything you need is there. One of the most beautiful life transforming messages or conversations that I had with Babaji was, he said that when I am all you need, I will be all you have. And in that there was such a vastness. And usually when we think of one singular thing, we think of it as in a limited perspective. But when there is that state of oneness and that mergence, it includes everything and nothing within it. So I'm going to repeat those words for you today. When I am all you need, I will be all you have. And there has been not a singular moment that all that we need has not been taken care of. So a message for you also that comes as part of this golden initiation is absolute surrender. Surrender from a space of samarpan and sharanagati, where you feel that oneness with that supreme source by whatever name or form you relate to it. Babaji clearly asked me not to ever let any separation come through. Whether it is religion, faith, any separation, even age. We have the youngest to the oldest with whom we share this presence. I haven't spoken about Babaji out publicly, and yet there have been many, many occasions where people have felt his presence and experienced it, very much like all the other beautiful masters who have experienced his presence. It comes on its own accord. I will not be sharing any of the, I won't be going into extreme detail of the miracles, but another conversation that I can share with you right now is there was this one time when I was in my urban cave with Babaji. That was the one place for 3 years where I was trained by him, and he would come in the physical body. And there was this one time where he started walking upside down on the ceiling, and it frightened me because the fan in that room was on. And he said that levitation is not the only way to defy gravity. Levitation is not the only way to defy gravity. Now, to decode this message by him, it took years. There was an instant understanding, of course, that came through, but that message rings a bell every time there is specifically a situation in which we realize that everyone comes with preconceived notions of what is spirituality, what is meditation, who is a guru, what is one supposed to be like, look like, behave like. And there is also a huge amount of informational baggage that we all carry from things we read, things we've heard of, and the conditioning. And his reminder was to drop all of that, to say, I don't know, to say it is okay, I don't know, or I know a lot, but there is a lot more that I don't know of. And there is a vast universe, a vast creation out there with the multiverses that has so much more information and experience awaiting for me. As part of the Golden Light initiation process, the first step is to begin to tune into the altar of your heart. The altar of your heart where your eternal supreme source in the form of your guru and guide resides. To purify the intentions that you experience. Absolute purity in everything, aligning the thought word, and every action. Many a times we get asked, how do you know something is right or wrong? The truth is there is no right or wrong. There is only, as Babaji says, divinely appropriate. So if I want to move from Pune to Delhi and I take a train to Chennai, it is not wrong. It doesn't make the train wrong or my decision to get into the train wrong. It just means that it is not aligned or appropriate for the goal that I have, the destination that I have decided to move towards. So in life and in every moment, if we ask ourselves, is this the divinely appropriate thought to have, word to say, or action to do? It brings us to the goal in the long run, to that one goal that you have chosen for yourself as part of that realization that you're one with the Supreme. I request everyone to just close their eyes for 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. And tune in to the energy of a countless splendid suns, which is the source of all creation. Some of you may tune into this as absolute darkness, nothingness. Allow yourself to tune into your heart center and invoke that presence within your heart center. And with your permission, right now, and in the presence of all the gods and goddesses here, may we take that sankalpa, that I realize my oneness with the Supreme Source and allow my life to be that Supreme Source in action that helps all those around me and serves and fulfills the mission of life that I am here for. So it is, so it is, so it is. Thank you. Gently rub your palms together, cup them over your eyes, and gently open your eyes when you feel ready. The one last thing I will share is in service over lifetimes. It is here Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chitsushkrita dharma samsthapanathaya sambhavami yuge yuge. May His divine will and only His divine loving will be manifest in every thought, word, and action. So it is. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you, MBP, for giving us this opportunity. And thank you so much, PMC. Thank you, Patriji, for all your love and grace, for being light incarnate on this planet and taking this whole planet up with you into ascension. Thank you, Charu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anantaji. Commitment, belief, and surrender. What a beautiful message you have given to all of us in alignment and grounding today. I myself feel very much grounded after your talk. So thank you so much for sparing your time, and we wish you all the best with your book and all the best to your co-author, Dhanashree Bhagwat, as well. We had a wonderful time being able to bring that energy forth as MB Publishing House and take it out to the world. It is as much our baby as yours. So we wish you all the best with it, and thank you so much for your talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Pranams to Patriji. Thank you.
So friends, after that very calming session, let's move on to the next speaker, who we all are very eagerly waiting to listen to, Dr. Aditya Gait of the Ananda Sangha, Pune. He is the spiritual director of Ananda Sangha He is the trustee of Ananda Sangha India and co-founder of Ananda Clinic of Integrated Healthcare, Pune. He's an internationally certified yoga teacher and medical practitioner whose chief interests lie in sharing the teachings and benefits of yoga as a healthy and successful way of life. Dr. Aditya has run a charitable rural clinic, conducted free medical camps in villages, and worked in the surgical and medical emergency departments over the last few years. He's the co-founder of Ananda Clinic of Integrated Healthcare, Pune, which offers an integrated healing experience at physical, mental, and spiritual levels, drawing from the wisdom of many healing techniques. He has offered consultancy services to Yogananda Charitable Trust, Vrindavan, and himself is a brahmachari with the Ananda Sangha, a spiritual NGO that espouses the teachings of Sanatan Dharma, as explained by the self-realized master Paramahansa Yogananda. We welcome you with both our hands folded, Dr. Gait. Please, over to you for your talk.
Thank you so much, Pallavi, and good evening, everybody. As Pallavi very kindly said, my name is Aditya. I'm speaking from Pune, and why don't we just do a few little exercises taught by Yogananda ji, whose disciple I am, just while where we are sitting, and if you can stand up, that will be wonderful too. And this is very simple. We'll do something called a double breath and tense the body. And then we breathe out with a double exhalation and relax the body. This is extremely good for just getting invigorated once again and to basically get some energy in ourselves. So let's take a double inhalation and tense the body tissues. Breathe out. One more time. One last time. And let's do the Dirgha Pranayam sitting in our seats. Just let's inhale as we take the hands up. As we breathe out, come down. You can close your eyes. It's a very simple practice. Inhale in such a way that you're filling the lower, middle, and upper lungs. And as you breathe out, expel the air completely. One last time. Filling in vitality, joy, enthusiasm, blessings. Breathing out, completely relaxing. And please open your eyes, or I'll do this brief invocation, Om Namo Bhagavate, and you could join me in this with your eyes closed too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Om. 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 Amen. 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 And let's sing this chant, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, to Mahavatar Babaji. Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Om, Shri Guru Deva Amen. Shri Guru Deva Amen. And let's close our eyes just for a brief moment, a minute. Sitting up straight in our chair, away from the back. Let's close our eyes and try to bring our focus, our attention to the point between the two eyebrows. The prefrontal lobes of our brain are there. Spiritually, the spiritual eye is situated at that point. Let's focus at that point. Yogananda ji also called this point the Kutastha Chaitanya, the seat of Christ or Krishna consciousness. Let's call to Babaji just for a brief moment as we collectively do this satsang in his name. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Pallavi, just give me a feedback if I'm still live because I got a message saying I've been signed out.
Yeah, sir.
You're seeing me very well?
Yes, Charu here, you are absolutely fine.
Okay,
Your
sorry,
voice
I have a message on my screen that I
No
have been
problem.
signed out.
Please, carry on. Carry on.
Okay. Well, good evening once again, friends, and my deep gratitude to Pyramid Society for organizing this program and Kaarthikeyan ji for letting me know about this, and Pallavi and team for the very kind invitation. And happy Guru Poornima to everybody. You know, since morning on these special days, there's always a blessing. And I woke up this morning and I was feeling the same, that it's so wonderful we have festivals like this. And of course, goes without saying, there is Kriyananda ji, my teacher and Yogananda's disciple. He used to say it's like shafts of light open up between the heavens and the physical plane, the planet, on these special days. When a master comes, when a master leaves his body, when a special festival happens. And he says those are great moments to do satsang, to meditate, to tune into these realities where we all can then perceive more than on other days the blessings of the great ones, of God and gurus. And so with this theme of Mahavatar Babaji on Guru Poornima, it is just like that. Everybody is getting together to ponder these questions. This morning I had another discussion where people have these questions. For those, at the end of the talk, somebody said, is there some suggestion or advice for everybody who was attending? And I said there are two things. I said those who are already disciples, those who have found, you might say, that calling, they have a guru. I said go deep. And the story I related over there was many years ago, a disciple on our path tried to, they said, I want to do more for the master. And they were extremely enthusiastic in their approach. And seeing that, a few people got concerned and they said, this is too much. One also has to balance their finances with other things, and one has to consider that this person was really trying to spend half of their life saving on Guru's work. And they came up to me because this was happening in Pune where I oversee the activity, and they said, why don't you have a word with them? So I thought about it. And I said, yes, what shall I say? What would be the right thing? Yogananda ji used to do this practice. What would Divine Mother want? That's how he prayed to God. His disciple, Kriyananda ji, would ask the same question. And sometimes he would personalize it by asking, what would my Guru, what would Yogananda ji do in this situation? So I asked myself, because I had only met Kriyananda ji, I said, what would Kriyananda ji have done? And immediately the answer was, he would have done more and better. And that second thought that came, friends, was that of Lord Hanuman. I said, if somebody is trying to do a lot on the spiritual path for their guru, it's like telling Hanuman, why don't you jump short distances and even more safe and shorter distances? And please don't ever think of jumping into Lanka. I thought actually, and I went back to this person and I said, I think my job within common sense is to encourage people to do more and better, because you see, friends, on one level, the world tells us we should be good, but we shouldn't be too good. People give that as a practical advice. Now, yes, being too good does not mean that we have to be foolish. But Kriyananda ji, again, my teacher, or think of Hanuman, think of any good disciple. What would he say to his guru? What would he, when he's in front of him, he would say, what else can I do? Which is why this is the center of devotion, the heart. And hands, biologically speaking, since I'm a doctor, there's the thoracic plexus over here, the nerves from the spine which feed the lungs and heart, they also go to the hands. So on one level, when you feel love for somebody, you naturally say, what can I do for you? You clap when you're happy, you're joyful. So it's like this is how we are made. And so I give people that advice. If you already have a guru, see how else could you serve, this divine consciousness. Also, I advise that, friends, because the human tendency, it's nothing to feel good or bad. We all face this, but it's just part of our nature somewhere to want to do the least amount of effort to get the work done. And so I was cautioning against that. And especially on a day like Guru Poornima, we can renew our vow. Okay, what else could I do? Because ultimately, like Babaji said to Sri Yukteswarji, Paramahansa Yogananda's guru, one time in their encounter, he gave him a project, he gave him a work to do, to write a book. And he told him, I will send you a disciple who you will train to take these teachings to the West. That disciple was Yogananda ji. But when he told him, please write this book showing the parallels between Christianity and Sanatan Dharma, Sri Yukteswarji said, my Lord, that's a big command. Would I be able to do it? And Mahavatar Babaji told him, son, who do you think is the real doer? If God has expressed this wish through me to you, your job is to express willingness. Of course, do the needful, but the work will be done. So on one level, especially in the guru-disciple relationship, friends, again, think of Ram and Hanuman. Think of Arjun and Krishna. It behooves us to say yes to the right thing that God and Gurus are asking. And then we see that in some subtle, mysterious way, it's their power and their grace that makes it happen. It's like, again, that dramatic story. By the way, I'll be sharing a few stories from this book, Autobiography of a Yogi by Yogananda ji, through which I, for the first time, came to know of Mahavatar Babaji. And you'll remember, and by the way, to finish that other part, and I said, for those who are still asking that question, this is what I said in the morning: does God exist? Does a guru exist? Who is a guru? What can he or she, because we see them in forms and personalities, do for me? Do they do the work? Do I have to do the work? I said, those are genuine questions when we are all beginning. And I said, please be approaching them with an open heart and open mind. That, okay, like Kriyananda ji used to say, people often say, oh, life is testing me, God is testing me, Guru is testing me. He would say, why don't you test God for a change? And when he told this to a certain person, he said, how can I test God? He said, offer a sincere prayer. Lord, I'm trying to understand the teachings. I'm trying to understand your presence. I'm trying to understand your instruments, your awakened sons, you might say, gurus. Help, what is my role over here? How can I proceed in life? What shall I do down in this mundane reality where I find myself? And he said, if you sincerely ask, he said, you will get a response. Like, again, as they say, when the disciple is ready, the guru appears. And so these principles are eternal, friends. And the masters come one by one at different times, cultures, places, in different languages, with different emphasis. They share these eternal truths to us all. And so, speaking of your and my readiness, I think we got our discipleships quite easily. We do a few classes. Are you meditating enough? Do you have the desire to be a disciple and things like that? But I think over the years, I've never gone through a discipleship class without reminding students this story, where you'll remember in Autobiography, there was a young man who was climbing and scaling the mountains in the Badri Narayan hills, where Yogananda ji said Babaji lives. And at one point, he climbed over a ledge, and sure enough, to his great joy, he saw Mahavatar Babaji and some of his disciples sitting over there. And he immediately climbed up and he said, Lord, sir, you must be Mahavatar Babaji. And he said, I want to be your disciple. For months, I've been roaming these hills and climbing these crags. Please accept me as your disciple, now that I have found you finally. And what did Mahavatar Babaji tell him? Very respectfully, but he had to state the truth also. He said, in your present condition, I cannot accept you as a disciple. Now, that was quite disappointing for this young man. And he said, sir, life has no purpose for me if I cannot win your discipleship. If you do not accept me right now, I am going to jump down this mountainside and take my life. Now, Babaji had some disciples and they were watching this conversation, and Babaji said to this boy, jump then. And he jumped. And he died in the process. And Babaji told two of his disciples, bring me his form, bring me his body, bring him to me. And Yogananda writes in detail, he said the mangled form was brought to the master. Babaji placed his hand on the boy and he came back to life. He was restored, his health, and you would say the trauma. The surgeon in me is very curious how everything immediately got healed. And Babaji said to him, my son, you have passed a difficult test. Death shall never touch you again. Welcome to our flock. Now, through other instances, I think it was Ram Gopal Mazumdar, another very well-known saint whom Yogananda ji had met, and others. There are many stories of Mahavatar Babaji that have come, and there is this little flock of disciples around him. And what a privilege. Yogananda ji would say that Babaji's direct disciple, Lahiri Mahashaya, who was Yogananda ji's guru, Sri Yukteswar ji's guru, so Yogananda's Param Guru, he had told his disciples, after leaving my body, I will spend some time with Babaji. So I mean, it's just so beautiful even to contemplate the presence, the existence of such great masters. And as Yogananda ji said, anyone, whenever they utter with reverence the name Babaji, they attract to themselves an instant blessing. So many times over these years, I have made that alone as my japa, that okay, my mind is too scattered to meditate. I am just going to call out to Babaji with deep reverence. And what does Babaji mean? Reverend Father. Wouldn't a child, what else would a child do than call his father in times when you need him? And that is what Yogananda ji told us all to do. Now, friends, I want to pick up this beautiful chapter written by Yogananda ji, Babaji, the Yogi Christ of modern India. And I want to read a few lines which are quite relevant over here. Now, of course, some of these stories which I already shared are beyond little bit your and my, at least my comprehension, you know, and I can only marvel each time. This is also something Yogananda ji's Guru Sri Yukteswar told him. Babaji's spiritual stature is beyond human comprehension. The dwarf vision of men cannot pierce to his transcendental star. One attempts in vain even to picture the avatar's attainment. It is inconceivable. I trust Sri Yukteswar ji in time to reveal, or Babaji to reveal to us, who he really is. Now, but I do want to read something, friends, which is extremely relevant to you and me, and which expresses such a great, great master's concern for us all. On the next page, Yogananda writes, Babaji is well aware of the trends of modern times, especially of the influence and complexities of Western civilization, and realizes the necessity of spreading the self-liberating techniques of yoga equally in the West and in the East. Now, isn't that beautiful? I liked it very much how Yogananda ji said equally in the East and the West, because the East is not spared of those influences too. This book was written in 1946 when Yogananda ji was in America. So he could see those effects coming up. You know, the world was coming out of World War II. Already World War I had, affected the US in a big way. So people were affirming a sense of freedom, a sense of exploration. Of course, as Yogananda ji would also write, that the West has specialized in material efficiency, and for millennia, the East has had the spiritual tools and techniques. And he said, in this age of energy, this age of Dwapar, he said, we need to, cause a marriage between the two. He said, we need to lead a balanced approach where there is material efficiency, because God doesn't want to deprive us of anything. And he said, once we have that balanced approach, everything works out very well. Now, here's another thing, friends. In that statement, if Babaji and the great masters are aware of these beautiful, the trends that are coming, and they have these techniques and things, how do they then help us? How did Babaji help us in these times? Well, Yogananda ji would relate to his disciples. He said, actually, Babaji and Christ met in the Himalayas. He told this personally to the monks, and especially to Kriyananda ji more than once. He said, and it was the request of Christ that my people, my followers, are doing many good things, but they have forgotten the true purpose of religion, which is daily inner direct communion with the Lord, with the Creator, with God. Like again, Christ would say in his own times, seek ye first the kingdom of God. Rest all these things shall be added unto you. Or, as is every person's aspiration, to perfect themselves. It's just built up in our DNA. And Christ put that again. He would tell his disciples, exhort them to not aim for anything less. And that statement in the Bible is, be ye perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. And Kriyananda ji and Yogananda ji would remind us how often that word perfect in sermons could be made good, be a good, be a kind. Well, everybody is good. Kriyananda ji would say even the worst gangster is good to some people, at least his family members, and at some or the other point, everybody has been good. So he says goodness is a good starting point. But ultimately, if we are seeking perfection, That is something, God expects of us, or you might say our spiritual nature expects. Sooner or later, we cannot ignore that. It becomes a point of our happiness, which is again why in India, the caste system, you see, it was never meant to be hereditary, Yogananda said. Those 4 castes are states of consciousness. When somebody is lazy, you are in Shudra consciousness. The thought is, if somebody were to ask me, can you give me a glass of water? And I say, you're sitting closer to the kitchen. Why don't you get it yourself? Well, you see, I'm not willing to help someone. I may actually get worse and not be willing to help myself for anything. And such is a Shudra consciousness. So this indicator was made for us all to say, where am I right now? Where am I today? How can I go up higher? Vaishya consciousness. Okay, I will help you some. But at the back of the mind, my thought is, I hope you will also help me later. Now, this is better than being a Shudra because at least there's a higher exchange of energy. And you see, one realizes that if I am a Shudra, I can't help myself, I can't help others, I have no friends, and I'm basically unhappy. Laziness brings unhappiness. So we go to the next plane and we are more happy. Yogananda ji said it doesn't stop there. We reach the 3rd stage, being a Kshatriya. A Kshatriya consciousness says simply, I don't care about what people give to me or say to me, whether they praise me or blame me. My happiness depends on giving, on serving. And to that degree, I'm ready to give up my life. Just like that boy said to Mahavatar Babaji, life itself has no meaning for me. If I cannot be your disciple, I would much rather die. And Yogananda said it is a true state of consciousness where one's happiness depends. One thrives by selfless service to others. And that Kshatriya consciousness is exemplified when you think of somebody who is a wonderful leader, wonderful warrior, somebody who gives up their life just like that because their joy comes from that. And finally, friends, our happiness can get arrested at that level too. And I can think of Saint Francis of Assisi, who lived in the 11th century. And to make a long story short, he went from being the son of the richest man in Assisi, the town in Italy, to being extravagant in his ways, having too much merrymaking, to basically then giving money to others, helping them, to finding lepers and helping them, to gathering his friends and collectively everybody helping those lepers and poor people in their city. But still one day, and everybody was saying, you're doing such a wonderful thing. But he was by himself and he had a little Bible. So he took that, went to the nearby river, and in a little grotto, a cave, he sat there weeping. And he prayed to Christ, why am I not happy? Why am I still not happy? I'm doing so many good things. And Christ said to him, oh Francis, how could you ever be happy without me? And it struck Saint Francis that, of course, I was doing it all by my energy. There was too much emphasis on me. I have to bring God into the picture. And you see, on one level, if you read his life, not much change outwardly, except that he started seeing God in the person he was serving, in even his persecutors ultimately. He had become a saint. In the years to come, he became a saint, and even in a wolf, in bandits, in everybody, he was able to see the divine and bring about that transformation because he himself had understood. And for his own highest happiness, he had touched that Brahman consciousness. Brahman, the word comes from Brahma. When we include God in our reality, when we include gurus in our reality, when we aspire for that height, again, you may think of that devotee I was talking about in the beginning. Her joy came from giving up everything that she had, that I want to do this. It's like Hanuman, I just have to do this for Lord Ram. And then such people become great examples for us all to follow. So in the same vein, Yogananda said, Babaji and Christ met, and Christ said to him, let's send a teaching which can bring back this understanding that daily communion with the Lord is what is required. And also, why would you want to commune with the Lord? Well, because the Lord is pure bliss. He's joy. He's Satchit Ananda. Yogananda said he's more tempting than anything you can ever think of. Or like Thomas à Kempis, a great saint, also said to his disciples, this was in the 13th century, he said, the Lord, the temptation of our Lord, no, the pleasure of our Lord is greater than all the sense pleasures of this world combined. Now, that is quite similar to Adi Shankaracharya's definition of God, ever existing, ever conscious. And Yogananda ji said, ever new bliss. Through daily meditation, through prayer, through service, through spiritual exploration, the contemplation. There are all these different approaches, through chanting, through devotion, through all these approaches, a devotee reaches the point, ultimately by the grace of God and Gurus. And in this case, because Yogananda ji said, Babaji is not just an avatar, he's a Mahavatar. He guides prophets and others. We could draw upon that grace. Somebody asked Kriyananda ji once, sir, I don't feel devotion. I'm not that type of a person. It's not my nature. But since it is so important, how can I develop it? He said, pray for it. It's okay. If you don't have it, pray to God. God has it all. Say, help me experience you. Help me fall in love with you. Give me something through which I can love you more and more. It's like, again, how does a mother love a child? How do we love our work? How do we love anything? So we can pray in that fashion and ask for those things. Because this is important, friends. On the spiritual path, Yogananda ji said, a disciple has to do 25% of the work. His guru does 25% of the work. And God does 50% of the work. So you see, we have a role to play. You might say our role is to get in tune, to do our self-effort, our sadhana, our seva. And then God's grace comes, Guru's grace comes. Now, grace is always there also. It's not like God's grace is conditional. I'll give it to this person, I will not give it to that. And Kriyananda ji used to say that it's like sun rays falling on your house. They are there. But if you've put blind curtains over there, dark curtains, he said, you complain inside, oh, there is so much darkness. He said, our 25% is to part those curtains. And then we see, oh, the light is there. It is so nice. It is so warm. Why didn't I do this sooner? And again, this is not just something my teacher and guru told me. Everybody, this is a universal teaching that, like Christ again said, lift your gaze and see that the harvest is ready already. What does that mean again? Well, if you have to look at a harvest, ideally your eyes should go down. But this is the harvest, the divine harvest. And Yogananda ji explained that when we lift our eyes in deep meditation, when we close our eyes and keep it up at this point, in this direction, he said, God's presence is there, joy is there, solutions are there. Even if we have to, even in a mundane reality, we have to find a solution to a problem. What do we tell our colleagues and teammates? We say, give me 5 minutes. I'd like to be myself to think about this. And you basically close your eyes. And if you ask yourself what you're doing, you're basically thinking, you're focusing your mind. And we many, many times universally come up with a solution. So again, lift your gaze and see that the harvest is ready already. So you see, Christ had those teachings, but Yogananda ji said, when he came to Babaji, he said, it's time to release the teachings. Why not do this? And Babaji said, it is time, let's do that. And to that effect, he called Lahari Mahashaya, who would be his disciple. He was already his disciple in past lives. And he said, I'm going to initiate you in Kriya Yoga. And as we know, then worldwide, many, many different lineages of Kriya came from Lahari Mahashaya. Now then, I want to read this little story. Actually, I'll narrate it because it's clear in my mind, of Lahari Mahashaya meeting his guru, Mahavatar Babaji. You will remember, friends, I by the way, urge you to please read this beautiful book. it is not just a factual autobiography of Yogananda ji, it is extremely universal. Kriyananda ji used to call it a scripture, which I would agree to. There are beautiful universal truths in there. Now, Lahiri Mahashaya was 33 years old when he met Babaji, and that encounter was quite long. Actually, it was spanned over 8 or 9 days, because, you know, Yogananda, Babaji met his disciple and then he initiated him, and there was a whole process to that. But basically what he told him was, he said there was a reason why you met me at this stage and age in your life, where he was married, he had a job, and he already had children. Because when they met, Lahiri Mahashaya said to him, he said, please let me stay with you here in the Himalayas. It is so peaceful. I never knew I had a guru. Now I know you have been my guru, and not just in this life, but even in the past, because those memories were awakened in Babaji's presence. And he said, I don't want to go back to the world. What did Babaji tell him? You see, the mission had to start, and it was after that meeting with Christ. He said, well, through you, you are a householder. You've come to me at this point for a reason. I have initiated you. Now, your job is to be an ideal householder, Lahiri. Do your work, take care of your family, go back to the crowded marts. And he said, you will be an example for the millions of bewildered men and women of this world who ask themselves this question, is it possible for us to find God? Not just God, friends. In these times, people ask the simple question, can I even be peaceful? Young people many times have this simple question, is it even possible to be happy all the time? I would say forget all the time, even half the time in our lives. Are people really happy? So with those kinds of questions, with the understanding of the complexities, as Yogananda ji said, of modern civilization, modern times, Babaji was aware of it, and he said, let's send these teachings. Kriya Yoga, it's a simple pranayam. Kriya Yoga is to work with the energy in the spine. And, you know, Yogananda ji said that Mahavatar Babaji in a past life had initiated Adi Shankaracharya, he had initiated Kabir. And I am reminded of this beautiful verse by Kabir, as they are called Kabir ji ke dohe. And this doha is, I'll repeat it first. Chakki chakki kahe sabhi, killi kahe na koi. Killi se jo laga rahe, wahan ko baal na banka hoi. Now, chakki, he's talking about this grinding stone, which we see very commonly in Indian villages. And it's two circular stones. There's a handle on the top one. And as I remember, my grandmother used to be revolving it. And in the middle is this opening through which you put wheat or rice. And basically the stones, crush them and make the flour. So that's the chakki, and there's the killi. And Kabir is saying, Chakki chakki kahe sabhi, killi kahe na koi. Everybody is praising the chakki. Nobody talks about the killi. Killi se jo laga rahe, wako baal na banka hoi. At the end of the process, when you remove those two stones, you will see there are 2-3 grains which were not turned to powder. And those are the grains which were in the killi, not in the periphery of the chakki. And the point is, how is this similar to Kriya Yoga or any pranayam in yoga science? Well, pranayam brings our energy inside, in the spine, in the brain, at the point between the two eyebrows. It calms our heart, it calms our breath. It makes us centered. There are many ways to say it. Yogananda used to say, be in the spine always. Be unshaken amidst the crash of breaking worlds. It's like that rice grain. If you go out too much without inner strength, you will be turned to powder. But if you stay in your center, and again, think of Babaji, what could shake him? Nothing. He's so much calm, composed, aware in himself that nothing is hidden from such a great, great master. Now, why does a master come and express these things to us? I'd like to read this line over here, because again, his stature is so high that on one level, we could just say, you know, Yogananda had this dream once, and in this dream, he was he was standing in a dusty marketplace, and he was still a little boy, young man in that dream. And every now and then, somebody would come up in front of him and look above his shoulder. And they would see something extremely beautiful, and they would say, "Oh, wow, how beautiful. Oh, but it's way too high for me." And then somebody else would come, and the same thing would happen, and again, till Yogananda took notice of this, and he said, "What are people really looking behind me?" And in his dream, he turned back, and he saw this majestic, snow-capped, beautiful mountain with an exquisite garden on the top. And he looked at it himself, and his breath was taken away. He said, "Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh, but it's way too high for me." This thought came to him. But he caught that thought. He said, "No. Even if I fail in the attempt, I can at least put one step after another in that direction." And that is what we all are trying to do. So sometimes we study the life of a great master and we say, "Well, he's a master, he can do this. There's very little chance for me." But that is not the case. Yogananda said all true masters come simply to show through their human form, especially through a guru, God shows how we all can attain. We are all children of God, and sooner or later we must take up that responsibility, that the time has come for me to claim my true inheritance. I belong to God above all. I must live as per His expectation. And so I want to read these few lines. Yogananda ji writes, "An avatar lives in the omnipresent spirit. For him, there is no distance inverse to the square. Only one reason, therefore, can motivate Babaji in maintaining his physical form with a concrete example of its own possibilities. By maintaining his physical form from century to century. The desire to furnish humanity with a concrete example of its own possibilities. Were man never vouchsafed a glimpse of divinity in the flesh, he would remain oppressed by the heavy Maic delusion that he cannot transcend his mortality." And isn't that so? As much as we have progressed in these times, friends, there remains a mass consciousness that there is only one life. Like people say, "Oh, I am only human. Oh, this is how I am. I get angry. Oh, these are my habits and tendencies." And again, Kriyananda ji used to tell us, he used to smoke, before he came on the path. And when he decided to be a hermit, he thought that, how will I afford cigarettes, in the forest? So basically, he decided to give up smoking. And he would say, well, giving up smoking was like Mark Twain once said, "Oh yes, I have given up smoking. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. I have done it 1,000 times. And Kriyananda ji would say, I would give up my habit only to find myself engaged in it again next day. And this happened for a while. But after a year, he quit smoking. And he said he never had the slightest desire to go back to it ever. How did he do it? He said throughout that year, each time he went back to his habit, instead of saying, "Oh, I have failed," he said, "I haven't yet succeeded. I haven't yet succeeded. Banat, banat, banjai. Doing, done. I am going to put one step after another, and I will find out. I will accomplish these things through my will, through my Guru's grace." Now he accomplished that. He kicked that habit of smoking by his efforts. But then he came on the path and he said, "I realized self-transformation is not as easy as we would like to make it out." He said, you change one habit and another one comes up. You change this habit and the old one which you thought has gone comes back again. And he said, it's like lifting the chair on which you are sitting. He said, another strong person has to come from behind and he can lift you both, the chair and you. And he said, that person is the Guru. God sends the Guru to uplift the disciple, just like it said again in the Bible, as many as received him, to them gave he the power to become sons of God. That Christ was a son of God, and he brought others also, those who received him, those were his disciples, those who welcomed him, those who practiced what he said. Again, as he would tell his disciples, why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not the things that I say? So just like Ananta was mentioning, those beautiful attitudes that we can develop in our lives, those are the things Babaji recommended. When we can do that, we do him greater service than to enshrine his picture and fail in those regards where he really wants the work to be done. Another story that comes to my mind is of, I think it was Lahari Mahashaya. He had gone to the Kumbh Mela and he looked around and he saw basically, he was looking for saints, but he couldn't find one or feel that somebody was a saint. And suddenly he noticed that there was a person he knew from his neighborhood who had dressed up like, a sadhu and was begging for money, and people were giving him a lot of money. And he said, oh my goodness, this is a sham. And suddenly he saw Babaji over there at the feet of this person. And he said, sir, what are you doing over here? And Babaji looked at him as a child, like a little child. He said, don't you see, I'm washing his feet. And after this, I shall wash his utensils and clean up this whole area. And Lahari Mahashaya thought, why? And Babaji said to him that, let me read this line, friends. It's too beautiful to be paraphrased. Where is it? One moment. Yeah. He said, I am washing the feet of this renunciate, and then I shall clean his cooking utensils. Babaji smiled at me like a little child. I knew he was intimating that he wanted me to criticize no one, but to see the Lord as residing equally in all body temples, whether of superior or inferior men. The great Guru added, by serving wise and ignorant sadhus, I am learning the greatest of virtues, pleasing to God above all others, humility. Again, I would say that's a practice I've been trying to do myself over the years. I said, this is beautiful. If Babaji can wash the feet of everybody, it behooves us to do something, whatever will soften our pride and help us also move in that direction where we are able to see everybody with an equal gaze. So friends, with this, I'd like to just share one final story from Babaji, the Yogi, modern Christ of, modern India, as Master writes, Yogananda ji writes. And if there are some questions, Pallavi, you can let me know. I'd be happy to do those, or we could also call this session good. Now, we all know Yogananda ji went to the West, recently. Many are writing that, they're calling him the father of the modern yoga movement. Kriyananda ji once read a book which was describing that if Vivekananda ji, and this is again, friends, not at all to compare, but just to see the scale and the way the work has simply been done, Babaji told him, as did Sri Yukteswar ji, that it is time for you to go. It's now or never. This is part of the divine plan. You just have to go and share the teachings. And Yogananda ji, he was extremely well received, and the teachings were practical. Actually, he himself said, had I gone even 30 years before, nobody would have listened to my teachings. He said it had to happen at a certain time, which was, let's say, World War I. Certain scientific discoveries had to be made. In 1905, theory of relativity came from Einstein. So people's minds and the inner world, you might say, was enlarging already. And then he gave them tools and techniques for people to individually experience this. And so Kriyananda ji read in this book, he said, if Vivekananda ji broke the ice between East and the West, he said Yogananda taught people how to swim in those waters. That again, through these, and Yogananda ji's teachings were not totally, you might say, his. He invented a few of them, like energization exercises and such. But the Kriya Yoga technique he took, he said it's the ancient practice of Kriya. Other pranayams, even count breathing, Hong saw practice, all of them, he said these are ancient Buddhist practices, they have been practiced earlier. And he said, Eastern man, Western man. Somebody once said to him, this won't work for the Western body. He said, the body is the same everywhere. People are the same everywhere. The soul has the same aspirations everywhere. The blessings of Babaji are the same everywhere. Such great masters, as we know, cannot be tied by race, religion, country, and all those things. And he would say that as people expand their horizons, as individuals experience these things inside of them, he said that is how peace will ultimately be built. So Mahavatar Babaji blessed Yogananda ji when he in 1920 went to the West. And at that time, because Yogananda was still not sure, he said, do you really want me to go? He said, yes, I want you to go. Share these teachings. And he said, through man's own inner experience, he will realize that peace is possible, harmony is possible, brotherhood is possible. It's just like even after a little meditation, friends, sometimes we come out and we feel so kind, so generous. Somebody may not give you that hot cup of tea, but you're not bothered so much because there is so much joy inside. In the same way, Mahavatar Babaji said, as more and more and more people experience inner peace, inner joy, attitudes like love, forgiveness, compassion, kindness, generosity they are the fruit of such a consciousness, and the world will become a better place. So on this day, I'd like to invite his blessings in my own life, in the life of all truth seekers. I ask for his grace, and may he empower us to become ever more perfect instruments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your voice was so soothing and you were so articulate in telling us about all these experiences you have had with the book. If you don't mind me asking, since you asked if I had any questions, when was the first time you came across this book, and how did you come across it?
Well, this was 2006, Pallavi. I was
Sorry, minor correction. I'm Charu, sir. Just so.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
that's fine. Today we are all one. Today we are all one. Please, you were
Okay,
saying.
so Charu, what happened? I was practicing as a young doctor. I had just finished internship in Delhi. And you see, reading medical books is one thing, and finally spending time with the patients and visiting hospitals, spending all your days, which is what internship and other practices was about. I started seeing a lot of, limitations of medical practice, which is what it simply is. I'm not trying to judge the modern medicine. I have deep respect for it. But at that time, when you see somebody die, at least to me, the question used to immediately come, what just happened over here? Somebody was complaining. They were trying to say something, and it's like they just stopped doing that. They're gone. Yes, we make a death certificate and all, but I was having this. So I asked some people around me, my seniors, what just happened? They said, but the person died. I said, yeah, but what happens when you die? And they're like, are you okay? You need a cup of tea and, take some rest. What kind of a question is that? But I was really genuinely wondering. And then the next question tied to that was, why do people suffer? Because you see, as a surgeon, patients come to us often with a big lump or swelling or a kidney stone. Things have already gone bad. They've gone beyond prevention many times. And I'd be like, this is not satisfying, to me at least. So I started looking for those answers. And Charu, at that time, I used to think also of world situations. The global warming is happening and, countries are getting more bullish towards one the other. And I said, what's really going on over here? And I had read the autobiography of Mahatma Gandhi ji. And I was happy, but I said, I need to go out and read another autobiography where someone knows the answers. And with that question, I went out shopping to a bookstore and I found autobiography of a yogi. And I honestly, till that time, didn't think that yogis would write such beautifully written books. I thought yogis are in remote caves somewhere out of the world, as you know. But I saw Yogananda ji, and then he had taught Mahatma Gandhi ji how to meditate. So for me, there was an instant link over there, and I pursued it. And I found his teachings to be universal, balanced, non-sectarian, scientific, practical. And I said, so I understood that, okay, modern medicine, the way I had understood it, has some knowledge. And Yogananda ji would say, doctors have discovered the laws on the physical plane. He said, but there are other planes. So I consider Yogananda ji to be my spiritual professor. And so I adopted his book, I adopted his teachings. And of course, I met Kriyananda ji, so one thing led to the other.
Wow, it looks like Babaji's grace has been with you throughout your life. Such a delight to hear.
He must have guided it.
Of course. Can you tell our viewers a little bit more about what you do? Because as I introduced you, I gave out a list of things that you do. You are, you're a beacon of hope for the youth. So please tell us a little bit more.
Okay, my question to you first is, Charu, how much time do I have? More.
We have time. I'll let you know, please.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit.
So what do I do? Friends, I oversee the work over here in Ananda Sangha, Pune. Ananda Sangha is committed to sharing Yogananda ji's teachings. And by the way, yesterday we completed 51 years of our Sanstha. This was started by Yogananda's disciple, Kriyananda ji. Now, that's an organizational definition, you might say. But I once asked Kriyananda ji, who had asked me to share the teachings, and he wrote 150 different books. So I asked him, what should I focus on? And I asked him, is it communities? Is it this? Is it that? And he said a very beautiful one-line statement, which I've taken guidance from that to this day. He said, oh, just make the teachings practical. So for me, Charu, when let's say, I hope I was able to make today's class a little bit practical, because it's a very high theme, you see. Honestly, I've never spoken on Babaji before for this duration, because he is so high that sometimes we can keep him high. It's like the Bhagavad Gita, you keep it on a shelf and you really, after years also, don't really know how to practice it. So for me, it's like, okay, I need to sit straight. Let's breathe deeply. Oh, somebody needs to exercise more. Hey, somebody should try fasting, or meditation is good for this person. So I like to take the teachings out in a practical way to corporates, to anybody who's seeking, some clarity, and I try to then meditate on it. How can I share this in a scientific way, which is also my interest. I try to draw parallels between medical research and what the yogis have said. So, and when I do find a bridge, I'm very eager to share it with people that, hey, like for example, the spiritual eye. It is also, which is said to be between the two eyebrows, is also where the prefrontal lobes are situated, which is the center of our personality, of concentration, willpower, decision making. So when you tell somebody that in meditation, there's a reason why yogis told us to focus here, they say, okay, I'm willing to do this. This is good for me. Later, they may come to a spiritual quest, but if we are having an intellectual question, it has to be answered on an intellectual level. So I try to do that. Should I address something on a physical level, on an intellectual level, on a spiritual level?
Great that you are engaging people on every level possible. Thank you so much, sir. If I could just ask you, what is your one message on this grand occasion of Guru Poornima for everyone watching?
I think I would repeat what I said in the morning to another audience, that friends, we are all seeking clarity, like, we are all seeking greater joy. And today is a day for, you might say, for us all to ask. We can openly ask God and gurus for things. I would say, again, if you're a disciple, this is something Kriyananda ji taught me. He said, ask what more can I do? He would say, at the heart of our accomplishment is not that you did it. He would openly tell us many times, I couldn't do this project. I don't think I can do it. I could have never done it. But he said, I know my guru can do anything through me. It's like Krishna will not fight the battle of Mahabharata. Arjun has to fight, but Krishna will guide him. So we have to invite the Guru's consciousness. Guruji, I want to be a willing instrument. Flow through me, guide my thoughts, guide my activity, guide my willpower, guide my devotion. And I would say that to disciples. And those who haven't found a guru, don't go out looking for a guru. As the scriptures say, when the disciple is ready, the guru appears. Polish your heart, make it more selfless. Like Christ said, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall find God. God comes to us through a guru. So, but Christ said, work on your heart. So, work on your heart, work on your devotion, on your prayers, on your service to others. And when we are ready, like Saint Francis, when he was ready, Christ whispered to him, oh, how could you be happy without me? So bring me into the picture. So that happens to everybody. It's a universal phenomena. So let's work in that direction, friends. So those are my two advices, friends. That's
Wow,
how
so
I try to live my life.
surrender, surrender, surrender. That seems to be the name of the game today. That is what every speaker here who's coming on board is telling us in different forms. Surrender to the Guru, and the Guru will work through you. And that is what we are celebrating here today on this occasion of Guru Poornima. Surrender to our Gurus, both personal and impersonal, who are coming to help us, coming to guide us at opportune moments when we are ready, when the student is ready, just like Sir said, the teacher appears. So this is one grand experiment in surrender. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful talk. And we actually got a double treat because we thought we'd get a talk, but we also got a musical soiree in the beginning. So that was, like I said, it was a treat. So thank you so much for your time. So on behalf of whole of PSSM, I humbly go my, I join my hands in gratitude in front of you, and thank you for sparing your valuable time here with us
I'd
today
like
on
to
this
express my
platform.
gratitude also to the Pyramid Spiritual Society for doing this. It's really wonderful to organize such satsang. Thank you.
It is only because of the grace of speakers like you, sir, who are helping us. It is all Babaji is doing. He is the one who's
Babaji willed
uniting
it.
us
I
all.
think that's what it
And
is.
we are all here because of them. And thanks to Patriji for giving us this platform. So
True.
those two gurus
Truly.
are what is making this whole event run today. So thank you so much for your patience with us here today, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charu, and thank you, everybody.
So friends, now I would like to invite Rajesh Kheleji to share us a little bit about his experience in meditation, his experiences with Babaji. He's a senior meditator, he's a senior master. So let's hear a little bit from him about his personal experiences with this divine consciousness, divine energy. Rajesh sir, if you're online, please.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
I
sir.
hope I'm audible.
Yes, please carry on, sir.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Namaste, Patriji.
Namaste, Baba. Namaste, namaste, namaste.
Yes, that's great. Charu, I'm going to share a very simple experience of mine while translating the book, which is written by Master Pallavi, Conversation with Mahavatar Babaji. During the lockdown time, one fine afternoon, I came to know that why don't you start writing a book and translating the book? And suddenly my inner voice came with a more stronger message that please get up and start typing the book in Marathi language. So I was really surprised to say this, that the inner voice is pushing me, get your laptop, start the typing, and immediately get the book of Conversation of Mahavatar Babaji. I kept in front of me and started translating. And I don't know how fast I've started translating. I frequently sending the few pages of the books to Pallavi to just check it out, whether it is right or wrong, or whether the message is correctly, typed correctly, or my the language of the Marathi, because Pallavi understood Marathi very well because she's a Maharashtrian woman. And Pallavi started giving me the feedback. How fast you're typing this? It's correct. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. So this is what the speed of that translation work is started. But I deeply have a gratitude towards Mahavatar Babaji, because he is the only one who gave that message to translate the book, because the book was published last year. And almost for 12, 13 months, the book was there in my shelf. But I never got that inner voice strongly pushing me to start translating it, because during this year time we keep talking to a lot of translators to work on this particular book to translate in Marathi, but somehow it's not working out correctly. But this is what the lockdown time, and I precisely mentioned the date that 26th March was the date I've started translating this book, and by 8th April I finished translation of it. So close to 19 to 20,000 words. This book was translated correctly from my side. I'm sure this Babaji have only given me this energies to type it so fast. So Pallavi have checked the entire book from her angle, and one fine day again she said that on the day of holiday of the Guru Poornima, we are going to publish this book of the Kindle version. So this is the news for me, because I was not ready for this publication, frankly speaking, because I thought a lot of corrections will come, a lot of some other areas will come, some point of view will going to change, or something will keep on adding it to it, but nothing happened. Pallavi said, whatever we have translated is correct, we are going to publish the book. So this is the first thing, that whenever the Guru or whenever the yogi like a Mahavatar Babaji blessed you, things have changed its own space. It works very fast. And you are just the medium, but things are happening, or universe is working for you and things are happening very fast for you. So this is one thing. Second thing, while writing this book or while working on this project, basically with Pallavi, again, Pallavi, one fine morning, she called me and said that Baba is going to be with you for a day. And he's going to have a communication with you, have some dialogue with you, have some messages for you. So this is also a news for me, that such a small person we are, such a small life we are living, very small targets we have, just small goals we have in our lives. And Babaji is coming to be with us for a day and giving us some message. So I was so surprised, to eagerly waiting and surprised to listen to what message Babaji is going to give me. So I'm going to read that particular page for you. Then a lot of people will come to know what exactly he had messaged me. It's a very wonderful message for me, and the entire life and entire approach is being changed after that particular conversation. That's wonderful dialogue. Yeah, pages here. Yeah. Yeah. So one fine morning, Pallavi is talking to me. She called me and said that, hello, sir. I just received a message from Babaji that he will be with you this Thursday. Now, Thursday is such a great day for people who followed Datta Guru and Datta Avatars. It's a good day for that. So I thought, my Guru is going to come and be with me on that Thursday. So I said, I am desperately waiting to be with Babaji. What do I have to do? Please guide. So she said that Babaji is going to communicate with you through me. So just listen to the message, what he's giving it to you. So Babaji said, have faith, be with me, have faith in such a way, it will not have a single spark of unfaithful thought. It will reach your soul core where everything and anything is possible. Now, this particular 3-4 words are very important. Anything is possible and everything is possible. This is a great message for me, and my whole perspective towards looking at my each project, towards my each day of my life after that has been changed, because perspective is going to change. Dimension started changing after that particular message from Babaji. So I immediately replied, any message, any specific message for me. So Babaji said that put all your heart in me and you will have no worries even to think about. This project will give you ideal ways to work with your highest intelligence, with a strong emotional background within. What will you offer me? Now, this question was a surprising question for me. What I'm going to offer to him? But I said, whatever I have in this life and all my past lives are yours. So Babaji just said, just offer me your faith. So these are the few conversation and few experiences with Babaji while working on this particular project. But when it comes to translation of this particular book in Marathi, I was so fortunate, I was so lucky, and it happened so fast. And I'm also very happy to see that today in the presence of Brahmarshi Patriji and all the entire audiences from around the globe are here. And this book is going to publish, I think, by the evening time. That's a wonderful time. I'm waiting for that particular moment. So thank you. This is enough. This is what the small experience which I have. And every day these days we keep on talking while meditating. We keep on discussing a lot of questions which we have, which I have, and somehow Babaji always give me a lot of new ideas to think and new ideas to work. So especially since 1.5 years, I come out with the great ideas. I executed it, and my projects are coming out towards more communicative to the audiences. So I think this is a different blessing from Babaji, that he gave me a lot of new ideas to think and to work and to implement. And I think audience are being happy to receive that project. So that's a great thing for me. That's it. Charu?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for all the work that you are doing, and you are inspiring us all. Thank you so much for sharing your experience today.
Yeah. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Yeah, thanks a lot.
With that, friends, I take this opportunity to introduce the next segment, which is the most awaited segment by a lot of us. That is the Shivoham musical concert. So I'll introduce Sadhna Yoglakshmi ma'am, who is going to take charge of the stage now. She's a software engineer turned classical singer, and her singing is such spiritually aligned that she conducts music meditation sessions for thousands of people through her enchanting voice. Her concerts are unforgettable divine experiences for her and the participants with every performance. In fact, research by Aura software company BFR showed remarkable positive energy changes in the aura of the audience after her performance. With multiple awards under her name and numerous shows that she performs at, she is a powerhouse. She has previously conducted musical meditation for 20,000 plus people at Dhyan Mahachakram and has taken everyone into deeper levels of meditation with her soulful notes. Sadhna ma'am, welcome. Sadhna ma'am? Yeah. The audio does not seem to be connected, ma'am. Just a bit of a technical glitch we seem to be having. Yeah, as soon as the audio is connected, we will have 2 hours of wonderful, wonderful music performance by the lovely Sadhna Yoglakshmi ma'am. And like I just mentioned, her performance has, her voice has the power to positively change the aura of the people listening to it. So she's here.
Namah Shivaya. Shivaya Namaha. Vaya Namah Shivaya. Om. Shruti Smruti Puranam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavad Padam Shankaram Lokashankaram Lokashankaram Om. 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 Good evening and welcome to this beautiful experience. Pranam to Brahmarshi Patriji and pranam to every soul who is connecting and getting connected to us through this program. It's a beautiful occasion to connect to the greatest energy of Mahavatar Babaji. And today's concept, Shivoham, connecting to the oneness through Shiva consciousness. So let's melt into it. Let's melt into Shiva. Let's feel this Shivoham for this next 1 or 2 hours. We'll be getting into different stotras, few Marathi songs, few Kannada songs, and then my friend Bikram Singh, he's going to join us with his flute. So then we are going to have Sufi kind of music also. So many things today. We have planned so much to give because it's a beautiful occasion and to offer greatest master Mahavatar Babaji. So my whole team is there to help, and I apologize if any mistake happens from all of us. Our whole intention is to give the love, whatever is flowing through our heart. So allow us to give whatever we have. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brahmarshi Patriji. Thank you, Pallavi. Thank you, everyone. We're starting. Mudaparat mudakam sudamimu sadhakam kaladharavatan sakam vinasiroparakshakam anayakam vinashitim padaitikam natashubhanushashakam namamitam vinayakam. Najetagati bhikaram navoditaka namatsurari nirjaram natadhikapadudharam sureshwaram nidheshwaram ganeshwaram ganeshwaram maheshwaram tamashray paratparam nirantaram. Samastaloka Shankara Nihastadaikunjara Darimanodaram Vada Varibhavatam Aksharam Makaram Prabhakaram Makaram Shaskaram Manaskaram Namaskruta Namaskaromi Bhaswaram. Akinjanati marjanam chirantanati bhajanam purani purvanandana surani dharmacharvanam prapanchana shubhishana dhananjana dushanam kapolanatvaranam bhaji purana bharanam. Dantakan, 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 atmaja, achinta rupamantahina mantaraya kuntalam. Dantare, dantaram, santame, yogita, tamekadam, tamevatam, vichintayami sattatam. महागणेश प्रजन्मति प्रभाते वरोषतां सुसाहितं सुपुत्रतं समाहितायुष्टकोटिमभ्युपैति सोचिरात् समाहितायुष्टकोटिमभ्युपैति सोचिरात् समाहितायुष्टकोटिमभ्युपैति सोचिरात् connecting to Lord Mahaganesh to remove any obstacles in our spiritual life. After connecting to Lord Mahaganesh, we are going to connect to Mother Shakti. Unless we connect to Mother, we cannot really connect to Father Principle. Rather, it's very easy to connect Mother. So, just connect to Shakti. Unless we feel energized to do meditation, to do work, we cannot achieve anything. So, Shakti makes us able to really be Shiva. So, awakening the Shakti Tattva. Sarva Mangala Mangalam Shiva Sarvartha Samadhiti Sharani Trembake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute. This is a beautiful song. Since I'm sitting in Maharashtra, I want you all to taste the beauty and blessing in Marathi language. Maya Bhavani तुझे करो खुशी तुझी सेवा मालूम नहीं आई सेवा मालूम नहीं आई मय भवानी तुझे करो खुशी तुझी सेवा मालूम नहीं आई सेवा मालूम नहीं आई नमः क्लीं नमः श्रीं नमः ऐं नमः ह्रीं नमः श्रीं नमः क्लीं नमः क्रीं नमः जगदम्ब नमो नमः जगदम्ब नमो नमः जगदम्ब नमो नमः नमः क्रीं नमः क्रीं नमः Rim 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 ram 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 rim nama rim nama Manu nahi aayi siva Manu nahi aayi tu sadi manjula Rinama tu sadi manjula Dura madhani nirmalapani tu sadi manjula Dura madhani nirmalapani तुझा पूजा माझ्या पररी या वेळ तुझेरा सेवा मानून केली आई सेवा मानून केली आई नवा से कृष्णवा Babaji, Namo Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Connect to Babaji mother form. Babaji, Namo Namah. Namah, feel Babaji mother form. Om Namah, give us wisdom. Om Namah. It's formless, you can take any form. Om Him Namah. Om Him Namah. Give us energy. Om Shri Namah. Shri Namah. Shri Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Babaji, Namo Namah. Namah. Feel the energy exploding across your being. Feel Babaji. We are going to feel Babaji in every different element because it's oneness. Shivam is oneness. Awakening the Guru Tattva in us and connecting to the highest beautiful energy of Mahavatar Babaji. How this energy gets connected. There is a beautiful, very beautiful song which is very close to my heart. And yes, I'm really happy to share this that I got myself through pyramid only. I met Dr. Newton, and there my journey of spiritual path started in 2008. The first spiritual conference, the Congress, I was there. It started with my song. I could connect to the world's best masters, and I came to know purpose of my life in itself. People like the children, many who were there, who told me what I had till that time. I was just a software engineer. So turning me into a spiritual scientist, I feel it's not done by pyramid study, and it's under the guidance of great Brahmarshi Patriji. So I'm really, really thankful. And this song specifically is very, very near because I did sing this song there. The song is connecting to the settled form of God. Words are never important in music. Just feel the flow of the words, how God flows, how God comes. It's just like the fragrance of the soil after the first rain. पहले बारिश के बाद जो मिट्टी की खुशबू आती है, वैसे ही मेरा कान्हा आया, वैसे ही उसकी सुगंध आई। तो हम वही सुगंध को कनेक्ट करने जा रहे हैं। These all songs are by enlightened masters. So we are connecting to different energies. Avachita Parima Zvakara Avachita Parima Zvakara Avachita Parima Zvakara Nibhari Gopal Nibhari Gopal Aragi Mangai Avachita Parimal Zvakara Vitthala 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 Oh Vitthala 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 Tu Samvara Tu Samvara Sundara Kaarthikeyan It's so beautiful. Tu Samvara Sundara Kaarthikeyan Lavanya Manoharu Vitthala 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 Lavanya Manoharu Dekhiya Avachita Parima Zvakara सीता परिवहन जुळकला विठ्ठल विठ्ठल Vithala, Vithala, feel that heart level. Feel your heart chakra. This victory will have beautiful vibrations in your heart chakra. Vithala, 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 Vithala. Thank you. Melting into the fragrance of buds. And two temples like prana as it leaves my body. And you just observe it, feeling absence. मेरा प्राण छूट गए मेरे प्राण तो छूट गए भगवान मेरा प्राण छूट गए तुझे से लिपटे हुए 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 मेरा तेरा कुछ न रहा मेरा तेरा कुछ न रहा तेरा तुझे मेरा मेरा प्राण छूट गए तुझे से लिपटे हुए प्राणों की कुंजी हूँ मैं आग पे ही बैठी हूँ मैं प्राणों की कुंजी हूँ मैं आग पे ही बैठी हूँ मैं तेरे पावन धारा की धारा से जुड़ी हूँ तेरे पावन जल की धारा से जुड़ी हूँ तू पावन पावन है तेरा नाम तू पावन पावन तेरो नाम हरे राधे मुझे मेरे राम हरे राधे मुझे मेरे राम बन जाए तन मन तेरा पावन जाए तन मन तेरा पावन हो मेरे घनश्याम बुरा मेरे घनश्याम मेरे घनश्याम बुरा मेरे घनश्याम मेरा प्राण छूट गए तुझे से लिपटे हुए मेरा प्राण छूट गए तुझे से लिपटे हुए मेरा प्राण छूट गए तुझे से लिपटे हुए Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om
Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गम् लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथम्। शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गम् लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथम् सर्वलोकैकनाथम्। श्रुति स्मृति पुराणम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करं लोकशङ्करम्। श्रुति स्मृति पुराणम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करं लोकशङ्करम्। ॐ कराग्रे वसते लक्ष्मीः करं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गम् लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यम् वन्दे विष्णुं भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं सर्वलोकैकनाथम् श्रुति स्मृति पुराणम् आलयम् करुणालयम् नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् लोकशङ्करम् श्रुति स्मृति पुराणम् आलयम् करुणालयम् नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् लोकशङ्करम् कराग्रे वसते लक्ष्मीः करमध्ये सरस्वती करमूले तु गोविन्दः प्रभाते करदर्शनम् कराग्रे वसते लक्ष्मीः लक्ष्मीः करमध्ये सरस्वती करमूले तु गोविन्दः प्रभाते करदर्शनम् यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीय मामृतात् यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीय मामृतात् लाभस्तेषां जयस्तेषां कुतस्तेषां पराजयः येषामिन्दीवरश्यामो हृदयस्थो जनार्दनः लाभस्तेषां जयस्तेषां कुतस्तेषां पराजयः येषामिन्दीवरश्यामो हृदयस्थो जनार्दनः लाभस्तेषां जयस्तेषां कुतस्तेषां पराजयः येषामिन्दीवरश्यामो हृदयस्थो जनार्दनः आदित्याय सोमाय मंगलाय बुधाय च गुरु शुक्र शनिभ्यश्च राहवे केतवे नमः आदित्याय सोमाय मंगलाय बुधाय च गुरु शुक्र शनिभ्यश्च राहवे केतवे नमः आदित्याय सोमाय मंगलाय बुधाय च गुरु शुक्र शनिभ्यश्च राहवे केतवे नमः सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे ज्ञानवैराग्यसिद्ध्यर्थं भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे अन्नपूर्णे सदा पूर्णे शङ्कर प्राणवल्लभे ज्ञानवैराग्यसिद्ध्यर्थं भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती भिक्षां देहि च पार्वती समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्तनमण्डले समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्तनमण्डले समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्थलमण्डले विष्णुपत्नी नमस्तुभ्यं पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे समुद्रवसने पर्वतस्तनमण्डले समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्तनमण्डले समुद्रवसने देवी पर्वतस्थलमण्डले विष्णुपत्नी नमस्तुभ्यं पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे पादस्पर्शं क्षमस्व मे ध्यानमूलं गुरोः मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् ध्यानमूलं गुरोः मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरोर्वाक्यं मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपा मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपा ध्यानमूलं गुरोः मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् ध्यानमूलं गुरोः मूर्तिः पूजामूलं गुरोः पदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरोर्वाक्यं मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपा मोक्षमूलं गुरोः कृपा अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे
He has accompanied them. And in this lockdown, I'm really lucky to have him with me. He stays nearby. So thank you, Suryaji, for great accompanying me and giving me that boost and a great connectivity. And I feel it would have been, if it live, we would have really done a great shift of energy. But I feel that we all are so one. The voice might be breaking, something might be happening, but I feel that we are so much together that we can feel the vibrations of this every music within us. It's actually energizing all of us together. And in this time where everybody is having some sort of fear, those who are not meditating, I'm sure meditators are not at all scared, but let's spread this beauty, this love, and this wisdom through music. I feel that we all can just sing a lot, dance a lot, pray a lot, feeling ourselves, feeling this oneness, connecting to great masters, doing meditation, the simplest form of meditation Patriji has introduced to all of us. And then sky is the limit. We can really do wonders with what we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Are you ready? I'm eager to connect.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Wonderful to see you again, and thank you so much, ma'am. While we are waiting for the setup, I would just like to call on board Asha Gupta ji. She's no stranger to any of us who have been watching this session since morning, and she has something very interesting for us in store. There is again a book release. We have been very fortunate today to have one book release after the other. Patriji takes very seriously the concept of Swadhyay, which is what we have learned from him in Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement. Swadhyay means Swa and Adhyay. That is, understanding of the self through reading right spiritual books. And he has always taught us to read from many, many great and different masters, and also to write our own experiences. So he encourages each and every master to write about our experiences, to share about our experiences, and to read widely from everyone who has made their experience available and known. So today we first had the book release of Dr. Sudha Malaiya ji. After that, we had the book release of Ananta Aum and Dhanashree Bhagwat. Now we are fortunate enough to have another book release that is by Asha Gupta ji. So I believe I was given the message that she is on board. Asha ma'am, are you here?
You mean Nagalakshmi, madam?
Yeah, ma'am. Nagalakshmi, ma'am, please.
She has helped in this also. So I request her to speak about Sadhguru Tapaswini Ji Maharaj.
Sir, namaste, sir.
Yes.
Sir, it's a wonderful opportunity given by you on that day, sir. That time when you gave me that book, I thought that मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ इस बुक के लिए, ऐसे थॉट आया. हिंदी इतना मुझे कैसे आता है, मैं इतना हिंदी मुझे नहीं आता है, मैं कैसे कर पाऊंगी करके मैंने सोचा सर. लेकिन जैसे वो बुक शुरू किया था, विदिन 15 to 20 days, 18 days में खत्म हो गया सर. और एवरी टाइम वो गंगा प्रवाह ऐसे मेरे मुंह में से कैसा है अभी भी मुझे समझ में नहीं आता है सर, अभी भी मुझे समझ में नहीं आता. और उस बुक में तपस्वी जी महाराज का जो भी इंसिडेंट, हर इंसिडेंट में जैसे उन्होंने एक पटियाला की किंग होकर उन्होंने रास्ता चुनने के लिए वैसे एक जंक्शन में आकर राइट लेना है लेफ्ट लेना है सोच के इन ए फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकेंड्स ही डिसाइडेड एंड ही वो तपस करने के लिए इन्होंने डिसाइड किया. वो पढ़ते पढ़ते ही मैं रो पड़ी सर बहुत देर तक. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है. और उन महान की तपस्वी की जिंदगी में जो भी है हर इंसिडेंट मुझे ऐसे लगा कि ऐसे इतनी शक्ति होती है, एक तपस करने में इतना शक्ति होती है, क्योंकि वो पहले से एक किंग था, पटियाला की किंग था। वो अपना किंगडम को देखने के लिए ही वो हर वक्त प्रयास होता था उनमें। और जैसे उनका जिंदगी में अश्वत्थामा की दर्शन हुआ, दत्तात्रेय की दर्शन हुआ, और महान महान तपस्वी वशिष्ठ महामुनि की दर्शन हुआ, और जैसे उन्होंने जो भी दर्शन करते रहे, उन सब में मैं इतना कनेक्ट हो गई सर, मुझे लगा कि वो मुझे ही हो रहा है, मैं ही उन सबको देख रही हूँ। वो दत्तात्रेय महाराज की दर्शन के बारे में बोलते हुए उन्होंने बताया कि ये किसी को, दत्तात्रेय ने बोला इनसे, किसी को मत बताना। झट से मेरे मुंह से ऐसे आ गई कि अरे मुझे पता चल गया। आशा मैडम से मैंने कहा, मैडम हमें पता चल गया कि दत्तात्रेय महाराज की दर्शन हो गया, हमें भी हो रहा था। एक एक्सटेसी में किए हैं सर हमने उनका वो ट्रांसलेशन। और मैं एक जीरो हूँ सर, एक जीरो हूँ। मेरे साथ ऐसे काम करवाने के लिए आपने सोचा और आपने मुझे चुना उसके लिए। और जैसे आपने मुझे बोले हैं, तब से मेरी में क्या एनर्जी है मैं बता नहीं सकती हूँ। वो गंगा प्रवाह जैसे, कहीं पे भी मैं तेलुगु बुक में देख के हिंदी में पढ़ रही थी सर, वो कहीं पे भी मुझे डाउट तक नहीं आया कि ये क्या हो सकता है, इसमें इसके बाद क्या, इस शब्द के लिए क्या वर्ड चुनना पड़ता है। मैं हिंदी पढ़ी थी 10th क्लास तक स्कूल में, 7th to 10th इतना ही, लेकिन इतना बुक लिखने का वो नहीं था। लेकिन वो आपकी कृपा से, आपकी एनर्जी से आप ही मेरे साथ करवा दिए हैं सर। जब तपस्वी जी महाराज की निर्याण हो रहा था, वहां पे सदानंद उनके शिष्य एक रूम में महाराज के साथ वो भी थे, और तपस्वी जी महाराज ने उस सदानंद को बहुत सारे विषय बताए थे आखिरी में, जो उनको वो लास्ट पड़ाव पढ़ते हुए मुझे ऐसे लगा कि मैं ही सदानंद हूँ, मैं ही उस रूम में हूँ, मुझे ही सिखा रहे हैं, मुझे ही सब कुछ बता रहे हैं, ऐसे लगा था। इससे वो तो एक अलौकिक एक्सपीरियंस है सर। मैंने मेरी जिंदगी में कभी नहीं सोचा कि मैं ऐसे काम कर सकती हूँ। ये मेरे साथ हो सकता है, मैं भी इसके लिए लायक हूँ। मैंने कभी नहीं सोचा है सर। आपके इसमें आना, आपने वो एनर्जी सर आपने दिया है मुझे, आपके थ्रू ही हुआ है सर। गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेव महेश्वरा, गुरु साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। आप ही हो सर सब कुछ, आपने मुझे सब कुछ करवाए। आप ही के साथ आप करने से ही वो बुक का ट्रांसलेशन हुआ है सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Thank you, Baba. You have done very great work.
थैंक यू सर। आपने कहा है सर, मुझे बचपन से एक मैंने लिखती थी स्टोरीज, चंदमामा बालमित्रा वैसे उसके लिए, और स्कूल में कॉम्पिटिशन के लिए मैं लिखती थी सर। लेकिन मुझे कुछ बचपन से पता नहीं क्या है, कभी भी मेरी बर्थडे मैंने एंजॉय नहीं किया सर। अम्मा, मेरी पेरेंट्स जो चाहिए वो सारा दिलाते थे, फिर भी ये एक डिससेटिस्फेक्शन था मन में, क्या करना है पता नहीं। लेकिन मुझे पता है कि मैं मरने से पहले कुछ अच्छा काम करके चली जाऊं, कुछ अच्छा काम करके इस धरती को छोड़ना है। और मैं ऐसे कर एक योगी के रूप में मुझे अपने आप को बदलनी है, वो तो मुझे पता था। लेकिन बाहर बोलने के लिए भी मैं डर रहता था, एक ऐसे बोलूं करके। वो सारा अभी जैसे आपके पास आई हूँ सर, पहला मुलाकात में ही मुझे उस गीता भवन में, उस दिन मेरी लाइफ का टर्निंग पॉइंट है सर। जब आपको देखा था मैंने पहली बार, बहुत रो पड़ी। उसके बाद से हर क्षण आई एम एंजॉइंग लाइक एनीथिंग। ये गुरु के साथ रहना, गुरु की नजरिया में रहना, ये तो कितना भाग्यवानों को मिलता है। वैसे उनमें से मैं भी एक हूँ, वो सोचने से ही कितना अच्छा लगता है, मन बहलाती है सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर, मुझे इतनी अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी दे के मुझे एलिवेट करने की वो आप लेने के लिए थैंक यू సో మచ్ సార్. నేను జీవితం అంతా మీకు రుణపడి ఉన్నాను సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
थैंक यू बाबा. गुप्ता जी, अरुण गुप्ता जी, आपका संदेशा अनम्यूट करो. साउंड. अनम्यूट करो.
तो आएंगे
एक बार तेरा के देख ले दीपिका.
हाँ अब ठीक है.
हेलो सर, आ रही है साउंड सर? अब
आ गया. आपका संदेशा दीजिए आज.
आ गया सर. हेलो.
हाँ आ रही है, बोलो.
सर मेरे को सर की आवाज आ रही है.
कोई नहीं, आप बोलो.
सर सबसे पहले तो बॉस को मेरा अनगिनत बार प्रणाम. गुरु पूर्णिमा के पावन पर्व पर मेरा ये सौभाग्य है कि मैं एक फिजिकल गुरु, जो मेरे गुरु हैं, उनको मैं प्रणाम कर सकता हूँ. ये सबसे बड़ा एक तो मेरा सौभाग्य है सर. आपका मिलना तो एक ऐसा ही है सर जैसे हमारे को, हम जैसे पारस हो गए हैं सर आपसे मिलने के बाद. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको बिल्कुल दंडवत करोड़ों बार प्रणाम करता हूँ सर. और आपसे ये चाहता हूँ कि इस यात्रा के अंदर, जो मेरे जीवन की यात्रा है, जब तपस्वी जी को भगवान श्री कृष्ण, जो कि फिजिकल नहीं थे, कहाँ से कहाँ ले जा सकते हैं, तो आप तो पल पल मेरे साथ में है सर. तो उसकी तो कल्पना करके ही मैं इतना खुश हो जाता हूँ. ये मेरा परम सौभाग्य है सर. तो सबसे पहले तो मैं आपका आशीर्वाद जो मेरे साथ सदा है, आपके शब्दों में सुनना चाहता हूँ सर.
अरे बाबा, आप तो ग्रैंड पिरामिड मास्टर हैं. आप सब कुछ पाए हैं और सब कुछ कर रहे हैं दुनिया के लिए, लोक कल्याण के लिए. ये आपकी आखिरी जन्म है. और क्या
सर ये बात सही है, लेकिन मैं क्या सर, आपके साथ तो 1000 जन्म और मंजूर है सर. ये आखिरी जन्म है ठीक है, लेकिन आपके साथ तो मैं चाहूंगा 1000 जन्म भी अगर मैं लूंगा तो मैं लेना चाहूंगा आपके साथ में.
आखिरी
जो आपके साथ जो यात्रा है सर, उस यात्रा का सर विषय ही पलट गया. एक्चुअली बात ये है, आपसे मिलने के बाद जो आपका तरीका है एक इंसान को मिट्टी से जो है सोना बनाने का सर, वो इतना अद्भुत है, जो मिनटों के अंदर, जो कभी सोच नहीं सकता इंसान, पल के अंदर पलट जाता है. जैसे घटना होती है ऐसी घटना घटित हो जाती है सर आपके साथ रहने के बाद. तो सर आपसे के साथ बार बार आना चाहूंगा सर. ये भले ही मेरा आखिरी जन्म है, लेकिन मेरा ये परम सौभाग्य होगा. हम जहाँ भी हैं, मैं भगवान से, परमात्मा से, अगर वो जो है, मैं यही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि हमेशा आपके साथ रहूं सर. तो इसके लिए मैं आपका स्वयं भाग्य सर.
आप बहुत लालची.
हेलो, कहने से बात नहीं थोड़ी ना.
आप बहुत लालची हैं. आप
सर बिल्कुल, मैं इसमें बिल्कुल भरपूर लालच करना चाहूंगा सर. इतना लालच करना चाहूंगा कि मतलब मेरे को दुनिया का लालची कहे तो मुझे कोई भी परवाह नहीं होगी और खुशी होगी सर. ऐसा लालच तो परमात्मा सबको दे सर.
बाबा आशा जी.
सर दूसरी, हाँ सर, मैं एक बात और बोलना चाहूंगा. तपस्वी जी की किताब जब आपने हाथ में दी थी सर, तेलुगु के लिए बताया था, तो ना जाने ये आप ही की प्रेरणा थी जो मेरे मुंह से एक लवाया कि ये तो हिंदी में बननी चाहिए. तो मैंने कहा बिल्कुल बनेगी. और वो बात भी सही है कि 1 महीने की जगह भले ही 1 साल लगा सर, लेकिन ये किताब नहीं रही सर. अब ये तो एक ग्रंथ बन गया है सर, ये जो हर आदमी पढ़ के अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली मानेगा सर. क्योंकि एक ऐसी यात्रा, एक जीवंत यात्रा, भले ही बहुत सारे गुरुओं ने आके अपना कायाकल्प करा होगा या इतने बरस जिए होंगे, लेकिन ये जो यात्रा है सर, जो शब्दों के अंदर बन चुकी है, ये सर एक अतुलनीय है सर.
थैंक यू बाबा.
सर आशा की मेहनत के लिए भी जो है मैं इसको अप्रिशिएट करूंगा सर, क्योंकि जो मैडम ने तेलुगु से हिंदी में जो शब्द बताए थे, उसको हमने 3 बार सर करके तैयार करी, क्योंकि उसमें तेलुगु का आपको बिल्कुल नहीं चाहिए था. तो इसके लिए भी आशा भी बधाई की पात्र है सर. मैं आशा से बात कर रहा था सर.
यस सर.
फादर सबको बुक तक बताऊं मैं.
यस सर. मैं बताती हूँ सर. सो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, ये बुक है एक तपस्वी की कथा। ये बुक है, यस सर, दिस इज अ बुक, एक कहानी, एक कथा। किसकी कथा? एक महाराजा की कथा, एक राजा की कथा, जिस राजा का नाम कृष्ण सिंह महाराज, पटियाला के राजा। ये कथा है एक साधक की, ये कथा है एक गुरु की, ये कथा है कि कैसे एक राजा जो अपने राज्य के लिए परेशान है, दुखी है, चाहता है, मदद चाहता है, कोई बचाओ मेरे राज्य को, संकट में है, मेरा आर्थिक संकट है। और जब वो दिल्ली के राजा के पास जाता है, तो बहादुर शाह जफर के पास जाता है, तो कैसे वो टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है, दिस इज माइंड ब्लोइंग। अ टर्निंग पॉइंट जो हर साधक की जिंदगी में आता है, टेक अ यू टर्न। वो बोलते हैं काय के लिए घूमता है, किसके लिए परेशान होता है, उस यात्रा पे चल, उसके बारे में सोच जो तेरा अपना वास्तविक पुरुषार्थ है। और यहाँ कृष्ण सिंह महाराज, जिनको बचपन में, जब वो बचपन में ध्यान किया करते थे, 7-8 बरस के बालक थे, वो ध्यान किया करते थे, और उनसे उनके पिता बार बार पूछते थे कि बेटा क्या बनना चाहते हो, ये क्या करते हो? बोलते हैं मैं विश्वामित्र जैसा जीवन चाहता हूँ। लेकिन फिर सामाजिक कार्य आ गया, राजकीय कार्य आ गया, वो नहीं बन सके। लेकिन वो जो इच्छा थी, जो बच्चे की इच्छा थी, वो कैसे करके आई है। और ये सबसे सुंदर लगा सर कि एक राजा सब कुछ अपना छोड़ छाड़ के, वो दुविधा जब अपने घोड़े को लेके जा रहे हैं सर, व्हाट अ जर्नी सर, कि वो लेकर जा रहे हैं फ्रेंड्स। एक राजा सब कुछ छोड़ देता है और कहता है डिसीजन लेना है, मैं या तो पटियाला की ओर जाऊं या मैं हरिद्वार की तरफ चली जाऊं, हरि मिलने के मार्ग पे चला जाऊं। एकदम डिसीजन लेता है वो कि मुझे हरि मार्ग पे जाना है, हरिद्वार की तरफ अपना घोड़ा मोड़ देता है। और जब घोड़े के ऊपर सब सामान बांध रहा है वो, तब इतना प्यारा दृश्य है सर। वो सब कुछ बांधते हुए वो ये बोलता है कि अब जिसके भी हाथ में ये घोड़ा आए, आप उसकी केयर टेकर करना, मैं अपनी यात्रा पर जा रहा हूँ। उसके बाद ये जो हमारे कृष्ण सिंह जी महाराज हैं, ये धीरे 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 एक साधक में परिवर्तित होते हैं, इन्हें गुरु मिलता है, और ये जीवन में अपने आगे साधना करते हुए, हठ योग करते हुए, अलग अलग मंत्र साधना करते हुए, इन्होंने खड़े तप किए, इन्होंने एक हाथ ऊपर कर कर और इन्होंने एक पैर पे खड़े होके इन्होंने जल धारा, पंचाग्नि तप किए, इतने कष्टों से इन्होंने आगे गुजरे हैं। फिर कृष्ण भगवान ने इन्हें आदेश दिया कि अब हो गया, तुम्हारी ये साधना बहुत हो गई, अब तुम अपने इधर जाओ, वृंदावन में जाओ। इनको गुरु नानक जी ने दर्शन दिए, इनको इतने अघोरी साधुओं की, मतलब अद्भुत रोमांचक करने वाली कथा, रोमांचककारी एक कथा। कायाकल्प हम सब सुनते हैं ध्यान में कि यस, हम अपने आप को यंग रख सकते हैं, फिट रख सकते हैं, हम लोग अमर हैं। लेकिन इस कृष्ण सिंह महाराज ने, राजा जी ने, तपस्वी जी महाराज ने अपने तप के बल पर, जब इनको वहां मिलते हैं, अपने परशुराम कुंड में मिलते हैं, एक सन्यासी मिलते हैं और उनकी पूरी कायाकल्प करके इनको जवान बना देते हैं। सो आई थिंक ये बुक तो सर, मैं ऐसे इस तरह से इतनी रोमांचित हो रही थी और इस बात को विश्वास करके पढ़ना है। हो सकता है हमें लगे क्योंकि हम नहीं जानते हठ योग के बारे में, हमें तो सहज मार्ग मिल गया, लेकिन हमें यकीन करना है। ये ऐसे तपस्वी जी थे जिनके आगे शेर तक बैठ के, इनके बाजू में शेर बैठ के इनका ध्यान रखते थे कि ये ध्यान कर रहे हैं, ये साधना कर रहे हैं। और इन्होंने ऐसे ऐसे गुरुओं का संग, 5000 साल जो पुराने एक उम्र के योगी के साथ इनकी मुलाकात हुई है। इनको अश्वत्थामा के दर्शन हुए, इनको दुर्वासा मुनि के दर्शन हुए, रोमांचकारी दर्शन इनको हुए। और इनको जिसे कहते हैं कि एक इस तरह की साधना, जैसे गुरु नानक जी ने दीक्षा दी। अब हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं गुरु पूर्णिमा की, तो मैं दीक्षा की एक बहुत प्यारी बात बताना चाहूंगी कि ये ध्यान कर रहे हैं कि रात्रि में गुरु नानक जी आते हैं इनके पास और इनकी 2 लटें काट देते हैं। अभी ये सोच रहे हैं कि ये तो अभी ध्यान कर रहे हैं, ध्यान की मुद्रा में है, या ये कहाँ चले गए स्वप्न। लेकिन जब वास्तव में उठते हैं तो चारपाई के नीचे 2 जो वो लटें थी, बालों की, लंबे लंबे इनके बालों की, आप लोग जब किताब खोलेंगे तो आप लोग इनके पेज पे इनकी ये देखेंगे कि इनकी कितनी लंबी जटाएं थी। अगर मैं ये दिखाऊं आप लोगों को, इनके इतने लंबे बाल, इनके इतने लंबे बाल एकदम यहाँ तक नीचे तक, वो जटाएं तो कट जाती हैं। और ये इस परंपरा में, क्योंकि ये उदासीन परंपरा के रहे हैं, इनको श्री चंद्र सिंह महाराज जी के दर्शन में, जो गुरु नानक जी के पुत्र थे। और इतनी खूबसूरत घटना आती है कि जब पूरे कमरे में आलोक, पूरा प्रकाश हो जाता है और ये पूरे गांव कोकोट बानू में ये घूम रहे हैं, तो वहां पे हैजा फैला हुआ था उन दिनों में, तो हैजा फैला हुआ था, ये घूमते हुए कर रहे हैं, तो कहते हैं एक गुरु, एक योगी, उसके दर्शन मात्र से पूरे गांव का हैजा ठीक हो जाता है। तो ये हमारे भारत की भूमि ऐसी भूमि है जिसपे ऐसे ऐसे योगियों ने, संतों ने जन्म लिया। तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये वाली जो पुस्तक है तपस्वी जी महाराज, जो ब्रह्मऋषि पितामह पत्री जी ने पूरे उत्तर भारत के लिए, जब अरुण गुप्ता सर ने जब बोला कि इस किताब को हिंदी में देखना है, और पत्री सर ने नागलक्ष्मी और मेरा जोड़ा बना दिया, हमारा 2 हंसों का जोड़ा बना दिया, तो एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत यात्रा रही, बहुत ही खूबसूरत यात्रा रही। और पहली बार ऐसे रहा कि हम लोगों ने फोन पे बात कर दी, सच एन अमेजिंग कि हम लोगों को आना जाना भी, हमने ये पुस्तक आपके सामने है। सर अब मैं चाहूंगी सर आप
Everybody must read this book. ये तेलुगु में मैं पढ़ी, अभी हिंदी में आया है। पूरा उत्तर भारत देश में हर एक बंदा को ये पुस्तक पढ़नी है। बधाई देता हूँ नागलक्ष्मी मैडम को और अरुण गुप्ता जी को और आशा गुप्ता जी को, सभी को, तीनों को द्वारा ये बुक उपलब्ध हुई, हमें हाथ में मिली है। ये जो पहला बुक है महेश अग्रवाल जी को मैं दे रहा हूँ ताकि ये पूरा मुंबई में फैल जाए।
धन्यवाद, आप लोगों ने इतनी मेहनत करके बुक लिखी और स्वामी जी के द्वारा आज के शुभ अवसर पर मेरे को प्राप्त हो रही है। मैं बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ और मैं ये आधे से ज्यादा कल पढ़ चुका हूँ रात को।
पूरा मुंबई में छा जाना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मुंबई में हिंदी भाषी आराम से ये बुक प्रसारित होगी और हम एक दिन जो है वो चर्चा भी रखेंगे। हमारा 11 से 12 का जो समय होता है किसी बुक पर चर्चा का, जब पहले कोई बुक खत्म हो जाएगी तब हम इस बुक पर चर्चा करेंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ऐसे जिससे हमारा ज्ञान चक्षु और खुलेंगे और बहुत बहुत
चुप करवाया था।
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope you are okay. Maybe have some water. Thank you so much, Patri sir, for unveiling this book. And it is a gem for every spiritual seeker, like you have just mentioned. And we will all surely go back and read this book. And I'll take this wonderful opportunity right now, friends, to introduce Bikramjit Singh. We have the honor and the privilege and the wonderful opportunity of having him on board with us right now. He's a renowned musician from the lap of Manipur in Northeast India. After an accident at age 8, he picked up the flute, which is his companion now. He seamlessly combines Indian spirituality with Western perspective, and he has international collaborations with various artists all over the world. Not only his accomplishments in music, which includes playing in more than 250 international albums, and his album Himalayan Whisper had been listed for the Grammy in World Contemporary Music in 2007, but he also has a master's and PhD in archaeology. He got his PhD in 1992. So he's a very holistic, well-rounded, wonderful musician, and we are eager to listen to your flute, sir. So the stage is yours.
Okay, then play.
What a melodious tune. What a melodious flute. We thank you, sir. We thank you, Bikramjit Singh, sir, and your entire team for this wonderful performance. It took us to another level of meditation for those who are meditating, and just bliss for those who were simply hearing the music. So thank you so much for this wonderful performance. Friends, like in life, this event has had some imperfections right now, but just like life, the show must go on. So we had Sadhna ma'am come here, and there were some technical difficulties due to which we could not hear her golden voice. So she has been gracious enough, she has been so kind, so gracious to come back to this event just for us, just for you, for those people who are still waiting to hear her melodious voice. And she's going to sing for us for just 5-10 minutes. Ma'am, thank you so much for coming back here. We are eager to listen to you.
तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारम् व्याप्तं येन चराचरम् तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ॐ गुरवे नमः। गुरवे थोड़ा हम आगे जाए, दे देना, मुझे खुद को दे दो, खुद को पाना है, थोड़ा आगे जाना है, खुद को पाना है, थोड़ा आगे जाना है, दे देना, खुद को खुद पा लेना है, खुद को खुद के पास बुलाना है, खुद से खुद को मिलना है, खुद को खुद से जुड़ना है, भगवान बनना है, शिव बनना है, बुद्ध बनना है, ये सारे तत्व एक ही हैं, एक ही फ्रीक्वेंसी है, और वो हम हैं, हम ही वो भगवान है। तो ये जो ताना नो थोड़ा आगे चल रहे हैं, देरी ना वो बटोर लिया, वापस कुछ कदम चले, वापस कुछ बटोर लिया। ताना नो देरी ना, 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 तेरा साथ तेरा हाथ, दिल में तेरे रहे जज्बात, तेरा साथ तेरा हाथ, दिल में तेरे लिए जज्बात, भोलेनाथ 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 भोलेनाथ, दिल में तेरे लिए जज्बात, तारा नो देरी ना, 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 तारा नो देरी ना। आगे आगे चल रहे हैं, कुछ पा रहे हैं, कुछ खो रहे हैं, कुछ मिल रहा है, कुछ चल रहा है। तेरी ज्योति तेरी काया भोले भोले मेरे भोले, तेरी ज्योति तेरी काया भोले मेरे भोले, भोले मेरे भोले, तेरी ज्योति तेरी काया, सांसों में जो तू समाया, तेरी ज्योति तेरी काया, सांसों में जो तू समाया, भोलेनाथ 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 मेरे भोलेनाथ, भोलेनाथ तारा नो देरे ना, तारा नो देरे ना, तारा नो देरे ना, तारा नो देरे ना, तारा नो। कभी कभी ऐसा होता है, अंधेरा छाया रहता है और हम चलते हैं और हमें लगता है हम अकेले हैं, लेकिन हम अकेले नहीं होते हैं। वो साया बनके हमारे साथ चलता है, वो दिखता नहीं है लेकिन हमारे साथ चलता है। तेरा साया लेके चलूं अंधेरे में सजना, वो मेरा सजना है। तेरा साया लेके चलो अंधेरे में सजना, हाँ तेरा साया, हाँ तेरा साया लेके चलो अंधेरे में सजना, तू दिखाई न दे, तू दिखाई न दे, तू दिखाई न दे, फिर भी तेरी धड़कन मैं हूँ तेरी धड़कन, मैं हूँ फिर भी तेरी धड़कन, मैं हूँ तारा लूं तेरे तारा तेरे तारा लूं देना तारा लूं तेरे तारा लूं। फिलहाल बहुत अंधेरा छाया है, लेकिन हमारे दिल में वो जोश जल रही है। वो महसूस करेंगे, वो प्यार महसूस करेंगे। वापस से एक बार उसे साया बनने दीजिए, उसे ज्योति बनने दीजिए, उसे आपकी काया बनने दीजिए। तेरा साया लेके चलूं अंधेरे में सजना, उसे सजना बना दीजिए, प्यार कीजिए। हाँ, तेरा साया लेके चलूं अंधेरे में सजना, तू दिखाई न दे, क्यों नहीं देता दिखाई, दिखाई न दे, तू दिखाई न दे, फिर भी तेरी धड़कन में, फिर भी तेरी धड़कन में हूँ मैं, तेरी धड़कन मैं हूँ, तेरी धड़कन। ओ मैं तारा लूं तेरे नाम, तारा लूं तेरे नाम, तारा लूं तेरे नाम, तारा लूं तेरे नाम, तारा लूं। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह तू ही कान्हा, तू ही कान्हा तू ही भोला, ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह तू ही कान्हा, तू ही भोला, यहाँ तेरे हुक्म, यहाँ तेरे हुक्म, यहाँ तेरे हुक्म पर मैं मन चलाए खुदा मेरे अल्लाह। Moving towards oneness. खुदा, अल्लाह, कान्हा, कृष्णा, राम, बुद्धा सारे एक है, शिव है, शिव हम वो है। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, ऐ खुदा मन में मेरे उठते रहते पंख ख्यालों के, ऐ खुदा मन में मेरे उठते रहते पंछ ख्यालों के, गिरता रहता हूँ मैं, गिरता उठता हूँ मैं, बिन साथी सहारा के, कोई साथी नहीं, सहारा नहीं, सब झूठे सहारे। एक ही सहारा सांसों का, एक ही सहारा खुद का, एक ही सहारा भगवान का। गिरता उठता रहता हूँ मैं, बिन साथी सहारा ऐ खुदा तू ही मेरा सच्चा साथी, तू ही है रखवाला, तू ही मेरा सच्चा साथी, तू ही है रखवाला। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, बोलिए ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, तू ही कान्हा, तू ही भोला, तू ही कान्हा कान्हा रे कान्हा। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि, बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि, शरणं गच्छामि। ऐ खुदा मेरे अल्लाह। बाबाजी नमो नमः, बाबाजी नमो नमः, बाबाजी नमो नमः। क्रीं नमः, ह्रीं नमः, ऐं नमः, ॐ नमः, ॐ नमः, ॐ नमः, ह्रीं नमः, ह्रीं नमः, ह्रीं नमः, ॐ नमः, ॐ नमः, ॐ नमः। बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं शरणं गच्छामि। नमः शिवाय, नमः शिवाय, नमः शिवाय। चांपे गौरांग शरीरकाय, ऐ खुदा चांपे गौरांग शरीरकाय, कर्पूरा गौरांग शरीरकाय, तत्मीदकाय च जटाधराय, तत्मीराय च जटाधराय, नमः शिवाय च, नमः शिवाय, नमः शिवाय च, नमः शिवाय, नमः शिवाय च, नमः शिवाय। खुदा 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 मेरे अल्लाह, तू ही कान्हा, तू ही भोला, यहाँ तेरी हुकूमत, यहाँ तेरी हुकूमत, पर चला खुदा मेरे अल्लाह, खुदा मेरे अल्लाह। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you so much, ma'am. We cannot believe we almost missed this. We almost missed this opportunity. We cannot believe it. And you have been so gracious that you came back. And the team, in fact, was just talking, the backing team, and everybody was swaying to the music. Your expressions, your body language, and of course, your voice, mashallah. A big, big, big thank you to you and your entire team, ma'am. I'm sure all of our auras have been positively charged after listening to this wonderful session. And just like a musical harmony reaches a crescendo, so this event also has reached its crescendo. The book, which has been talked about since the beginning of the event, Conversations with Mahavatar Babaji by Master Pallavi. Now is the time when I have the good fortune, the good opportunity to announce to the world that this best-selling book, which has already been released in English and Hindi format, is going to be released in Marathi right now at this very moment. We'll have the author coming in and sharing her experience about the book, writing it and sharing her experiences with Mahavatar Babaji. And of course, we will have Patri sir chiming in as well. So Master Pallavi, I invite you on board. We are eager to listen to your experiences.
Thank you, Charu. Sadhna ma'am, wondering, and I was just thinking I'm missing your voice to reach to the many hearts. But somehow we made it, and divine forces helped us. So today we would like to release the Conversations with Mahavatar, the Marathi version of it. And I would like to release that in presence of you. So it's a virtual video. We would like to release it today. So ma'am, please. So I request the PMC team to please release. Yes. So here we go. So this is the book with, I think, those who know me or maybe don't know, where in June we have released this book, and then first English, Hindi, then Telugu, and now it's in Marathi available. And soon it will be available in international languages as well. So I'm feeling very happy that this is happening in presence of Sadhna ma'am, which I was waiting last quite long time to happen this. And thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I will send you this book copy, and please let me know how you feel about this book.
I think that's why Marathi songs were coming from my mind. I think
Definitely.
so.
Yes, and we really enjoyed, like everybody was dancing because somehow we were able to hear you, and everybody loved it. So thank you so much for coming for the PSSM's this Mahavatar Global Celebration event. And I thank to Rajesh Khele sir. Just before some time he shared his experience about translating this book, and I'm very thankful. He miraculously did this book translation in just 5 days, and he sent me immediately. And literally there was no correction. There was no literally correction, and this is how I feel that how energy work happens. So here with you today, so along with Krishna, my husband, and hope we tried to do our best to organize this event. And I'm very thankful to Brahmarshi Patriji, Sadhna ma'am, Kaarthikeyan ji, Shastri ji, then Michael, Sunyogi Umashankar ji, Asha Gupta ji, Sudha ma'am, and Aditya from Ananta Aum, and someone left. So, and Ananta, yes, Ananta and then Ashri. And this is how the list of speakers, we just thought to come on this platform today. Because the thought was just to bring all Babaji lovers, all Babaji seekers at the one platform, so that we all can vibrate with Mahavatar's energy today. And when we reached this thought out to Patriji, and he said, yes, everybody should go down today to Mahavatar's energies on Guru Poornima. And I'm really thankful to everyone. So I just hand over to Krishna to speak a few words.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sadhna, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Don't think that I'm looking like that I slept. It's not slept. I went into trance because of your song. It was so nice, which take us through the trance, and I have completely experienced the Babaji conscious in your song, and I'm very delightful to say this. And we wanted to have more and more sessions of viewers, and where they can take us more into the trance, and we can experience more divine and more cosmic energy. And this thought came, means this Mahavatar Babaji global celebrations on Guru Poornima. It came 2 months back when I have spoke to Patriji. He himself has given this date on Guru Poornima. He told me that, okay, let's organize this program on the day of Guru Poornima. And I was surprised, means when is Guru Poornima, because I don't know means when exactly the Guru Poornima is by then. Then he has given me the date, it's July 5th. And on July 5th, yes, he asked me to, Krishna, I think 2 months is a good time for you to organize this Guru Poornima and Mahavatar Babaji with the theme of Mahavatar Babaji. Then it's not only me, the complete team, the Mad Buddha team. I have to first thank Pallavi, and also we have Nandini, Ankit, Jaspreet, and Mrs. Jaspreet, Priscilla, and Alekia we have, and PMC Hindi team, and everyone have dedicatedly supported from the starting of the flyer till today, till this point, and till the time we are going to end. It's not just only one team. There are many hands who has encouraged me, and there are many words who has encouraged me. I would like to say Srinivas ji from Dwaraka, and also Anil Bharti sir. Every moment they have checked me, Krishna, how is this going, and how you are planning and everything, and do we need any support and all. And I thank everyone for giving such a wonderful support. And Shastri ji, yes, even though he is at Hyderabad because her mother is not well, he used to call me and ask me, means Krishna, how you are planning and how are the things going on. So I would like to thank everyone on this occasion for all the support that what they have given to me to organize such good events. Of course, it's not only the DDY that what we have started, but the series has gone in many different ways, the DDY series, and also the digital meditation summit, and DIYD recently, which 24 hours we have worked, and the complete India has raised their hand, and they raised their voice, and that voice has reached out till our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's a wonderful achievement, where Patriji was dreaming about to reach this voice till Narendra Modi ji, and who is really taking care of us, and who is really taking care of our nation. And I hope all these such kind of events that what we are doing, the energy flows in them, and they protect our country, and also our world, and also our universe. So, and along with me, it's okay, just only we both are, you are all saying only we both, right? But I would like to add Ankit and Nandini, who are just with me, and Priscilla, to come back. Yeah, he's the one, Ankit, and he's the one who started the first player. This time we have done many videos, means we took all the experiences of the masters who have different experiences of Babaji, and Ankit and also Ravindra from Bangalore, they have completely supported. And Ankit, for doing those videos, he even took a couple of a couple of leaves from office, and he has completely dedicatedly he supported, because these all know what the power of Babaji, and they many times visited Babaji caves, and they have experienced his consciousness. And along with this, today there is one more thing that we wanted to introduce from the next coming in the next coming weeks, that is pyramid call center service, which is going to be led by Lingareddy ji and also Jaswinder Kaur madam from New Delhi. So if we have Lingareddy or Jaswinder Kaur madam, I would like ask them to speak a few words and introduce about pyramid call center service, which is going to be a very good supporting venture of PSSM to spread the meditation to one and all, and also the people who are looking out for the information on meditation, information on pyramids. They can call on those numbers, and they can take those sessions, take those counselings as well, and also they can know about how to use pyramids and how to do anapanasati. Yeah, I see Lingareddy here with us. So once again, I'm saying thanks to everyone. If I have missed anyone by choice, please don't take to heart. You are always in our heart. So I hand it over to Lingareddy. Linga, yes, Linga, please go ahead.
So thank you very much, Krishna, for the wonderful program we had from the morning. And so this pyramid call services, so as a pilot project, it is started. It was started in Hyderabad on 10th of April, and for the last 3 months, around 1,500 to 2,000 people got introduced to meditation from across the globe. And so particularly this this lockdown period and the coming period, so everyone needs meditation, and so with the vision and the guidance from Patriji, so we are going to launch this pyramid call services, English and Hindi from Delhi, and it's already there in Telugu from Hyderabad and Kannada from Bangalore. And slowly we are going to, once this English and Hindi is established as a pilot project for couple of months, then we are going to have this in all the Indian languages and even all the international languages. So this is going to be a global project and a single point of contact for all the PSSM related projects or front-end support. And so we'll be sticking to the 18 guidelines that were set as part of the PSSM, and whatever support we are going to provide through this, so we'll be part of all those 18 points, 18 principles. Okay, and we have a wonderful team here. So for the last couple of weeks, so once this International Yoga Day is done, so we were having internal meetings, and the background work is going on. And from tomorrow, we are going to have mock calls with the team. So we identified wonderful volunteers, and everyone came together. So with the support and so led by Shastriji, so Jesse, Madam, and myself will act as a project lead. So this is going to be something like a corporate office kind of activity. So so we have volunteers identified to look after each and every activity. And so we had for the last 1 week, so we are working on the background work, and within shortly, so we are going to launch this. So next week from Monday to Friday, we are going to have
Yeah, it's a wonderful video
Krishna. So thank you. So it's a promo launch today on behalf of Guru Poornima. And shortly within 1 week to 10 days, we are going to launch the services officially in Hindi and English from Delhi. Thank you very much, Krishna, for this opportunity.
Wonderful, wonderful. And also we have one more senior master, Shamla ma'am. If someone please switch on her audio, we can hear the last message from her, and we can wind up this session. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Krishna and Pallavi. It's a great work you have done, and really, the whole world knows about Babaji now. I was wondering why Babaji is not yet coming out. So it is done through you, and really very, very grateful to you all, and giving me this great opportunity to come to this stage of a virtual stage. And my message is this: everybody has to meditate, and Babaji is with us. He is taking care of. Now I started a midnight session from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That goes to 8 o'clock till I'm since yesterday we started, and from 11 to 8 o'clock morning we are keeping awake and doing meditation and the Kundalini. Yesterday Kundalini yoga was so excellent. People enjoyed like anything, and he is pouring so much of energies. He is protecting, giving protection, and he is taking to the abode of God and talking with him, and he is taking into his cave and talking and hugging the people and all, giving energy and all. It's really great and grateful work he is doing through me and through you all. We are very, very grateful to Patri sir, Brahmarshi Pitamaha, Subhash Patriji. Because of him only we are here. We came to know about Babaji and all. So we are very grateful, not only me, all the team, all the pyramid masters in the whole world are owing to him and going down to his padas and doing namaskaras to him and all the team. I'm really bowing down to the team who is working all over. Because of Zoom and Corona Ma, we are enjoying this virtual sessions. Great work is done by pyramid masters all over the world. Really appreciate all the pyramid masters. We are doing lot of work, taking so much of effort to bring the awareness of meditation and bring the awareness of Mahavatar Babaji. He brought to me many people who are really not known to me. They are genuine people who had done lot of work and came to our pyramid group, and they're wondering like anything. I wonder, one lady, Nidhi from Pune, she had brought within one day 100 people to my session. Within one day. See how Babaji is bringing many people, many. From abroad also, so many people are there. I'm wondering how Babaji is bringing to me such a great people. They're all great people, genuine people. So this is the work we are doing. We should also work hard with our efforts. We will bring more awareness in the whole world and bring everyone to be a great master of pyramid master, not only pyramid master, Shakahari and Dhani, and then Swadhyay, Sajjan Sangat, all pyramid masters. Many pyramids will come all over the world. This is our vision and Sar's vision. We just go and walk on the footsteps of our Patriji and Babaji. Thank you very much, Krishna. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity.
And one more thing, the last thing which I would like to just recall to the all audience, those who are watching this. Today is the day which we started with this event, but yes, the day is not over yet. So we have again a very special thing which is happening from 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. and this is a very special message from Patriji that we must all meditate in this particular time of 2 hours. So I request you can log into the PMC Hindi and PMC English, PMC Pyramid Valley, all PMC channels, and you will find it live. So please do join and let's all meditate together and increase the vibration of the Mother Earth. Thank you so much.
And also we have one more session from 7 to morning 7 o'clock from PMC Jodhpur.
Yes.
Rose Madam is organizing that. please join that session as well. Means it's going to be a 24/7, means 24 hours of Babaji and Guru Poornima celebrations. So I wish all to use as much as the good time today in meditation.
Yes. And happy Guru Poornima to everyone. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone.